Testing.
Commissioner, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thanks. 1 minute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. All right. Working. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our hearing on EmPOWER. Thank you for coming. This is Groundhog Day, so hopefully it doesn't feel like we've been here before. These are all great issues to talk about. I noticed that he did see his shadow, which maybe some people might, the groundhog might debate if he knows what he's doing, but there is an Arctic blast coming tomorrow, so maybe he felt that or knew that. So hopefully we're all prepared for that. So I'm going to open this with some opening remarks. I'm Patty Bubar. Chairman Stanek sends his regrets. He's preparing to travel back to Maryland from the frozen area of Texas. He's down there visiting family. He will indeed watch this hearing and be engaged in decision-making going forward. I welcome Commissioner O'Donnell, who is on virtually. His thoughts are really important to our discussion. I'm glad he can participate. This hearing is one that I consider to really be incredibly important, given the breadth and the gravity of the decisions that are pending and the depth of information in the filings that have been provided. Since my first day in the Commission back in May, I've been focusing on EmPOWER accomplishments and opportunities for the Commission to shape the future of the program. So there's just a few observations I'll make at the onset. The Commission has been diligent in focusing on ensuring EmPOWER is accomplishing its intended purpose and goals. As documented in various places, the goals of reducing energy consumption are being met. As noted in the most recent report that we filed with the General Assembly, through 2021, the utilities EmPOWER programs have saved a total of approximately 13.5 million megawatt hours and over 2,600 megawatts, and the expected savings is over $12.7 billion. Those are great accomplishments. The Commission has previously found that it's time to modify the goals of EmPOWER from energy efficiency to greenhouse gas reduction for 2024 through 2026. This will better align the program with Maryland's decarbonization goals. Recently, the Commission determined it is appropriate to transition EmPOWER cost recovery to an expensing model to help pay down the large unrecovered balances associated with the program. Parties have raised concerns that low-income customers have been underserved by the EmPOWER program. It's important that we consider what can be done to remedy these concerns. At least one utility has noted their intent to pursue a robust building electrification portfolio. This movement to electrification and away from gas is important, but the costs of this fuel change are not yet understood. I note that there are actions being considered by the General Assembly in this session related to greenhouse gas reduction goals for EmPOWER, as well as the impacts of this program to low-income customers. Whatever the outcome of the legislation, this commission will be ready to address the goals given to us by the elected officials. The overarching concern that I have with any decisions we will make regarding the EmPOWER goals is the impact to ratepayers. There will be a cost to pursuing our state's decarbonization goals that the EmPOWER program will assist with. One of the important requirements of approving a utility's EmPOWER plan is the impact of rates. These impacts are not available today while we consider the goals which we will ask or require of the utilities. It may be costly to achieve the various emission reductions, limited income, and electrification goals envisioned within these written and verbal comments that we've received. I see the need for balance. There are several matters that are before us today. There's a lot of information in the filings that will inform our decisions. However, there's still quite a bit of information missing, so this is a bit frustrating. But as noted, there are legislative efforts ongoing that will affect EmPOWER, and the Commission may need to consider these if enacted. So I look forward today to exploring and completing the record at this hearing to allow us to make decisions going forward. I look forward to the presentations of the discussion, and I turn to my colleagues for any additional opening thoughts. And I guess I'll start with Commissioner O'Donnell, virtually.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a whole lot to add. I concur with most of what you said. And, you know, at a time of great challenges with regard to the economy and the economic pressures on people of means and people of little means and everyone in between, we have to be very, very cognizant of the decisions we make, not only as it impacts individual ratepayers, but as it impacts the economy of our state. And I think that's part of our public interest charge to make sure that we are balancing, as you said, the interests of conservation, our environmental goals, as well as the economic well-being long-term of our state. So this is not a tough set of rapids to navigate. This is not an easy set of rapids to navigate. And we'll endeavor to get there, but we're going to need the help of all of our stakeholders to make prudent and wise decisions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Richard?
Thank you, Chairman. And yeah, I will take advantage of maybe just a couple of opening remarks. And maybe I'm doing this primarily just for the efficiency. I hope that some of the presentations will take note of first the Chairman's comments. I concur wholly with pretty much everything you said, actually with everything you said. I was really glad to see in the comments a number of parties suggesting that EmPOWER, one, it needs to continue to be a very robust and proactive program that will help the state achieve our state policies. However, we have to be mindful of the cost and impacts on Marylanders and their ability to have access to the essential energy services that they need in their daily lives. And we particularly, as you pointed out, need to be very mindful of the impact on low-income households. Pretty much anything we do, while there are great benefits, are going to have an immediate impact on the energy affordability of these essential services. And so anything we do, I believe, as we advance this program, I think we need to do something also on the side of ensuring that low-income households can afford to pay for, continue to afford services. I did like the suggestions that many of the parties provided, that we ought to start looking to other funding methodologies, other funding sources. I think that's important. I think OPC recently, in comments before the General Assembly, noted that trying to finance all of these state policies, these important state policies on our energy bills, can be very regressive and may have uneven impacts. I think it also, as you pointed out, it goes without saying this is an important program, and utilities are, a vital player in our state's ability to meet its ambitious state environmental and, goals, whether greenhouse gas and conservation. First, as part of their franchise, it's a mandate that they operate efficiently. I think that they need to be, safe. They have to also just operate day to day in accordance with our state policies. So I think that's already should be part of their operations. However, I see EmPOWER, and I'd like comments on this, as a program specifically intended to help Marylanders, Maryland ratepayers, participate and have the ability to contribute to the state's efficiency goals, and as we evolve the program to help in achieving greenhouse gas abatement objectives, and also as we move toward electrification, help our citizens electrify. So I think this is going to be an important aspect, and I think we need to realize that this is a mandate. And so as we figure out how we're going to pay and incentivize the utilities, I would suggest, and I'd like comments on this, is this a profit center for utilities, or should we start looking at other ways of incentivizing some of the more contemporary things that are being considered in other states along the lines of PBRs, performance-based rates, and PIMs, and look to those types of methodologies to, again, provide the appropriate incentives to utilities, but to accept that these are in fact mandates, and there should not be just automatic profits, other than just prudent cost recovery. So anyway, those were the couple things I would really like to see if we can get out of this hearing today as we move forward and look at how we're going to advance this program to the next cycle, how we evolve it to greenhouse gas abatement strategies. And just, you also mentioned low income. I mean, at this point, I think a lot is happening in Annapolis, and I think we just need to be attuned to what the mandates are, the requirements for goals, how we ensure equity, and just be ready to incorporate that into whatever programs that we will be asked to approve later this year. So sorry, I probably took more time than I should have, but hopefully that'll be efficient, and I'd really like to hear from participants today on some of those particular areas, and of course the areas that the chairman brought up. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Linton, or Commissioner Richard. Very thought-provoking. Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I appreciate that we're having an EmPOWER Maryland hearing today. I know there's a great deal still pending, both in the General Assembly and even in our different work groups. I agree with everything that my colleagues have already said. I've noted in the past that the EmPOWER Maryland program, just from my time working as the director of the External Relations Division here at the Commission, now our Consumer Affairs Division, the EmPOWER Maryland program was always one of the most difficult things to explain to consumers, mostly because, as I came to find out over the years, many people didn't know what it was doing and how it was beneficial to them. Why were they paying money for it? So I guess one of my cautions here is that now, as we move from an electrification program to more of a program intended to address greenhouse gas reduction, that we don't forget the fact that there are many customers out there that have never benefited from the program and have paid into it for many years. And so as the prices start to move up and down, the cost starts to increase and change. Customers are still the core of this program. So as we all interact with each other, and have done so now for well over a decade on these programs, that we pay attention to the fact that at the end of the day, these programs at their core and their main energy to keep them running are based on consumers. I think it's important to note that as we talk about limited income goals, the programs that we have, and even in all of our initiatives in the state, anchor themselves on the OHEP certification process. And as I've mentioned before, we know we're only reaching 20% of the eligible population. And it's been that way since the beginning of the EmPOWER program, which basically means that roughly 400,000 households across our state are not receiving the benefits of low-income programs, the programs that are designed to assist low-income customers. So those customers are paying additional for these programs because low-income customers already pay more because their homes are not as efficient as those customers who are non-low income. So they're already paying more on the volumetric rate side, and they're not getting the benefits of the program. So there's a double impact there. So as we start thinking about low-income goals, it's important to pay attention to the fact that we're at our initial step, we're only looking at all of our data is focusing only on 20% of the customers who've benefited. So we got 80% of the customers out there who are eligible and should be participating, but for some reason are not. So how that impacts us long term, how it impacts our greenhouse gas goals and the initiatives that we're attempting to reach from a policy perspective, there's a number of elements that go into it when you start at a number that is not at 100%. You're starting at 20%. So I am concerned about the cost of the program, about how it transitions, making sure that consumers are aware of the benefits of what they're paying for, especially in light of, as my colleagues have noted, the many other pressures on energy bills that already exist and are increasing and will increase in the coming weeks and months. So I'm encouraged today that we're here to talk about this. I think there's some good opportunities with EmPOWER. I'm hopeful that in time, EmPOWER will be an initiative that other jurisdictions will look at and maybe even emulate in some way. Because at the end of the day, as I've said before, at least in other settings, Maryland is not going to resolve greenhouse gas issues for the nation by itself. But anything that we can do to show other jurisdictions that it's a good way to move forward, this is a good example, a good solution. If other jurisdictions adopt it, then we're making progress. So hopefully some of the decisions we make here, some of the information that's shared today will help us move in that direction.
Thank you, Commissioner Linton. So we will get started. Just on the format for this, we have one presenter who is on virtually. That will be the first presenter. So we will turn our attention to that, and then the commissioners will ask questions. Once we get past the remote presenter, then we can have the next presenters come up to the table and then sit when they're done, and after the commissioners are finished with the questions. So we'll run the meeting that way, and I'll try to keep us on schedule as best as possible. So we will start with AEG.
Sure, and I'll just go ahead and introduce who we have here from Applied Energy Group. And Taylor Beckham on behalf of Pepco Holdings.
And I believe that he wants the court reporter wants you to spell your name.
Sure, Taylor Beckham, Beckham. And we have here from Applied Energy Group Ingrid Roman, who is a senior VP at Applied Energy Group and is the executive overseeing the Maryland GHG abatement study. So I will turn it over to Ingrid. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ingrid, if you could begin and state your name and spell it also.
My name is Ingrid Roman. It's INGRIDROHMUND.
Go ahead.
All right. I was anticipating questions rather than giving a presentation. Is that the format?
That's fine. Yes. Okay, so we can start with questions. We'll start with Commissioner Richard.
Well, it caught me by surprise here. As far as the report, I don't try to be overly broad here, but there were some concerns raised about, and some of those concerns, I guess, were corrected by an analysis by Joe Loper, the EM&V consultant. What should we take from the AEG report that it was probably possibly corrected in the Loper report. I'm sorry, I'm stumbling here, but I was kind of struggling with where, what are the primary things that we should look at from your report that may still stand on their own without the corrections in the Loper report. Does that make sense?
So the study, as you know, we had the utility sponsors and a stakeholder group, and we developed a set of assumptions that would guide the study. And based on those guiding principles for the study, we developed an independent and unbiased estimate of the potential for energy efficiency and electrification to achieve greenhouse gas reduction. And what we found is that energy efficiency and electrification could contribute significantly. The assumptions in place could contribute significantly to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, but would not go all the way to achieving the goal. And there are underlying reasons for the scope of the study to some degree limited the contributions, but nevertheless, those two initiatives, energy efficiency and electrification, would contribute about by 2029. The achievable potential would get the state to about a third of the reduction of the goal.
And that still stands even with the fact that that the Loper report pulls out lighting and some of the electronics, which my understanding in the past have been a primary driver of energy efficiency achievements. So I guess
Yes,
that's my question.
There are still, in spite of that, there are still opportunities to make significant contributions toward the goal.
Okay. Did you get into any of those opportunities, or I'm just trying to understand at this point, how we come up with a balanced program, because it may be going forward we will still have a conservation goal requirement in EmPOWER, but we do need to fold in greenhouse gas abatement. So, from your report, what is the optimal suite of programs? Did you get into that level of detail?
We did not. The purpose of a potential study is to analyze the market, the customer usage, the market, and the measures that are available. And we analyze all of those things, and the results of the study provide valuable input to the program design.
Okay.
So, for example, these studies look at measures individually and assess them one at a time. And when programs are designed, it is possible to combine measures and to make the package more attractive, the programs more attractive, and also to possibly bring in measures that are not cost effective on an individual basis.
Okay. And just so I understand, you didn't really get into cost effectiveness or cost impact at all in this report, or did you? Did you address that?
We costs enter the picture in assessing cost effectiveness of the measures.
Okay.
So we do look at the cost of the measure and avoided cost and other societal costs in determining whether a measure is cost effective. But as far as determining program costs, we did not do that. That's part of the program design.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I actually have a similar set of questions, so I'll go next. Can you talk about what assumptions, if any, were in the study concerning current energy efficiency or energy reduction requirements? Were there assumptions that those requirements would remain, and then greenhouse gas reductions opportunities would be in addition to those?
So the study looked at a whole suite of measures that are available in the market, some of which are already included in programs, as well as others that are not. And so we took a very broad reference, looked at a very broad set of measures to include. And the what our baseline going forward is actually did not include DSM. So it is the potential includes all possible savings. I shouldn't say all possible. The savings from the measures going forward, not any embedded savings from programs going forward. So, and we do have the two cases. Actually, we had several cases. The two cases, the business as usual, achievable potential, assumes a continuation of programs as they are today, literally business as usual. And then we have a maximum case that expands the portfolio potentially to include a broader set of measures and initiatives.
Thank you. Did you make any assumptions about, for building electrification, any transition to codes or ordinances or requirements concerning no gas in new builds?
Not. We included the codes and standards as they are on the books today for the future. So did not consider building code as you just.
Were you able to hear that? I guess he was. Okay, I think those are all my questions. I'll turn to Commissioner O'Donnell.
I'll defer for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Linton? No questions. Commissioner Richard, any further questions? Oops. Okay, I think that is it for our questions for AEG. Thank you. Thank you for being on.
Thank you.
All right, next we have the Apprise Maryland Energy Affordability Study, so if those folks could approach the table.
Good morning.
Good morning. If you could state your name, spell it, and affiliation.
Yes, Joel Robinson, JoelRobinson, and I am a policy analyst with Apprise.
Give me 1 minute. You have a presentation, correct?
Yes, correct.
You have a presentation. Thank you.
So first, I did just want to acknowledge the various organizations that did contribute to the design and implementation of this study. I won't go through all of them, but we do appreciate all of the assistance that we got from these organizations. As background, this study was ordered by the Commission for the Limited Income Work Group to do a comprehensive review of energy affordability within the state of Maryland. Since resources were limited for the work group, they utilized DHCD's energy consulting contractor, Apprise, to perform this study. There were a variety of goals that were laid out for this study. I won't go through them now, but we will revisit them throughout the presentation as we address them. Next slide. We used 4 main data sources. The first 2 both came to us through CADMIS. We used the American Community Survey and EmPOWER participation to look at the percent of both limited income households and EmPOWER participants by utility service area to locate concentrated areas there. We also used data from OHEP on energy costs and household income to calculate costs and burden for limited income households. And lastly, we received Maryland EmPOWER surcharges from the technical staff of the Commission to look at the surcharges by utility. Next slide, please. So first, we looked at the limited income customers' geographic distribution throughout the state. Next slide. So throughout the state, we saw that there were 27% of the population that were limited income households, which is defined as less than or equal to 250% of the federal poverty level. This varied depending on the utility service area. You can see SMECO has the lowest percentage at 20, and then DPL has 34%. Next slide. So we mapped out the top quartile of PUMAs, which are a geographic area defined by the Census Bureau for each service area, each utility service area. That map is laid out here. And if we go to the next slide, we also lay out the area's names, the PUMA names provided by the Census Bureau here, as well as the percent of the population that is defined as limited income. So again, you see a range of numbers here. SMECO has only 22% limited income in their highest proportion territory, whereas BGE has a area of 53% limited income. So we have some wide variation. And then if we move to the next slide, we then look.
Can I ask you a question on that before you proceed?
Absolutely.
Madam Chair, is that okay? So SMECO lists St. Mary's and Calvert County, but they have Southern Prince George's and Charles County, and I don't see that listed here.
Yes, this is just a list of the top 25% of areas within the service area. So we didn't include all territories or areas within the service territory. We just included the top 25%. So BGE has a larger number listed here because they have a more PUMAs within their service area. SMECO only had 4 PUMAs within their service territory, so we only had highlighted 1 out of theirs.
Is PUMA a acronym?
It is, yes. It stands for Public Use Microdata Area. It's an area defined by the Census Bureau to look at the American Community Survey data at a geographic level that is more broad than the household, but more refined than perhaps zip code.
Thank you.
Of course. All right, so then we did the same geographic analysis for EmPOWER participation across the state. So if we move to the next slide, we have the number of EmPOWER limited income program participants by each service area, and then the percent of eligible population served. So as you can see across the state, about 6% of the limited income population were served by EmPOWER. That was pretty consistent across the utility service areas. The one main variation is that 4% in PEPCO service territory. Next slide, please. And we did the same list of the top 25% of PUMAs within the service territory for EmPOWER participation, both among households that are limited income and among all households. So among all households, it was generally between lower than 5%. And then for limited income households, we saw participation rates go up to as high as 16% and down as low as 3% in that PEPCO territory. Next slide.
Can you help me just a little understand, when you say participation, how do you get that number? I mean, I guess there's
Yes.
the obvious, there's a specific program, but I just would note that in some of these areas, there are a lot of, particularly areas up around the PEPCO area. I'm very familiar with Capitol Heights and St. Pleasant, some of these areas near where I live. There's just a lot of multifamily housing in this area. Many of it is just rental, lease type properties. So I kind of wonder if they're even able to participate in most of the programs. So I just would be interested to know a little more when you say participate,
Absolutely.
what that data means.
This data came to us through CADMIS. This is the historical participation data for EmPOWER programs from 2013 through 2020. So these numbers specifically came from the number of participants that CADMIS had listed in each service territory and each area within the service territory, divided out of the total population on that right-hand corner and the limited income population in the column directly to the left of that.
Using this table, right?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you, and maybe for other panels, that's a good place to start with program design
Absolutely.
going forward. Thank you.
Right, and great. So then from there, we looked at the energy costs and burden, both as it exists now and with a potential increase of the EmPOWER surcharge. So if we move to the next slide, the first group that we calculated the energy costs for were electric main heating customers, and this again was data we received from OHEP for LIHEAP recipients. The average electric cost across the state was about $1,700 with an EmPOWER surcharge of $90, which resulted in a total energy cost of $1,800 for electric main heat households. One note on this slide is we used reported costs for PEPCO, Potomac, and SMECO, but we calculated the costs for BG&E because the reported costs that we received seemed low and inaccurate. So instead, we just multiplied the usage for each customer by the rates that were publicly provided by BG&E and added in the monthly fixed costs there. So next slide. We did the same analysis for gas heating customers, but again, we had some issues with the data for both BG&E and WGL. Specifically, the costs again seemed too low. So for this analysis, we used the WGL costs for the usage multiplied by their rates and just took that as the average for all customers that use gas main heat in the state. Specifically because BG&E did not provide gas usage, so we were not able to do the same calculation for them. So here, gas heating customers have a slightly lower electric bill and surcharge, but the $900 of gas costs and the $18 surcharge puts their total energy bill up to close to $2,600 annually, which is significantly higher than the electric main heat. So next slide. So looking at the EmPOWER surcharge, currently for electric main heat customers, again, the mean cost is $90, and we have some percentiles there as well. And with a 25% increase of that surcharge, the cost would increase to about $111 annually for electric main heat customers. For non-heat customers, we have 74 as the average, with an increase to $92 with a 25% increase of the surcharge. And again, the percentiles there. So if we move to the next slide, you can see the current energy burden for electric main heat customers versus the energy burden with the surcharge. So that's the top table against the bottom table. We were only able to do this for electric main heat customers as the data we received only had income data for those customers. And in the left-hand column with the mean energy burden, it is pretty apparent that the 25% increase in EmPOWER surcharge has no impact on customers' energy burdens at the average. The one area we did see a increase was for the number of customers who would have a energy burden of greater than 20%, which is that right-hand column. We saw an increase of 1% of customers with that very, very high energy burden. But one thing to note here is that all of these energy burdens are above the 6% that is deemed reasonable for electric or energy customers to have for their energy burden. So if we move to the next slide, we did provide some recommendations for mitigating both the higher surcharges and also the generally high energy burden experienced by these Maryland customers. So next slide. The three approaches that we laid out are a general discount based on poverty level, a fixed credit option, which provides a fixed monthly credit to all customers to target a certain burden, and then the percentage of income payment program, or PIP, which targets a specific burden level for all income levels to reach and changes the credit according to that. So if we move to the next slide, we have an example of how this looks for both the fixed benefit on the top and the fixed burden on the bottom. So you can see in the fixed benefit model, we have the same benefit for all income ranges, which results in that highest income, 101 to 150, having which already has a energy burden below 6%, having an energy burden below 4% because they receive the same payment as those lowest income households, which only receive a benefit that reduces their burden to 13%, which we would still consider to be burdensome. But in the fixed burden approach, the energy benefit for the lowest income households is higher than the middle income, and we see that the households that already have a reasonable energy burden actually receive no payment and maintain their lower than 6% approach, whereas we're bringing these lower income households to a sustainable energy burden through that model. So moving to the next slide, the last bit of recommendations we made in our report were best practices for reaching and engaging limited income customers. So next slide. As we all know, there are many barriers in the way of reaching low-income customers, laid out on the left-hand side here. Some of the recommendations that we have are just varying your outreach methods, which we have at the very bottom right-hand side. So phone calls, emails, billboards, just anything with variety to reach the widest number of people possible. And then partnerships with both utilities and trusted partners in the community, doing joint outreach with other social programs, and then providing materials and contacts in a variety of languages used by the target population. Next slide. So just to recap some of the key findings, we have 4 to 7% of low-income populations being served by EmPOWER programs in that 7-year period. We have an average energy burden of 24% for electric heating customers. We estimated the burden to be 35% for gas heating customers using the same income as electric main heat. And we, using data provided to us by OHEP, calculated that that energy burden would reduce to 10% for electric heating customers and 20% after receiving LIHEAP and EUSP. And we found that a 25% surcharge increase would not have a large impact on energy burden for these populations. And our final recommendations were assessing the source of energy affordability issues. It would be helpful to know whether energy affordability is happening because these households need higher efficiency in their homes, or whether it's happening because their income is too low and they would benefit more from a PIP, which is our second recommendation, is considering assistance based on energy burden. And then finally, our outreach recommendations as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was very comprehensive. I guess maybe we'll start with Commissioner O'Donnell, if you have any questions.
I do. I want to talk to you about your outreach. So in DHR, the Office of Home Energy Programs, they've been challenged. The whole department there has been doing a computer IT system upgrade. It's been going on forever. And I'm fairly familiar with the challenges there. But with DHCD, please describe the status or capabilities of your outreach with regard to computer systems, computer outreach systems where people can access the programs by using computer systems.
I'm afraid that is information that goes beyond my role, so that's not something I would be able to speak to, unfortunately.
I think we have a representative who might be able to. Please identify yourself.
I'm Nicola Tran, NICOLATRAN, on behalf of the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development. And I could answer that question now, or we can save it for our section, whichever you prefer.
Go ahead and answer it now.
Okay. As of outreach strategies, I did actually want to clarify that the outreach strategies presented here were not a representation of what DHCD is currently doing or not doing. They were a generalized recommendation, and they are already happening in this manner. OHEP is not the only source for our intake anymore. We have increased the direct applicants for our programs tenfold over the last 3 years. Last year, we received almost 1,000 applications in-house, and that is only increasing with our outreach efforts that we outline in our semi-annual reports. We are also working on increasing our partnerships with other state agencies. We're currently working with the cash programs at DHS, nonprofits, local governments, and the Medicaid program to strengthen the intake processes. Regarding computer system and computer-based outreach, we have a new database procured that will go to BPW on February 15th. That will enable us to strengthen the computer-based outreach on our side. We have been stuck with a very antiquated system for the last 8 or so years. And I think the possibilities will be a lot bigger on that end going forward.
Ms. Tran, let me ask you this: that new system that's going before the BPW, is it a department wide? Is it for all of DHCD, or is it specific to your office?
It's specific to our energy programs, and it will include online application capabilities. It will include access for customers to view status of their projects, which hasn't been available in the past. And it will include automated follow-up to customers as well, which we haven't had the ability to do in the past.
And do you know what the estimated time of
Implementation?
coming on board and being available is?
We will have that ready to go by the end of the year. For the
End of
new cycle, it will be in
2023?
place. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Richard?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Maybe just, and Ms. Tran, maybe this is also for you since you're here. No, I thank you very much for also including your presentation, just some opportunities, some ideas for addressing energy burden. I guess the question, are these being tried anywhere else in the nation right now? And do you have any best practices or anything you could tell us to inform how we might go about doing that here?
Absolutely. I am aware that in the state of California, they are currently launching pilots of PIP programs in all 5 of their IOUs. That is in the very early beginning stages, so I don't think that there's any results that have come out from that yet. But that is definitely something that could be used as a model for implementation. And something to just keep in mind as they continue to roll out that program. I know they are intending to make it statewide after the pilot finishes launching.
So just California at this point.
That's the one that I know of off the top of my head. There may be others across this country, but that one is currently launching.
Okay, well, thank you. And maybe Ms. Tran, are we doing anything now? I know this has been a topic that's come up at least a number of the years that since I've been here, from discussion. Largely, I think it's come from OPC. Is there any discussion now in process in the work group discussing how we might address this underlying issue of energy burden?
So this is really a broader issue than energy efficiency alone. There is a energy assistance work group that is led by OHEP that has touched on that topic before of energy burden. That is as far as I'm aware of where this discussion is currently. It really does go beyond the EmPOWER program and energy efficiency, as the energy assistance is part of bringing that energy burden down.
Okay, thank you. I would just comment, Chairman, that this is probably an area that we need to be looking at in parallel as we would talk about the important work of EmPOWER. I think we just need to be mindful of the fact that there will, as the report shows, there will be an impact immediately in the energy burden for a lot of our citizens. So with that, I thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. Can you, I don't think, Ms. Tran, I don't think I have any questions for you, but you can, we'll come back up if we do. Can you just describe the PIP program a little bit more? I just really want to understand how that works.
Yes, the PIP program, instead of providing a single credit for all households, creates tiers of credits for different income ranges to target a specific energy burden. So the example that we provided in the slides is that people under that group of people under 50% of the federal poverty level, they would receive a $1,400 benefit in order to get their energy burden down to that target rate of 6%, whereas households from that 50 to 100% federal poverty level income range would receive $800 to get their energy burden down to the same level. And then the group from 100 to 150% poverty level would receive no benefits because they are already at a sustainable energy burden. The way that this is usually implemented is just like that. There's rather than creating a customized benefit for each household, a range is established of incomes with a tier of benefits for however many ranges you have, and the tier is calculated based off of an average income within that range to set the energy burden to the percent of income. So they would calculate what is 6% of this average income within this range, and then they would make the benefit equal for all people within that income range. And that usually involves a proof of income as well, just to establish that households are within the relevant income range to receive that benefit on their bill.
And is the benefit cash, money?
No, I don't believe so. I believe it's on bill usually, or just a credit on the bill paid to the utility.
All right. Can you just give a little bit of perspective, maybe to pick up on where Commissioner O'Donnell was giving was going on the educational recommendations that you make? Can you just talk a little bit about kind of the distinction between education, which might mean reaching out to people, pamphlets, some of the calls, trusted folks as you identified, and the ability to actually access some of the programs like LIHEAP or others that might actually give them additional funds. So is there a distinction between what you're recommending in terms of education and what we're talking about in terms of, kind of IT systems that make it easier to access things or programs?
I'm sorry, could you clarify?
Yeah, I guess I'm really trying to understand is in your recommendations for education, they seemed more like outreach, and so I'm trying to understand, is there a distinction between outreach, which includes education, and helping people kind of really understand what the programs are and maybe giving them assistance in getting access to programs that might help lower their energy burden, in addition to the other recommendations that you make?
I think our intent was for the outreach to be an avenue for education about the programs and also enrollment into the programs. So these were recommendations meant to help lower barriers both to knowledge about programs and also participation within them.
Okay. Okay, I agree, Commissioner Richard, with your observation that these are just incredibly important. What you found in your study just was really insightful. So I think this is something we've got to really pick this ball up. Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This study, I appreciate the study and some of the information that's presented. I was curious, over the years here, through our EmPOWER Maryland hearings, we've heard our utility companies tell us that on occasion they've come to particular properties to conduct some retrofitting work and things of that sort as part of the EmPOWER program, and they found that the customer there was clearly someone of economic challenges, so they weren't low-income customers, but they were not certified through OHEP, they didn't receive grant money, things of that sort. So I think it's fairly obvious that we do have customers who are low income but are not participating with OHEP, but are still responsive in some way to and participating in some way in the EmPOWER Maryland program. So as part of your analysis of data, were you able to determine if there was some number of low-income customers beyond the ones that would go to DHCD or that are certified by OHEP that are still participating in the program?
Yes. So the data that we used to find the participation rates of low-income households in the EmPOWER programs was actually separate from the OHEP data that we used to calculate energy costs and burdens. So we are not able to see necessarily which households are participating in EmPOWER that are not enrolled in these OHEP programs, but the number of households that we pulled out that were participating in EmPOWER programs, that is the number that are participating. That 6 to 7% across the state is the number of low-income households that are participating. And unfortunately, there just isn't a way that we could, with this data, look at which of those customers are also OHEP customers, because that was aggregated at a geographic level, and the OHEP data came to us at the household level, so we just weren't able to do that analysis at this time.
Okay, so your data then was reliant on identifying low income through the census information that you obtained.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so let me ask a different question then. You made a number of recommendations about best ways to conduct outreach and educate customers. Clearly, some customers are hearing about these programs now, and some of them are not participating in or receiving any assistance money through OHEP. Did you see anything or see any information to maybe help us understand a little about why some customers are not participating, even though they've heard about it, they're eligible, they might even need some of the assistance here, and they're obviously already paying for it.
Mhm.
So, any insight on that?
Unfortunately, no. Again, with this study, the scope was not inclusive of any interviews or surveys with low-income households to understand why they wouldn't participate. So I can't actually speak to that at this time.
Okay.
Would you like to answer that?
Yes, we are actually asking our evaluator, Cadmus. They're working on a study right now to examine the dropout reasons in our entire intake process. So we are looking at why do customers not opt into our programs when they enroll in OHEP? Why do they not complete the application process? Why do they not complete the engagement with the contractor to complete the project? So we're looking at every step of the way of what are the reasons customers do not participate.
Oh, thank you. I
So
appreciate
we should have that as part of our evaluation report in the summer.
Good. I appreciate that because I think both our chairman today and Commissioner Richard have both pointed out that there really is a distinction between making certain that customers are aware of the program versus their interest in participating. And so it's important for us to understand if they just don't know about it, that's one thing. Maybe we need a different logo or something. I know that's probably sensitive to some people, but if the answer instead is that they know about it, they participate with it, and they're not going through with it, then there's other issues that need to be addressed. So yeah, I think it's important, even for our responses in terms of what solutions we move forward with. It's important to know that information. So thank you. I appreciate that. I think that was all for now. I'll just point out that a lot of the data here was, in my opening comments, I was being a little hopeful, I guess, and saying it was in the 20% range. Obviously, it's a lot lower than that. So, and the impacts are still significant. I think it's important, as Commissioner Richard pointed out, that everybody's paying. Even at my 20% number, everybody's paying, and at a 4 to 6%, everybody's still paying. So that's an important point to keep in mind moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just have one follow-up question. You mentioned the data issues with BG&E. Could you just talk a little bit about what those issues were, if there's any reason why, and just a little bit more explanation on how you compensated for that?
Yes. So when we received the data from OHEP for the electric costs and use for LIHEAP customers, the BG&E numbers came back significantly lower than the rest of the utilities. So our approach there was we took the electric usage data that they provided us and their publicly provided rates, as well as their monthly fixed cost, and we calculated ourselves what the cost per month for each customer would be based on their usage and rates, and found numbers that were more consistent with the other utilities and higher than the provided cost that BG&E had given us. The potential reasons for this that we identified are that they were possibly including discounts within the costs already, rather than giving us the pre-discounted costs for their customers. And we aren't entirely sure why that would be the case for just them, but that was our hypothesis for why those numbers were lower than the other utilities.
Okay, thank you. Any follow-up questions? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is the Future Program Work Group report. So I don't know who's going to be presenting that.
I think we can go on to staff. I don't think the work group leader is here.
Okay, all right. So staff comments and the Loper Energy revised potential studies, please come to the table. Thank you. Is there a presentation?
No.
No, okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Mosher on behalf of staff. I'll just start briefly by giving an overview of staff's position and then turn it over to Mr. Loper. First, staff is recommending that 80% of the greenhouse gas abatement goals be achieved by EmPOWER funding funded behind the meter programs, and that the remaining 20% come from in front of the meter community and utility resources. We believe this structure provides the flexibility to meet the in front of the meter goals since those programs were not measured in the potential study. Secondly, we also recommend that the overall greenhouse gas abatement goals should be a larger number based on the percentage. That is, if it's an 85-15, that would, have an overall lower goal versus the 75-25 split would result in and would justify a larger goal. And then finally, staff recommends that the excess savings from non-EmPOWER funded programs should not count towards the abatement goals for the EmPOWER Maryland programs. And with that, I'm available for any questions and turn it over to Mr. Loper. Oh, certainly. Kevin Mosier, Mosier.
Thank you. Mr. Loper?
Yes. Hi, my name is Joe Loper, Joeloper. I'm with Loper Energy. Mr. Hurley said that you might have questions related to the adjustments that we made to the potential study. And so I can wait for your questions, or I can anticipate them and summarize what we did and why. If that would
I
be
think it would be helpful for you to summarize, and I'm sure there will be questions.
okay. And by the way, I've gotten modern, and so I type all my notes in my phone. So if you see me typing in my phone back there, don't think I'm typing to my wife. So
Thank you for that.
so the first thing we did was that the potential study was based on gross savings. For some people who haven't been in a lot of these meetings, gross savings are the savings that would occur as a result of the measures that were installed from the program. The net savings are the savings that are induced by the program. In other words, some measures that were installed by people who participated in the program and got a rebate would have taken those actions anyway. And so the goal that is established by the Future Programming Work Group and approved by the Commission and has been in place for many years has always been a gross savings goal. It's not net savings. So when you see the 2% or whatever of 2006 consumption that is savings, that's actually gross savings, not savings. The program induced part of it, but not all of it. And so the potential study, AEG, when it did its study, was really looking to the goal framework to determine how it did its cost effectiveness. And so it used gross savings in its cost effectiveness, which I don't really understand why you would do that, but they pointed, I went out and asked other jurisdictions whether anybody else did that, and they said yes. So we would not do that in Maryland. We do not use gross savings for cost effectiveness. We use net savings. And so that was a first adjustment that we wanted to make. By the way, I'm happy to come give a presentation anytime to walk through all this stuff because it certainly gets complicated. The second adjustment was that Maryland, for at least since 2016, actually it was formally established in 2016 that the cost effectiveness would be based on the portfolio cost effectiveness, which means you could have a lot of measures in there that are not cost effective on their own, but as long as you have other measures that make up for that lack of cost effectiveness, then they can go in. So you can get a lot bigger portfolio with a portfolio cost effectiveness test than you can with a measure level cost effectiveness test. And AEG did their calculations based on a measure level cost effectiveness. And so we went and tried as best we could, backed out their numbers from their scenarios to develop an estimate of what the potential would be using a portfolio cost effectiveness test. The third thing was residential lighting. They included quite a bit of residential LEDs, screw-based LEDs, which EmPOWER has, those lamps have been run through the programs for a long time, and I think there's been clear, from the fall hearing, has been clear decision by the Commission and with support of stakeholders that those lamps probably don't need to be in the portfolios anymore. And the reason is you can still there's still some savings coming from those lamps. And so AEG, the way they calculated the savings was based on high efficiency LEDs versus the regular LEDs. And so there is an increment of savings for each unit. And they had a lot of units in their potential study. But the net to gross on those, the actual savings induced by the programs from those light bulbs will be very low. And there was seemingly a commission. The commission has gone in the direction of not offering those in the programs anymore. And so the stakeholders in the potential study group all agreed that those should come out of the study. The second thing we took out was commercial desktop computers. They had about 600,000 computers running through the programs each year, and that just, especially given what's going on post-COVID with office space, and how many people are really using desktops at this point versus laptops. That just seemed untenable. I think it was probably legacy measure from somewhere else, but probably at least didn't make sense here in Maryland. And so the potential study group agreed to take those out also. And I want to be clear, we did not do we looked over the measures, but my role as the independent evaluator is generally not to be involved in the potential study any more than necessary, because there's typically in a lot of jurisdictions, including in Maryland, we try to keep a firewall between portfolio and program development and the evaluator on the ex post side. So you don't want me going in and saying, oh, well, you can get all this savings, and then when I go to do the evaluation on the back end, don't want to prove myself wrong, and so I might be biased with my numbers. I will tell you, I'm not. I'm as critical of myself as anybody, as I am of anybody else. So, but that's the concern, and that has been over time that the line has become less bright in the sense that the utilities have a goal. They're all committed to that goal. They don't want to come into these hearings and tell you that they haven't met the goal. And so we try, and they develop their portfolios based on what savings they're expecting to get from the various measures and portfolio and programs, and we help inform that. And so as much as possible now, we tell them how we're going to evaluate and what assumptions will go into those evaluations. And there are some things that we can't lock down. We can't tell them in advance. We say we're going to evaluate and look at the world as it happens. But as much as we can, for example, dishwasher cycles, we don't, maybe it's 1.6 or, one cycle a day, say. We don't want to come back later and then ding them on their savings because we did another study and found out it's 0.9 dishwasher cycles per se, right? There's nothing changed in the world. The program wasn't designed to influence that, and therefore we, as much as possible, try to lock those things down with the utilities now. And that's we spent a lot of time on that. So we, in our by the way, I say all this because because I think the criticism of AEG is maybe a little strong, that I would not call what we did corrections. There were we were definitely looking at stuff, but that's our job, right? To look at stuff and provide input that can be on things that can be fixed. But I wouldn't call them corrections so much as adjustments to their numbers. And some of those things, maybe arguably they could have anticipated portfolio level, but they don't spend their days and nights in Maryland working on these programs like I do, and like the other stakeholders do. And so I wouldn't, I don't feel too badly about them myself. So what we did in our calculations was we did the economic and the business as usual calculations. The business as usual was a $400 million budget cap, which was a scenario that the utilities wanted to do. We couldn't actually do a maximum achievable given the data and our inability to get some stuff out of the model, the potential study model. But we did do an interpolation to come up with the max achievable, and that's what Mr. Hurley and staff are using in their recommendation, is basically that max achievable. And I didn't do it I could give you a table later, but I'm a little reluctant to because it's just my table. But I did go through the and I haven't had it vetted by stakeholders, but I did go through the various recommendations from staff and from the joint Exelon Utilities and OPC and the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates, and summarize or kind of line them up and figure out, normalize them all to try to make them equivalent to figure out how they look. And so, and I would just say they're for the most part all in the same ballpark. And I think if you took that, you might be able to find a happy place for a goal number.
Thank you, and appreciate that. I will go ahead and start with questions, and I guess I'll ask both of you questions. With the explanation, Mr. Loper, that you just provided, well, first of all, the commission has not seen what you prepared, so that wasn't necessary. That wasn't provided to us. So I would like to make a request that we actually see that report.
Can I explain that? So that it was not a report. It was part of the potential study work group, and these numbers, and the potential study group was providing their report. We gave tables. We did the calculations. They're all in spreadsheets. You can go in and understand all the numbers. Everything's open for scrutiny and review, and has been by the stakeholders, and they used that to go do their calculations. But we did not do a report. If you wanted a report, we could do something up. We have it documented, and I can explain any of the calculations we did, but we did not do an official report.
That's helpful. I would like to make a request that we receive the spreadsheets and the documentation that you do have that had been prepared. So you answered one of my questions, which about the different scenarios and which we were able to analyze. Can you talk a little bit about how we should view what you did, and with the calculations that you provided, because it seems, and we can ask folks who come up here later similar questions. The recommendations or the goals that were made by recommended by some of the parties were based on your analysis as opposed to the AEG study necessarily. So just trying to understand, once we get this information and are able to maybe look at it in more detail, it seems as if that is kind of the foundation from which we should be looking at in terms of assessing or understanding the recommendations that were made for goals going forward.
Well, I'll let of course, the other parties speak for themselves. I will just say that all of the adjustments that we were making were done in consultation with, and I think consensus of the other parties. So they may not agree on whether to use an economic potential or maximum achievable or a business as usual case, or they may not agree. They may think, I think in the case of the joint utility filing from SMECO and Potomac Edison, that they may not think the numbers are certain enough anyway, and you just need to go do a portfolio and then figure out what your goal is. But in terms of using using numbers, I would say probably everyone will agree that you should use the adjusted numbers, not the AEG unadjusted numbers.
Okay, thank you. So I have some questions maybe for staff. Can you just go into a little bit more detail on why you recommended the maximum achievable potential?
I'll defer to Mr. Loper on this.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I think the maximum achievable potential is an estimate. So you have different levels of potential. You have a technical potential, and that is the potential if you don't consider the economics, how much the measures cost or how much they benefit. Then there's an economic potential which considers all of the costs, the financial cost, and the benefits, including all of our benefits, which we have quite a big benefit stream in Maryland here with carbon related. And the maximum achievable is taking it one step down to say, well, okay, so there's a bunch of measures that are economically achievable, but can we get them in the door, right? Are there reasons that people might resist those measures? It may make perfect sense for them economically from a financial perspective to adopt those measures and take those incentives to adopt those measures, but their utility room's too small to get to get their heat pump water heater in, or things like that. So and they're also, I don't know exactly what's in the AEG study and to make those max achievable adjustments, but there are also other adjustments, just reflecting of what the programs can deliver reasonably. So,
Okay.
so that's why staff is leaning totally on AEG with the adjustments made by my people for it, and I'm not sure. You could go to and then the only other scenario I think that would be operative would be the or gives you a bracket around these numbers is the business as usual scenario, which is the scenario in which you continue funding at current levels.
Right.
How much savings could you get? And I think probably, at least the legislation and other things are pointing us in a little different direction than that. But so that's where I think staff
Okay.
was finding that middle ground.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Can I add one thing to that? I would
Absolutely.
Just without providing the numbers, because they have to be vetted first, but I can say that staff's recommendation is in line with OPC, or at least as I'm interpreting how these numbers were calculated with OPC and with MIA. And then the BGE and or the Exelon joint utility recommendations are a bit lower, but they're not out of the ballpark lower.
Okay. We didn't really talk about this, and Mr. Mosier, you didn't mention this, but can you just give a perspective? Can we provide guidance on behind-the-meter program savings without providing guidance on front-of-the-meter program savings? Because the AEG report did not go into front-of-the-meter, so just trying to understand, as we go forward, what difference that makes and how we should look at that.
Yeah, I think essentially, we think the in front of the meter is important because that traditionally there's been a fair amount of savings from in front of the meter. So, I think, and one of the reasons we picked the 20% is that's pretty close to the ballpark of what we've done in the past.
Okay. All right, I think I'm going to stop there. I'm going to have a follow-up question, but I will go to Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mosier, I wanted to ask about the behind the meter, front of the meter as well. So you're recommending an 80-20 split, 80% kind of traditional behind the meter measures and 20% in front of the meter by the utilities. Is that right? Am I getting that right?
Correct.
Okay, so what is a CHP? So a combined heat and power measure, is that considered behind the meter or in front of the meter?
I believe that would be behind the meter.
Okay, so could you give me some examples of in front of the meter kind of measures, just so I have maybe a more balanced sense of what they may be or what innovations may be available in that arena?
Okay, I think the biggest single example would be the conservation voltage reduction. That traditionally has been a fairly large portion of all the utilities. Again, I'm sure you're fairly familiar with the program. They're adjusting voltage correctly, so it has nothing to do with the customer behavior itself. It's something the utilities are doing to make their systems more efficient and to get savings.
Okay, well, there's a little bit of controversy surrounding CVRs.
Oh, certainly, yes.
So, are there other examples in front of the meter, or is it strictly CVR?
It's not CVR. That's the big one that's jumped on the top of my head. I think there's just some other general efficiencies that the utilities have put in place in their distribution network. But again, CVR is the one I'm most familiar with.
Yeah, I think I need to better understand what that is if we're going to take up the staff recommendation of an 80-20 split, what the difference is, in front of the meter and behind the meter. Because I'm not sure I have a good sense of that right now.
Mr. Loper, did you have something to add?
Yes, I would just say they have the front of the meter resources have not been defined, and that was one of the challenges in the work group. And I think the utilities are leaning to want to have some flexibility on that front, and the other parties, I think the disagreement is utilities want want flexibility. Some of the other parties want to make sure that that those other resources are not displacing the energy efficiency behind the meter resources. And to your question, Chairman, or Madam Chair, my daughter-in-law is a they, and so I'm really having trouble with my pronouns lately.
I don't
So
take any of it
apologize.
personally, so.
In fact, I shouldn't even call her my daughter-in-law. So, in terms of the question of whether you can do the goal for EmPOWER without front of the meter, I think the answer is yes. I mean, you got a potential study that was only based on front of the meter resources. It didn't touch CVR, and it didn't touch anything that was outside the behind the meter. That was anything other than behind the meter. And so the 20% is really just, kind of, it's a guessing. It's the biggest guessing game, and the potential study is already enough of a guessing game.
Well, Mr. Loper, that's what's troubling me, is that we're going to guess on 20% of the resources for this program, and it's not defined, and we don't know what it is.
Yeah.
That concerns me. I have to vote on this stuff. I want to know what it is.
I think that the work group was working from the future programming work group, which had those percentages, or had the framework laid out, and the commission had directed the work group to come up with those percentages. And then there was maybe further reflection from some of the stakeholders on what that would mean and what the implications would be. And so,
Well, I would expect a basis for those numbers to come along with it, and there is none.
yeah.
I think that's what I was referring to at the beginning. There's some information missing. Commissioner O'Donnell, do you have further questions?
No, Madam Chair, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Linton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a similar line of questions to the ones that Commissioner O'Donnell just raised regarding the justification for the 80 versus 20 split. Based on the staff filing, it just seemed as though is it fair to say that the basic reason is that there wasn't that the goals, the FTM was not really incorporated into the study, so you didn't really have anything to base it on for a higher number?
I think that's accurate. I mean, I spoke to Dan a bit about this, and we think that the 80% is a good number. Again, it's a nice ballpark of the historic numbers, but the utilities 75% number, nor that, and the OPC number of 85%, we don't think are unreasonable.
Okay. So I guess my question is, in light of the fact that we're shifting from what the program historically has been in forms of electric reduction to greenhouse gas reduction. It's possible that we have new types of programs, and we don't want to discourage the development of new types of programs. So I'm really more interested in the second element of your proposal, which is that if there was, for example, if we set it at 80-20 as a split, but at the end of reporting cycle, we'll just say a year for purposes of today, we find out that the data supports that the end result was a 70-30 split. So as a result, the extra 10% doesn't roll over. You just don't count it. So I guess I'm curious as to why that position. If we don't really know what the different goals would be, what the different programs would be, are we discouraging the development of new solutions?
I don't think so. If I understand your question, I think essentially our view is, if you take, again, this, say 70-30, well, in that case, we would want we maybe want to see about bumping up the overall goal to account for the fact that a smaller percentage of that was behind the meter.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it would still hopefully give the flexibility, for potentially new programs that, we maybe don't currently envision, but that are still, real measured savings and cost effective to make sure that they can still be implemented.
Okay, so okay, I see what you're saying then. So you're suggesting then that we wouldn't allow the 70 to drop to 60, for example, or the 70 would still be a 70 as a firm goal, and the other number could move up and down as it needs to.
I think
But-
that's the case. Yes.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
Can I,
Right.
can I make,
Oh, please.
can I make an observation about it? The way that, that staff set this up, the 80%, if you look at it, is the potential number for, that's our number for the maximum achievable savings from the potential study. So that 20% is really just an add-on. So you could add 15% on that, you could add 50%, you could do whatever you want. But the potential study is set up is based on that the component, the energy efficiency EmPOWER component, is based. Well, it's actually including electrification. It's also including beneficial electrification, and it's also including demand response in staff's filing, that 80%. But that 80%, if you look at the absolute number, which I think is what you're going to have to do when you do the goal, you'll have to come up with an actual emissions reductions, given the way the structure is set up with lifetime emissions. So he's basically, recommending using the max achievable, and then that percentage kind of doesn't matter on top of it. If somebody says, "Oh, I want 50% of the goal to be front of the meter," then you would take the max achievable number that Dan's provided, and you would double that, and that would be your goal. And if somebody says, "No, it should only be 10%, you would take the max achievable and you would multiply by 1.1, and you would have the total goal.
Okay.
And so that's the math on it, I think.
All right.
Other
Thanks.
people will tell you different if I'm wrong. But
So thank you. I appreciate that. I guess and I'll just say the core of my concern with regard to how we define the split with the goal ties a little bit back to the report we just heard from Apprise a few moments ago, about how even after a decade of these types of initiatives, we still have a small number of customers that are participating, at least on the low-income side. And we have a number of other customers that are never participating in the program. So there's a lot of opportunity in behind the meter, but we don't have a lot of customers that are taking advantage of it. And there could be a number of reasons for that: education, outreach, etc. But if the overall goal is to reduce greenhouse gas, I was just concerned that we would be putting a limitation on whatever innovative solutions could be out there, when we know we have a challenge up front in terms of customers that are participating in the program. So that was my concern. I appreciate the answers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That was a helpful dialogue. Commissioner Richard?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I'm certainly glad you were going to get the information from Mr. Loper, because so many of the filings talked about your information, and they base their comments on your information. So I
Good,
definitely
I'll have
am
that
interested
today.
just to see how that is how we analyze that. And I tend to agree a lot with what Commissioner Linton was just talking about, not to overemphasize this question about behind the meter versus in front of the meter. If I heard you correctly, we didn't really get any information for the record in this potential report on the value or what the in front of the meter measures would contribute to a future cycle in EmPOWER. Is that correct, or am I overstating that?
if we did, I wasn't in the room.
Okay, so there's nothing there. So I guess for staff, why would we put anything in this bucket in front of the meter? And I guess we will definitely hear from the utilities later. But as I said in my opening, I've largely seen EmPOWER as a behind the meter customer focused program. So tell me why we should even consider this, and especially considering that in recent EmPOWER hearings we've heard from OPC and from MIA that they have real concerns about CVR, and that it, as Commissioner Linton discussed, it distracts from opportunities to help customers. So help me out here.
Well, I think our view is that it shouldn't have an adverse effect on the behind the meter savings. I mean, the utilities, again, take CVR, the resources that they're using to accrue those savings shouldn't in any way adversely affect their ability to get behind the meter savings.
But isn't this something they should be doing anyway? I mean, this is, why we have rate cases, why we have prudency reviews, they need to run a reliable, modern, safe system, and we take care of that in a rate case setting. We're talking about EmPOWER, a behind-the-meter customer focus. Why should we be considering things that utilities should be doing anyway for what we're trying to do to help customers?
Yeah, I'll respond to that, and because I like to take everybody's side at some point.
Good, thank you.
So I think the utilities are looking out to a very uncertain future. We all are. How are we going to achieve some very aggressive GHG goals? In fact, a lot of us look at it and go, "No way you can do it." And Maryland Department of Environment is, trying to figure it out and map out a way forward on this. But it's a huge challenge, and so I think to some extent the utilities are trying to leave as much leeway as they can, wherever they can, to allow them to be as responsive as they can to whatever mandates come down the road, mandates or opportunities, I think. And they're also trying to figure out how to, to get to pay for the programs in a way that ratepayers, right? So that part of the reason for the CVR being loaded in to the goal previously was really about burden on customers and concerns that the surcharge was getting too high, right? And I think the commission was kind of party to it with the 1 year. We had a debate around a 1 year EUL versus a longer term EUL, and the commission went along with that with a 1 year EUL, which gave them a lot more savings each year. And so, that's what everybody's wrestling with. That's what the commission I know is wrestling with, and that's what the utilities are wrestling with also. And then if I look at the BG with the X-line joint utilities goal structure, there's hints in there about what they're after, and they don't want to be limited, I think, to totally limited to 1 year amortization, which may be where the EmPOWER is going for some of these resources. So there's a number of things that are kind of embedded in it, but I don't think it's we're totally uninformed about what is going to be in it. But I think that's partly because the utilities don't know what they're going to have in it, at least they can't commit. They don't want to commit to it, and so that's. So I think it's all about trying to create flexibility and some placeholder for these other resources there. That's what the.
Well, thank you. That's informative. But again, we're looking at designing a program. It's my understanding utilities are looking now at the design, and we need to approve something, or we expected to approve something at the end of this year. So I'm not sure if there's time for a placeholder. It sounds like we have information now that doesn't the information that the report we have doesn't give us any guidance as what we should be doing in the next cycle as far as in front of the meter projects. We know that there's been concerns up to this point about how much CVR has played into this, customer-focused program. So anyway, I'll be interested to hear what some of the other parties have to say. But at this point, I just don't hear an argument that's compelling to me to even consider in front of the meter any longer. We need to really focus, I think, on behind the meter. So with that, I will. I think that was the last question. Just one final question for you, Mr. Loper. I think one of the concerns has been EM&V with regards to the in front of the meter, specifically the CVR. Do you feel like you have the ability to provide that kind of input, the cost-benefit input to the commission on CVR programs and these unknown other front of the meter programs?
For 32 years, I haven't found anything that I couldn't estimate.
Okay.
So we're definitely focused on end use, and my team that's where our expertise lies. And so, but some have outside of that. So it just depends on what comes along. Some things are fairly straightforward and simple. Some things may require whole new learning about a whole new world. We've participated in the EV work group just to make sure that they were as much as possible aligning with the EmPOWER input assumptions and that sort of thing. And it's a lot of and when I sat in there, I learned a lot from the Gable folks who were leading that, or for the utilities, about the nuances of it. But ultimately, it's the same thing. These are all about counterfactuals, and counterfactual is what would have happened if you hadn't done something. And so you never really know whether you're right.
Okay.
You can never really know. So that's ultimately the challenge, and I think that will be the challenge with all of the evaluation. And that's basically what I wake up in the morning doing, is thinking about what would have happened that didn't.
Great. Well, that's helpful for me to know if we decide as a commission to go forward with a program, a future EmPOWER cycle program with in front of the meter measures that you feel confident that you can provide us the information
Or we in
on
Maryland will figure it out. We'll figure something out.
that would be great to evaluate those programs. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell?
So I just, after listening to this dialogue, it occurs to me that we have a recommendation of 20% in front of the meter, but it feels like, without any other demonstration of other potential innovations or other programs, this is a fancier way to describe CVR. And we're locking in CVR because I've heard nothing to the contrary. And I think of my good friend, the counsel from a utility in Western Maryland, saying, we can't meet our goal if we don't have this. I think that's what this is about. This piece it feels to me like locking in CVR under a different name with different window dressing and not calling it CVR. Because I've heard no other examples, I've heard no other data, I've heard no other description of what this is other than CVR. So I wanted to make that observation because I think when it comes time to design the future of this programming, we need to keep that in mind. And absent some concrete information forthcoming to us with regard to what this may be or what the innovations may be, I'm not sure we should be locking in CVR under a different name.
I would add that there is one other thing that's already in the portfolios and that counted toward goal besides CVR on the front of the meter side, and that is transformers and distributors, transmission and distribution improvements. So it's not. I don't think it's as big. I can't quite recall it, but I don't think it's as big as CVR. But the other way, if CVR, if you did want to include CVR, there's no reason why you couldn't. You take an estimate of what your CVR resources or what that potential is, and you add it on top of it. And I think that's what Mr. Hurley has done, is basically taken the potential from these things we did estimate and then taken it an adder of the 20% in that case, which that's where your CVR would sit.
Mr. Loper, that's fine, but I'm not a big fan of something that has controversy attached to it, calling it something else and trying to finesse it across the goal line dressed up as something else when it's the same old, same old.
To be clear, I was not recommending that.
Yeah, and also I want to be clear. I think utilities should be doing CVR. My question really is, should it be part of the EmPOWER program, and should it be a measure that they propose for the EmPOWER program? So thank you.
I have a follow-up question. Thank you. This has been really helpful. So if the commission wanted to require the utilities to file information with us on potential front-of-the-meter studies or front-of-the-meter activities and what would be the associated benefits and bill impacts, if we went there, would that inhibit our ability to make a final decision on the goal percentages? Because Mr. Lipper, I think you explained that it's a guess anyway. And so I'm trying to understand if we wanted to proceed with some form of decision making, do we have enough information now to be able to do that, or would that not be a prudent way to proceed because we don't have enough information on the front of the meter?
My opinion is that you could go ahead with an EmPOWER behind the meter goal based on the potential study. You're probably not going to get, we could go analyze it another year behind the meter and get a different answer. But you've got a fairly a reasonable estimate of potential for behind the meter programs in front of you, and you don't have one for front of the meter, and so you could do them. You could hold off to make an overall goal, although the programs, I think the EmPOWER programs need to know what they got to do soon. So I don't know. I don't think they could. I think they might have trouble waiting, or you could do the front of the meter later.
Okay. I have one more question, but it's really on a different topic. And I know we're getting close to where we were going to take a break. But maybe this is, what is staff's reaction to the proposal from MIA to form a work group for energy affordability and rates? I know it's not something we've talked about just yet, but might be something we'll talk about as others come up here. Just wanted your reaction to that.
I'm not sure. That's not what I've spoken to Dan about. So I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. I don't want to go out on too much of a limb there.
Okay. Any further questions? No? Okay, according to the schedule, we are taking a 10-minute break. So let's proceed back or come back here at 11:50. How about a 12-minute break? All right, thank you. going to go ahead and get started if everyone could take their seats. We're back on the record. I think it is time for OPC, and is there a presentation?
I'm pulling it up right now,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Great, thank you.
Sorry. How do I make this smaller? There we go.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Nicole Zeichner on behalf of the Maryland Office of People's Counsel. Next slide, please. With the new 3-year EmPOWER cycle beginning next year, the Commission has the opportunity to strengthen EmPOWER so that it further aligns with state policy goals and achieves very large savings and other benefits. The GHG abatement potential study, which addressed only behind-the-meter GHG abatement potential, revealed that there is significant cost-effective potential for both energy efficiency and electrification. The Commission can set a behind-the-meter planning goal for the utilities and DHCD now based on Mr. Loper's modifications to the potential study. The Commission should order the utilities and DHCD to draft ambitious plans intended to capture significant GHG abatement potential. Although EmPOWER cannot be the sole source of funding to achieve the state's GHG abatement goals for buildings, the Commission does not need to determine costs or budgets at this time. Budgets and ratepayer impacts can be assessed once the plans have been developed and estimated costs are more clear. Next slide, please. Through this proceeding, the Commission should respectfully determine the savings targets that the utilities and DHCD should build plans to achieve, determine the demand response goals to reduce both winter and summer peak that the utilities should build plans to achieve, and provide guidance regarding the types of savings that should be included in plans, such as beneficial electrification. Final determinations regarding EmPOWER budgets, goal requirements for the 2024 to 2026 cycle, and ratepayer impacts can and should be deferred until plans have been developed. It is clear from the potential study that EmPOWER can and must be leveraged to help the state meet the economy-wide target of a 60% reduction in 2006 GHG emissions levels by 2031. Even though we appear to be moving in the direction of GHG goals for EmPOWER, the current EmPOWER statute and the Climate Solutions Now Act direct significant megawatt-hour reduction savings targets that remain relevant to this planning process. A key finding of the potential study is that in the residential sector, electrification presents nearly the same opportunity for cost-effective GHG abatement as does energy efficiency. Failing to promote beneficial electrification or end incentives for gas appliances under EmPOWER will leave significant cost-effective savings on the table and represent a missed opportunity. Neglecting beneficial electrification measures for low-income customers will risk leaving these customers on the gas system to pay for stranded costs in the future, if that is what ends up happening with the cost recovery method. It's crucial to recognize that the potential study only examined the GHG abatement potential for behind-the-meter measures. Therefore, the potential study should serve as an input to establishing planning goals for behind-the-meter savings only. The utilities may propose additional savings to accrue from front-of-meter measures, but those front-of-meter savings should be added to any behind-the-measure goal. We are in general agreement with staff about the manner in which these behind-the-meter savings should contribute to the goal. The utilities are not prohibited from proposing other front-of-meter measures in utility rate cases, for example. We just don't want front-of-meter measures to offset behind-the-meter measures. Exelon has proposed to alter the parameters of the goal structure that was previously agreed upon by the Future Programming Work Group and approved by the Commission. Although Exelon states that at this time it does not plan to have front-of-meter community or utility programs contribute significantly to goals, if approved, its proposed goal framework only requires that 50% of the EmPOWER goal be met with savings obtained from behind-the-meter measures. The Commission should reject this proposal. Both the Commission and DHCD have repeatedly expressed concern over the fact that limited income customers as a whole pay more for EmPOWER than what they receive in benefits. Correcting this disparity will require DHCD to significantly ramp up its programs in order to achieve greater savings and increase participation in their programs. As we know from Apprise's presentation, DHCD's EmPOWER programs only served between 2013 and 2020 only approximately 6% of eligible customers. We know from DHCD's comments today that they have already increased outreach efforts. Clearly, additional funding could help them do more. We're pleased to see that there is some convergence of positions on DHCD goals with both Montgomery County and Maryland Energy Efficiency advocates. OPC, MEEA, and Montgomery County have similar views on this topic. A minimum goal for DHCD for planning purposes should be to order DHCD to achieve the GHG equivalent of the electricity savings targets in the current pending bill HB 169, as well as some non-equipment gas efficiency, and a portion of the maximum achievable electrification potential in low-income homes, as described in our written comments. A 3-year goal, our comments describe this further, but we did provide a metric tons goal in our written comments. Now, before Dylan Voorhees of VEIC, OPC's consultant on EmPOWER, walks us through the various goal levels presented by the parties today, I'd like to address EmPOWER as a funding source for these measures. It's likely that non-EmPOWER funding and policies will be necessary to achieve the full maximum achievable potential demonstrated by the study. Although it is not necessary to make a final decision on goals or ratepayer impacts until we have seen the utilities and DHCD's plans, OPC's initial analysis suggests, based on estimates by DHCD, that it may be appropriate for EmPOWER to fund approximately 75% of the goals in HB 169, as well as the GHG equivalent of the utilities' megawatt-hour reduction goals in the Climate Solutions Now Act, as well as an ambitious but achievable amount of gas efficiency from non-equipment programs, and some level of beneficial electrification. This is further described in our comments. BGE disclosed during the last future programming workgroup meeting that it plans to include electrification in its upcoming rate case. We don't know enough about BGE's plan to be able to evaluate it now, but we do know that it is contrary to the time and resources that the future programming workgroup devoted to establishing appropriate behind-the-meter and front-of-meter percentages and goal structure. At this point, we recommend that the Commission adopt our recommended goal percentages, and if rate-based electrification is approved at a later date, those numbers could be modified.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Dylan Voorhees. I'm a senior consultant with VEIC here on behalf of OPC, and I'm going to pick up where Ms. Eichner left off, talking about goal levels.
Could you spell your name?
Of course. DYLANVOORHEES. Thank you, Commissioner. So as Ms. Eichner said, there's fairly broad agreement between the goal levels proposed by OPC staff, Montgomery County, and the energy efficiency advocates. Some of those differences may be due to differences in methodologies around calculating greenhouse gas benefits over a lifetime, and I want to emphasize that those methods are very important to be tied to the goals. You don't want to establish goals that were done based on one method and then use a different method. You will not get the right level of effort or outcomes that you're looking for. All of those parties to our reading support a target for energy efficiency savings somewhere between the maximum achievable amounts and the amounts that are in the Climate Solutions Now statute, which set electricity savings for EmPOWER. Furthermore, the slide says OPC, the efficiency advocates in Montgomery County, but I think based on the conversation I just heard, it also appears the staff would like to see an amount of electrification in the goals as well that is approximately the maximum achievable scenario. So if you could go to the next slide, I can spend a minute or two explaining this slide, which is meant to illustrate some magnitudes. So these charts show the 3-year totals for behind-the-meter greenhouse gas reductions measured on a life cycle basis. The first bar chart is not a proposal. This comes from the potential study as modified in the ways that Mr. Loper described earlier. And I would concur that I think the modifications that he's made to remove lighting and and measure cost effectiveness at the portfolio level, that there is widespread agreement that those are appropriate adjustments. So that economic potential reflects those adjustments, and you can see it's divided into the energy efficiency portion, the dark blue bar, and the yellow, which is the electrification potential. And the blue bars here include both electric and gas energy efficiency. You can see that the study finds very large amounts of cost-effective energy efficiency opportunity. And again, by definition, that amount of savings is the amount of savings where the benefits outweigh the costs as we measure them here in Maryland. It's not the same as achievable, but it is the benefits outweigh the costs. The next three bars you can see are relatively similar, and I think it wasn't clear from the written comments, but my understanding is that staff is also proposing that electrification be part of that bar. So some portion of that blue bar under the staff would actually be electrification or yellow. The opportunity. I'm sorry. The hyphenated bar I want to pause on is an attempt to understand how the electricity savings goals that are in the current EmPOWER statute, which set electricity savings goals for 2024, 2025, and 2026, what those might look like in a greenhouse gas framework. And so that is my estimation of the greenhouse gas equivalent of achieving those electricity savings through behind-the-meter programs. And again, there may be different methods for calculating greenhouse gas benefits from electricity savings. I think that that line reflects the same methodology, or is meant to reflect the same methodology as that used in the potential study. Finally, the electric utilities proposal is based on my understanding of the written comments filed by the utilities. Specifically, the electric utilities, Washington Gas, is not reflected in that bar. The bottom of that bar, and I have to say that there's some differences in how some of the utilities made proposals for goals in terms of what was front of the meter, what was behind the meter, what was in a rate case, what was in EmPOWER. So I'm attempting to do some apples to apples comparison. The blue bar in the electric utilities proposal represents behind the meter EmPOWER funded energy efficiency. That appears to be clear. The gray part of that reflects an amount, and it's particularly relevant for the Exelon utilities, on an amount of savings that is somewhat ambiguous. It could be from front of meter community resources, which has been discussed, are not well defined, could come from savings from a rate case, which could be behind the meter or in front of the meter. It's really not clear. What is clear from this chart is that the utilities proposals falls well short of the opportunity to save energy and greenhouse gases, both compared to the economic or cost-effective potential, and even, we believe, compared to the statutory targets. Thank you. So I want to say a word about natural gas energy efficiency. Natural gas energy efficiency is clearly important. It's an opportunity to save energy, reduce bills, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The Commission should direct the utilities to draw up plans that achieve natural gas energy efficiency without ratepayer-funded subsidies for new gas appliances specifically. There are significant opportunities, the study found, for energy efficiency, natural gas energy efficiency savings without providing subsidies for gas appliances themselves. In fact, in the residential sector, it's about half or close to half of the natural gas energy efficiency opportunity comes from non-appliance measures, making buildings more efficient, making water and heat distribution systems within buildings more efficient. Those all save natural gas, but don't require the state spending money to invest in natural gas appliances. It's OPC's view that subsidies for natural gas appliances are inappropriate given the state's climate goals, and the conclusion reached by many that those cannot be achieved without very substantial reductions in building gas usage. It's also irresponsible to provide subsidies for natural gas appliances, and particularly for vulnerable residents, that creates exposure to risks of escalating rates and other costs as the state decarbonizes. So that's part of the recommendation for the direction to the utilities, that indeed we do want energy efficiency for natural gas to be part of plans, but not with natural gas appliances. And as reflected in the written comments, there may be some narrow exceptions where, for commercial applications where there's no viable electrification alternative, or for some low-income exceptions. I think there are some such exceptions. With regard to electrification, the study shows that there's very large opportunity for greenhouse gas abatement from achievable, cost-effective electrification. It's a very large amount. I think Mrs. Zeichner said earlier, in homes, it's almost as much greenhouse gas potential as for energy efficiency itself. It's also much larger than the study's finding for natural gas appliance energy efficiency, 3 times larger. So to be clear, the state will achieve 3 times the amount of greenhouse gas reductions by focusing on electrification opportunities that are cost effective, rather than providing incentives for the installation of new gas equipment, which will last for 10, 15, or 20 or more years. So EmPOWER should join a host of other states that are moving to incorporate electrification into their energy efficiency programs, and can do that by using the same program strategies that EmPOWER uses today. As Ms. Zeichner, I think, also said, it's also critical that policymakers allocate additional funds and adopt supporting policies to support building electrification. Right now, the Commission can play its role by directing the utilities to draw up plans that achieve electrification as well as energy efficiency. Finally, some brief comments about the utility proposals specifically. Potomac Edison and SMECO proposed goals based on the business as usual scenario, with a reduction in savings target by, they say, 25% to account for excluding lighting. So that scenario would not come close to achieving the targets in the statute by our estimation, would leave billions of dollars of savings on the table, does not include electrification, and is inconsistent with state climate objectives. The Exelon proposal also is unreasonable. It would suffer from many of the same deficits that the Potomac Edison and SMECO proposal would not achieve the targets set in law. It's not consistent with the state's climate policy. It leaves a lot of savings, behind the meter savings, on the table. And as the discussion this morning suggests, it's really important for the state to broaden participation in behind the meter energy savings. The scenario, as Ms. Zeichner said, also is troubling because it could rely on up to 50% of the goal to be made up by undefined community front-of-meter resources. And like many others, we're eager to learn about what those front-of-meter community resources might look like, but we don't want to see undefined front-of-meter resources offset the opportunity to save energy and greenhouse gases from behind-the-meter programs. Instead, the programs objective should be to broaden participation in energy savings and greenhouse gas reductions in Maryland buildings. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Richard, you want to start?
Keep us on our toes here.
I know, I'm going different order each time.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation, and let me start on the issue of funding sources. I appreciated the fact that several parties have suggested that we look to other funding sources, and I guess I have two questions on there. One, it sounds like, first of all, you're suggesting that maybe 75% come from utility, and then 25% come from another source. So let me start with the big question. What other sources are you specifically suggesting we look to, and how do we, this commission, we only really control, have the ability to influence one source, and we've talked about the regressivity and some of the concerns about that, but that is the one thing we can do. What are these sources, and what strategy do you suggest we would use to try to tap into these other sources?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner Richard. And just to clarify, we suggest, and we don't have plans yet, so we reserve the right to modify this once we see the cost of these plans, but we suggest that roughly 75% of DHCD's goals in HB 169 be funded through the EmPOWER surcharge.
Okay. And
and that's based on estimates, communications that we had with DHCD regarding what they estimated to be feasible from outside EmPOWER sources. And yes, eventually, if we're to meet the state's climate goals, if we're to comply with this reduction by 2031, it's pretty clear that EmPOWER cannot be responsible for the entire building sector. It's just, we don't see that as being feasible, and that will also be limited, of course, by ratepayer impacts. So I think at some point we will reach the point where we're looking about tax dollars. We're looking at other sources here that are outside EmPOWER, and we don't have to make that decision today. We have to look at the plans and then evaluate what's appropriate in terms of a surcharge. In terms of what the commission might do, I would, for example, I believe DHCD's bill requires that the commission, or I'm sorry, the HB 169 regarding DHCD's energy savings goals, if it passes, requires that the commission, report to the General Assembly regarding funding sources. That, for example, would be an opportunity if funding is insufficient through EmPOWER for the Commission to say that additional outside funds are needed. In terms of EmPOWER, I think we're talking about maybe legislative action at some point, but right now I think it's too hard to say without looking at the utilities plans.
Okay. And some of these questions you probably will not be able to answer, but at some point, as far as legislative action, has to happen now, okay? And at some point this year, we have to come up with new plans, and we have to figure out how to fund them. So help me bridge this. What should we be doing now if we do want to have other funding mechanisms to actually make that realistic and actionable?
So, Commissioner, I want to suggest that one of the things that you can do is ask the utilities and DHCD to draw up plans that achieve ambitious amounts of savings. And it is only with more specific plans and programs and budgets that this commission or policymakers can determine what actually those needs are and be more informed in finding and allocating funding, whether they're rates or the EmPOWER surcharge or other sources.
Okay.
And I think if you receive plans that you decide cannot be fully funded with EmPOWER, that is a decision that you have the authority to make when you receive those plans. But only by starting with having a plan in front of you can you really evaluate what is possible.
True. I'm just figuring we need to have the money in hand somehow if we're going to actually be able to do something along this order in the I think it's October-November timeframe. So is this, and I know you're representing OPC, but is this something that OPC is actively working at the legislature, to your knowledge? I mean, trying to make this. I did hear Director Lapp, I see you back there, and during his presentation to the legislature last week, he did talk about the need for additional resources and the regressivity of just using the electric bill. So is that something that, to your knowledge, is something OPC is actively working on?
This is something that we discuss frequently, specifically regarding programs for low-income customers and how they can be helped, if possible, outside of the EmPOWER surcharge. So it's an ongoing conversation in our office, and really any opportunity that we see to get involved in that conversation and advocate for additional funding sources, I would say we generally consider that opportunity. But right now, as if you're asking right now whether we have any, we're aware of any legislative proposals in mind regarding outside funding sources, not to my knowledge right now.
Okay. And then as far as the ratepayer impacts, is the LPC in a position to give us some guidance as to where we should go as far as additional impacts on the electric bill and energy burden? I think, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're advocating for a maximum achievable, but if I'm getting all my numbers correctly, if I'm looking at them all correctly, the business as usual is about 400 million. So anything above 400 million is likely just to add to costs, the surcharge cost, and to the energy burden. So can you give us some guidance there? Where is OPC suggesting we go as far as additional funding?
Right now, in our written comments, we do propose a million metric tons figure that we believe, based on the costs of plans, may be able to be funded by EmPOWER, and we consider that to be acceptable. Beyond that, we would really have to see, and we'd still have to see the plans first. But that's currently as far as we were willing to state we feel would be acceptable to be funded by the EmPOWER surcharge. And I think many additional conversations will have to take place as these plans are being prepared. And really, we think it's very important that the plans be developed first, because without development of the plans, we'll never have realistic estimates of the cost of the max achievable scenario. So that's really, in our view, step number one, just see what the estimated cost will be. And then we have what we believe might be acceptable for the surcharge. In terms of a percentage, we haven't calculated a particular percentage increase in the surcharge that we feel would be acceptable at this time, but we did address that to some extent in our comments.
Okay, great. Thank you.
If I can add, Commissioner, I think that one of the important drivers of costs and budgets will be low-income savings, and obviously the utility programs have large costs as well, but those DHCD budgets have significant impact on the total cost of EmPOWER and potential changes to the surcharge. And it's clear that those budgets must increase in order to achieve greater equity and move toward the savings goals that are in the legislation Ms. Eichner referenced. So that should be a priority or an area of emphasis for resources for achieving greater low-income savings.
Okay, thank you. And then the final area you talked about that, and this is late in your filing, and you mentioned it just now about the utilities in the work group, and this is mentioned both in your testimony and also Montgomery County about an electrification program. Do you know anything more today, and this is something we can definitely take up with the utilities, about this program? Are these primarily behind the meter type of activities, or front of the meter? Just make ready, preparing the grid for electrification? I'm just trying to understand that, because I don't think we have that much information at this point from the utility. And my understanding from this proceeding is we're supposed to be providing guidance as to the next program cycle. So help me out here.
Commissioner Richard, we have about as much information as you do at this time. There is a meeting scheduled with BGE for tomorrow where BGE invited multiple stakeholders to learn more about their electrification plans. But everything that I know right now was what was stated during the future programming work group. And that did make it very hard for us, because during the future programming work group, we really, you'll even see in the comment in the future programming work group report, OPC asked what types of front of meter measures BGE was considering, and and it was a bit vague. So we didn't really get to have the conversation that maybe the work group would have liked, because we did not know about this plan until the very last work group meeting. So we at this point are, and that's part of the reason why we think we just need to set a high behind the meter goal right now and focus on the goal percent. And as you heard staff say, I believe staff said they don't believe our 85% behind the meter and power funded goal was unreasonable. I think that's the language that staff used. I think those goals need to stand now, because we don't know what's happening with BGE's electrification plans. And if at some future time electrification is approved through the BGE rate case, then maybe those goals could be modified at that time. But right now it would be premature to make any decisions based on what we know about the BGE rate case.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to, at this point, divine whether these programs are more rightfully in an empowered type program or, again, in front of the meter utility rate case type program. So anyway.
If I may add, we do believe that electrification should be taking place right now through EmPOWER, through behind the meter programs. We would
But
not.
you believe it should be an empower program? Is that
Electrification should be an EmPOWER program right now, and we believe that the Commission should order that electrification be included in behind the meter EmPOWER measures right now, pending a future decision in the rate case. If the parties and participants in that case at some point decide that rate-based electrification is appropriate, that decision could be made at that time. But sitting here today, we would like to see electrification included in behind-the-meter EmPOWER funded programs.
Okay, that's helpful. So that's a specific ask.
Yes.
That electrification is an empower program.
Yes,
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. That was very helpful. Commissioner Linton?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, good afternoon. We haven't had lunch yet. So I know the Office of People's Counsel is very concerned about moving forward with front of the meter initiatives. I personally, I've been supportive of the Climate Solutions Now Act and the goals that it establishes, and I am, as a person who's worked for many years on the concepts of goal setting and meeting goals, there's a number of strategies that you can employ in order to make sure that happens. So I've been curious about the proposal that the stand that People's Counsel has taken regarding limiting front of the meter solutions, given some of the information we've just heard from Prize, even suggesting that a number of customers are not participating in the EmPOWER solutions. And even in your draft, your filing rather, you noted that a number of customers will purchase gas equipment if they're able to do so. So I guess my first question is, just based on some of the data we have already, has People's Counsel looked at the number of, or the percentages that we'd have to have in order to reach the Climate Solutions Now goals that have been set for the behind the meter customers? I mean, what kind of numbers are we looking at based on what we have now?
First, good afternoon, Commissioner Linton. I would just say the utilities in our proposal, the utilities would still be free to propose any types of front of meter measures that they would like through rate cases. So in a sense, we're not limiting those. We're just limiting what should be counted towards the EmPOWER goal, and we would just like to point that out. We believe that at least 85% of measures should be behind the meter and EmPOWER funded, and no more than 15% to count towards the EmPOWER goal should be front of meter measures. So they are certainly free to propose these measures in rate cases. And in terms of the figures that we would need, I'll let Mr. Voorhees attempt to answer that.
So
Thank you.
before you get to that, since you pointed out that part of it, would it be considered, is it a prudent cost for a utility if they proposed front of the meter solutions, but it turns out that maybe it's at 30%? Our technical staff suggested that those numbers shouldn't be counted towards the particular goal that we set, so it doesn't roll over, I believe is the word they use. So are we now looking at a situation where we can tell the utility, yes, you can propose front of the meter solutions, but there isn't any guarantee you get recovery for it?
Commissioner, I think that a key idea here is that those front of meter savings do not reduce the behind the meter savings that you're directing the utilities and DCD to achieve. I think that's the sort of an important thing. And if you establish, as OPC is recommending, you establish a behind the meter savings goal of X tons of greenhouse gases based on the potential study and what is cost effective and achievable, then what happens on the front of the meter on top of that might be good, might be prudent. That decision could be made later in a rate case or otherwise, as long as it is not detracting from or being used to offset or reduce those behind the meter savings that would otherwise be achieved through going to buildings and homes. And I think that's the important idea that we're trying to communicate. Is that
Okay.
helpful?
No, it's helpful. I think the point I'm trying to make here is that these are aggressive goals, and as I said earlier, I think that's the direction we need to go. But I'm hopeful that we're not going to limit innovation of any kind, because I don't know what kind of proposals they're proposed. I think everybody's kind of said the same thing there. But I don't want to suggest or set a mark there that limits the company's abilities to, or anybody's ability really, to identify some new solutions that maybe we aren't thinking about right now that can help us reach the goals.
Yes. So I think one thing that might be helpful is really this is an accounting question. There isn't any proposed limitation on the ability of utilities to make proposals for front of meter investments, and I won't be here for those cases. So you all can make a determination about what's prudent and what look at the costs, look at the savings, and make decisions on that. And there's nothing here in OPC's proposal that would limit the ability to do that. Only what you would limit in terms of an accounting of what is contributing toward an EmPOWER goal. And obviously the accounting and the reporting matters, but what matters the most, I would offer, is what happens in the field. And I don't know that, for example, OPC has expressed concern that CVR should not happen. Only that CVR should not be, those savings should not effectively be used to reduce the amount that otherwise is happening in people's homes and buildings.
Okay, well, let's shift over to that then. If we're talking about those customers on the 80% side, behind the meter side. So we heard from our prize earlier today that here we are now a decade plus into the electrification reduction EmPOWER Maryland program, and we still have a 4 to 6% participation rate for low-income customers, even though everybody's paying for it. And we saw through their report the burden that the cost burden that's already there on those customers. So what are we looking at in order to reach the Climate Solutions Now goals? We can leave aside the burden because we really don't know what's going to be part of that part. But just in terms of a head count, numbers, we're at 4 to 6%. I think it's safe to say that when we talk about climate-related goals, everybody's got a role to play. So how many more do we need?
Commissioner, the potential study attempted in a way to get at this question. One of the scenarios that was not actually really reflected in the final report was really that question: how much would EmPOWER need to do to achieve its portion of the economy-wide climate solutions objectives? To do that, and the Maine Department of the Environment was asked to estimate what a building's portion or what the EmPOWER portion might be, and they don't have that necessarily in their plans yet. But they did the best they could to sort of estimate, here's what we might need from buildings in Maryland that EmPOWER might be able to achieve. And what they found was somewhat discouraging, in that it found they did not identify sufficient savings to achieve that full amount of what you might assign to buildings, or kind of building savings that could be achieved by EmPOWER-like programs. So the amount, they didn't say it was impossible. They just said based on this measure analysis you heard described, didn't find it. So it's clear, and this is, I think, one of the reasons why OPC believes complementary policies like building codes also need to be achieved. The other conclusion from that is that EmPOWER needs to do really as much as it can to make a big dent in those greenhouse gas reduction goals, and balancing that against costs becomes the question. For DHCD in particular, its programs in many ways have been cost constrained, and so that's why that number is 4 to 6%. And so ultimately, additional resources for DHCD combined with additional outreach strategies is what is needed to improve that number and make it more equitable. Ultimately, the number of households that need to be touched by EmPOWER-like programs in order to achieve the long-term greenhouse gas reduction goals is probably nearly all of them.
All right. So as I mentioned earlier, I've had a lot of experience in attempting to reach goals, especially with our utility companies. And without being vague about it, it's related to the supply diversity initiatives that this commission has endorsed this year, actually for 30 years. It's not an easy thing to do. And when it started today, it looks great. The numbers look wonderful. But when we first started, it wasn't like that. And so we had to be very innovative without closing doors along the way. And as you responded, you say that we need almost everybody. We don't have that now, and it's been 10 years already, plus 10 plus years for EmPOWER. You heard some of the solutions that Apprise recommended, and personally having worked in the Office of External Relations downstairs, I know a lot about how customers look at their bills and how they interact with our utility companies. And I think it's suffice to say that everybody doesn't even open the bill in terms of gathering that information. So communicating with customers to encourage them to participate is not easy. And the Office of People's Counsel has raised that issue over the years many times. So you've heard some of Apprise solutions. What are those solutions that you endorse? Are there other recommendations you have to help us get to the everybody number?
Well, first, Commissioner Linton, we do participate in the work group that DHCD discussed. There are some things that we've had in mind. We have supported in our comments regarding the Apprise Energy Affordability Study. We did support investigating a PIP. Also, Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates suggested a work group to discuss rate issues related to low-income ratepayers. We don't know that work group should necessarily take place through EmPOWER, but we do think that is worth exploring. There are other options that frankly we continually discuss as an office, and this is a problem that we focus on heavily. So those are just some ideas that I've heard today and that have been included in comments that we are interested in.
I'll add that I think many of those outreach strategies are commendable, and they have been discussed in the work group. And I think in particular, I appreciate that DHCD is trying to go beyond OHAP in terms of this population, and OHAP provides a very clear pipeline of names of potential participants, and there is wide recognition that it is only a limited segment of the eligible low-income population. Other strategies are inherently more difficult and more resource intensive, but it really, I think that DHCD is genuinely trying to enrich and develop those other pipelines of outreach and engagement, and I think resources are needed to support that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I should point out that I was referring to the recommendations in the Apprise report, but I'm not suggesting that this is a DHCD issue exclusively. This is an EmPOWER-wide or statewide issue. I'll just note that, and I'll close here, Madam Chair, that even today, right now, if a customer in Baltimore City, for example, is heating their home with oil, they can get a federal crisis grant. So there's federal money supporting oil heating right now. So there's a lot of issues that need to be worked out in order to try and reach the greenhouse gas, combining the two, greenhouse gas goals that we have here. And you know, I think we're going to have to be very creative to do so. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Your on-the-ground experience is always so helpful in how you shape your questions. Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Zeigner or Mr. Voorhees, both of you alluded to in your comments here today non-equipment related gas efficiencies. What are you talking about?
Commissioner, improvements to energy efficiency in buildings and that use natural gas will save natural gas without a investment in the natural gas appliance. In addition, energy efficiency to distribution systems, so insulating pipes that bring hot water around a building will reduce natural gas. That's a natural gas energy efficiency measure that does not require spending a subsidy on the natural gas equipment itself.
Okay, so let's stay in the residential arena. What are you talking about? You say energy efficiency measures. What specifically are you talking about?
Insulating a building, for example.
Do any investor-owned utilities or the big co-op offer incentives for insulating a building for residential?
Yes. EmPOWER includes today both equipment and non-equipment energy efficiency measures.
So do they incentivize window replacements?
This would be a guess, Commissioner, but potentially, depending on whether this would be in the home performance program, and it might depend on whether or not it would achieve sufficient savings. Window replacements tend to be very expensive and achieve modest amounts of window savings, so that it may.
I'm not sure about that. Windows that are very energy efficient and energy inefficient and 30 years old and have all kinds of leaks and drafts are an area that's ripe for savings. And the reason people don't do it is exactly the reason you stated. It's too expensive.
Yeah, all of those measures would have been included in the greenhouse gas potential study. Windows, insulating buildings, all of those measures were included in the study and were evaluated for cost effectiveness, and any of those that are non-equipment measures we would want to see included in programs.
Yeah, I'd like to see them included too, and that's why I'm asking them questions, because I don't believe they are. Maybe it's new construction, but retrofit or and they're included in low-income programming.
Yes.
But I don't believe the average homeowner has availability to that kind of incentive, and they should, because there are tons of low-hanging fruit in that arena. And you can say replacing windows is not an effective method of saving energy. I strongly beg to differ, sir.
It may in certain circumstances. It depends on the conditions in the home, and most of those measures would be present in today's home performance program, which is a comprehensive home retrofit program that is potentially inclusive of many different measures.
Well, they can come out and tell you your windows are leaky. I'm not sure they're giving you an incentive to replace them. So anyway, I don't want to belabor the point, but I think there's a lot of innovation here that nobody talks about. It's common sense, and nobody talks about it. We have these fancy terms and fancy programs, and I'm talking about common sense, helping people get their homes energy efficient in a way that makes sense, including window replacements.
And one thing I would add, Commissioner O'Donnell, is that by asking the utilities to draft plans that set high goals, I think we're going to see innovation. I think we're going to see creative, innovative strategies to meet those goals. And that's why we feel it's very important that they set these high goals. We can always roll back plans if we want to, but it would be very hard to set a low bar and then scale them up later.
Yeah, I know. I know how hard it was to shake the kind of siren song of light bulbs until we ordered it. and I'm not sure we're going to see the innovation. It's too easy to make money on doing things that make money, and not necessarily do things that make common sense. So, and I hear that from a lot of quarters. I'm not just pinging on you. I don't. I'm a common sense kind of guy, or at least I like to think I am an average kind of guy. And when we're not getting the bang for our buck because we're worried about the fight over fossil fuels versus electrification instead of saving energy and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, we're missing the boat. So anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I have a couple questions. Ms. Zeichner, can you talk about, you talked about have us direct the utilities to submit their plans. Can you just talk about from a timing perspective in terms of how we could do that and still make decisions on what the goals should be?
If you could give me a second, I apologize.
Of course.
And I apologize. I wanted to confirm the date that the utilities plans are due, but the earlier that this commission issues an order, the more likely, well, it will be, the utilities and DHCD will have time to draft these plans. And yes, some decision making, significant decision making on costs would have to take place after the plans have been submitted. So I think the earlier the better, and frankly, I don't have an idea of that decision-making process. If that would involve a hearing or a submission, I would think it should involve a submission of written comments, and OPC would certainly want to comment on any ratepayer impacts.
And so, Commissioner, if you're not aware, the plans are due, I believe, on September 1st. So there is also, we're discussing a stakeholder process too, separately. But the guidance that you can give about the planning goals in the near term will help make that process as effective as possible. And then, as Ms. Zeichner said, once the plans are submitted, then there's all kinds of decision making that can happen after that point.
And so, is your recommendation that, well, it seems as if the best decisions are made when we have all of the information. So the information that we have in terms of what are the opportunities, but also getting information on the cost. So, waiting until we have that information seems like it would be prudent, but I'm just trying to understand from a timing perspective, what's your recommendation in terms of what should the commission do first, and then what should we do next?
And I would recommend that the commission order the utilities to draft plans to reach a certain goal, and DHCD draft plans to reach a certain goal. And right now, the actual goal quantities that will have to be met by the utilities and DHCD, I would suggest we're not determining that now. We're just determining what they should draft plans to achieve. Once we see those plans, evaluate those plans, and determine what the cost will be, the commission can then decide on goals going forward.
Okay, I understand. That's actually very helpful. So on that theme, can you what is the material difference between 80% and 85%, and why does it matter if we really want to come to some kind of decision? There was no consensus, but I'm trying to understand what is the material difference?
Yeah, the difference is small. It is between 80 and 85. OPC has felt that FTM measures contribute too much to the EmPOWER goal, and that's why we are seeking that it be limited to 15%. FTM measures be limited to 15%. But admittedly, there is a small difference between staff's position and OPC's position there.
Commissioner, Madam Chair, if you follow the recommendation from OPC, and it may be consistent with some of the other non-utility parties, to set a goal for behind-the-meter savings that is X, and you can see the parties have similar positions, the non-utility parties have similar positions about what that behind-the-meter savings should be. If you set that and ask the utilities to develop their plan to achieve that, it does become less important to get exactly right what the front of the meter amount on top of that is.
It's an iterative process, basically, is what you're proposing.
Yes, and I think I think as expressed in OPC's written comments, if the utilities decide to propose no front of meter resources, that's okay, because the focus of EmPOWER is on behind the meter savings. I don't think that's likely. I think the utilities will propose front of meter resources, and that's okay too. OPC doesn't want that amount to sort of swamp the EmPOWER boat. But if you've assigned a behind the meter savings goal clearly now, then I think the risk of that happening is diminished.
And Madam Chair, I would just point out that the benefit to an increase behind the meter goal, 85 versus 80, is that we have so much information available from the potential study. And that information we do have. What we don't have available is what's going to be proposed in terms of front of meter programs. So that does lend itself to a higher behind the meter goal.
Okay, that's helpful. Do you have an opinion on, or provide any insights on, the information that we will be getting from the electrification study that, is being initiated? Is that something that is important to have before we basically make any decisions here?
Court's indulgence. Excuse me. Yeah, we believe that is also due in September, but I'm not certain sitting here today. It would be helpful to have that information in front of you when you evaluate these plans, and the timing is is a little bit complicated there. So I unfortunately don't know the exact date that is due.
Yeah, but you answered my question because I was really trying to understand the synergy between that information. And it seems like there is synergy, so I think you might be agreeing.
Commissioner, can I add briefly?
Yes.
I understand a little bit about what's in that electrification study, and I think it will address some very important long-term questions about the electrification and the grid and sort of where Maryland is moving. There are an enormous amount of no-regrets electrification activities that can happen in 2024 and 2025, regardless of what that study shows. There are tens of thousands of households every year replacing an oil or propane-fired heating system or hot water system. And there's no question that there are enormous benefits for EmPOWER to go after those savings. And so I think it's important to put all of those pieces of evidence on the table. I don't think that it requires, I think there are no regrets activities that can happen in the near term in order to achieve the savings that are right there available in the next 3-year cycle.
Do you think we have enough information on how many of those no regrets opportunities actually have challenges associated with them? I mean, maybe your house isn't equipped to switch over. So do we have any information on, these opportunities look easy, but maybe they're not as easy as we think?
Well, Commissioner, that's a fantastic question, I have to say. And I think we do have a lot of information, and I think the utilities and DHCD will need to assemble additional information in order to put their plans together, and I think they will learn from those experiences. But we certainly see low-hanging fruit and a lot of low-hanging fruit, and that's where you start.
Did you have anything you wanted to?
I would agree with that. I think there's plenty that can be done right now, and especially if we're talking about the part that might end up being EmPOWER funded, I think there's so much that can be done without necessarily being concerned with the electrification study or the electrification plans, and the utilities and DHCD do have the best information about what is easily available to them and what might be a little more difficult to achieve.
Okay. I just want to make sure I've asked all my questions. Okay. Actually, I have one question. On the slides that you presented, where you showed the chart of the utilities recommendations and how far below it was from the dotted line, are people in the audience seeing that for the first time, or was that presented in the work group?
No, that's not information that's been presented in the work group, and I welcome comment. This requires, as I said, a translation of an electricity savings target into a greenhouse gas amount. and I believe it's reflective of the methods that were used in the potential study. So I don't think that would be necessarily controversial.
Okay.
But it is subject to additional comment
Okay.
and critique. We're welcome.
All right. Those are all my questions. Just want to make sure nobody has any additional questions. Okay. Thank you very much. So Montgomery County is next. So
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Garrett Fitzgerald, Garrett-Fitzgerald. I'm here today representing Montgomery County. I do not have a slide presentation. First, we'd just like to thank all parties involved for the work that went into the potential study and the subsequent analysis that we've heard from Mr. Loper and other parties earlier today. This was a very useful exercise as it helps all of us understand what is possible, what is cost effective, what is potentially actually feasible to achieve, and how all of that compares to the trajectory that EmPOWER has been on. That study shows a great deal of potential exists to achieve energy savings and greenhouse gas abatement through behind-the-meter measures. The savings are out there and they are cost-effective. And it clearly shows that building electrification represents a major opportunity and should play a prominent role in the future of EmPOWER, with greenhouse gases as our goal. So regarding how we set the goal, it is our position that future greenhouse gas abatement goals for EmPOWER should prioritize behind-the-meter savings. It sounds like there's pretty widespread agreement on that. We've spoken a lot about the goal framework, which necessitates identifying maximum, minimum percentages for behind-the-meter, front-of-the-meter, how much should be paid for through the surcharge. These are all important considerations, but I'll agree with Mr. Loper here. We encourage the Commission to begin by identifying a magnitude of behind-the-meter savings that we want to achieve through EmPOWER. What is the magnitude of investment that we will make in Maryland's to improve Maryland's building stock and the lives of its owners and occupants? What is the magnitude of investment and the magnitude of the role that EmPOWER will play in helping us to achieve the state's climate goals? The magnitude number is the key number to focus on. And the discussion about percentages within the goal framework should really flow from there, as I think we've been discussing. In setting goals for the next EmPOWER cycle, we encourage the Commission to consider three priorities: achieving more equitable benefits, achieving more greenhouse gas abatement impact, and protecting ratepayers from unreasonable energy burdens. Achieving more equitable benefits is critically important. As we've heard today, the Aspire study estimates that only between 4 and 7% of eligible customers in each utility territory were served by EmPOWER's limited income programs between 2013 and 2020. The CADMIS study, referenced in the work group's Phase 1 report, estimated that low-income households are in aggregate paying far more each year into EmPOWER than they are receiving in services. This clearly needs to change, and the first step to do that is to establish more ambitious yet achievable goals for the EmPOWER programs that serve low-income customers, which are administered by DHCD. We believe that the legislation that was introduced in the 2022 General Assembly session as House Bill 108, cross-filed to Senate Bill 524, offers a reasonable guide for establishing those goals for DHCD's EmPOWER offerings. That goal would only scratch the surface of the need and opportunity that we see in low-income households across the state, but it would represent a significant performance and associated capacity and budget increase for DHCD. The county views that 1% savings goal that legislation aspires to as important, ambitious, and achievable. A similar bill has been introduced in the current General Assembly as House Bill 169, cross-filed to Senate Bill 144. We think it would be very prudent to align with the goals included in that legislation, and we would support them even in the absence of the General Assembly taking action on this. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the overall greenhouse gas abatement goal. Very much because of the success of EmPOWER, significant questions now loom about the role that EmPOWER can and should play in helping to achieve the state's recently updated climate goals, which, as we know, call for a 60% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from 2006 levels by 2031. That is a huge number. The Maryland Department of Environment, as was mentioned, is in the process of developing a statewide strategy for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. To achieve those goals, that strategy may well end up suggesting specific goals for front of the meter, behind the meter, all sorts of other things, right? There's a lot that might end up showing up in that strategy. We won't have it in time to set the goals for EmPOWER, though we may well have a draft of it if the commission follows the advice that OPC just gave about offering essentially tentative goals for the purpose of planning, and assuming we may want to revise the goals once we see the plans and ratepayer impacts. We'll actually have a lot of information from the state strategy by that point as well. Nevertheless, the county believes that larger goals are warranted. As has been discussed in the potential study, the economic potential scenario reveals that a significant volume of cost-effective savings exist in Maryland, several times greater than we are getting done under a business-as-usual approach. The subset of those savings, represented in the maximum achievable scenario, reveals that programs could be scaled up to accomplish considerably more savings than we are achieving under a business-as-usual scenario. These are important opportunities to not only benefit customers, but to help accomplish the state's climate goals. 2031 is only 8 years away. By the end of this next 3-year EmPOWER cycle, we will only have 4 years left to hit the 60% goal by 2031. We cannot afford to wait to scale up these programs until after this 3-year program cycle. We need to scale up during this 3-year program cycle. From our own climate planning experience in the county, we have seen that many greenhouse gas abatement opportunities outside of the building sector are likely to be less cost effective than the portfolio of energy efficiency and electrification measures that EmPOWER is so well suited to address. Scaling up these relatively cost-effective programs will likely be a critical component of any future state strategy. So the county encourages the commission to approach the opportunity to grow EmPOWER with confidence that scaling up this program will be a valued and necessary part of the state's strategy. We can move forward. We should move forward now. The question, of course, is how much bigger should we go and how will we pay for it? The county suggests that the commission should adopt behind-the-meter greenhouse gas abatement goals at a magnitude as close as possible to the maximum achievable scenario. Balanced, of course, with consideration of impacts on ratepayers, which we do not fully understand at this time, as we've talked about. And as OPC has just said, we probably won't understand until the plans come back that show what it would take and the impact that that would have. As you know, the potential study did not contemplate specific scenarios in between a business-as-usual approach and a maximum achievable scenario. We're probably all quite curious, what would that look like if we did need to end up somewhere in between that range? What would that look like? And we haven't studied that. So we'll have more insight into that if we ask for the plans to respond to a maximum achievable scenario. We see what comes back. We are hopeful that we will at least end up doubling the scale of EmPOWER, and if ratepayer impacts are deemed acceptable, that the commission will aim for that maximum achievable scenario. But a lot of unknowns at this time. Very much support the process that OPC has just suggested for next steps here as we move forward. It is, of course, important that we protect ratepayers from unreasonably high energy burdens. The energy affordability study raised some very interesting concepts. I know that's not the focus of the hearing today, but discounts, percentage of payment, of income payment programs. We hope the commission and the legislature will explore those concepts as appropriate. It's very important, as I've heard from the commission today, that we solve this issue very soon, both to protect low-income ratepayers and to enable ourselves to raise revenue from non-low-income ratepayers. This cannot be something that holds us back from ever scaling up EmPOWER, so we've got to solve it. For the purpose of the goal-setting process, we clearly face a tension between the opportunity to achieve a greater scale of greenhouse gas abatement and associated energy and cost savings, and the need to resource that scale of investment from somewhere with consideration of costs imposed on ratepayers. We believe that some increase in the EmPOWER surcharge is reasonable to support the achievement of a larger savings goal, and in particular, an expansion of the programs that serve low-income customers. That should be the priority. That said, the county does not believe that the EmPOWER surcharge should be viewed as the only source of revenue for an expanded EmPOWER program. We recognize it may be appropriate for certain costs to be recovered through rates rather than the EmPOWER surcharge. As has been mentioned, we haven't heard enough about That concept, what that might involve to even be able to comment on it at this time, came up very late in the work group process, but we are interested to hear more. However, we'll note that rate-basing investments would still impose costs on ratepayers, right? So we do also agree with comments from Commissioner Richard that we should be exploring performance-based incentives for utilities as well. But in a scenario where the scale of EmPOWER grows significantly, the county would prefer an alternative, more equitable source of revenue to enable that scaling to happen, such as the use of taxpayer dollars, which of course we recognize the Commission cannot just direct. Tools like the PIP program that was discussed earlier could provide an alternative way to help protect low-income customers while increasing revenue from ratepayers, and that's something that perhaps the Commission can explore simultaneously here. I do want to make one quick comment on the methodology of quantifying greenhouse gas abatement potential, as this came up not in our comments, but in comments from a couple of the other parties. The county, I think we have agreement on this, but to be sure, the county believes that we should set EmPOWER goals and make EmPOWER investment decisions on a life cycle basis. However, it will be very useful to be able to estimate the annual greenhouse gas abatement impact of EmPOWER on a calendar year basis to help frame the story of how much of a contribution is EmPOWER making in the grand scheme of all the things we're doing in Maryland to hit that statewide greenhouse gas goal. That goal won't be framed on a life cycle basis. So we essentially have to tell our story with two different kinds of numbers. So for our planning purposes, we should plan around life cycle greenhouse gas abatement, but parties should be directed to calculate and report on both those life cycle numbers as well as annual emission savings achieved to enable EmPOWER to be understood by parties outside of this room and valued and hopefully invested in new ways, as we've talked about. Finally, the county believes that regardless of the goals the Commission chooses to establish for the next EmPOWER program cycle, further questions will likely emerge as the next state greenhouse gas strategy is developed regarding how much more could be achieved and what would that entail and what would that cost. We know those questions are coming, right? We very much appreciate the massive amount of work that all parties, and especially the utilities and DHCD, will have to do to develop their plans to respond and achieve the EmPOWER goals that the Commission identifies this year. There's a lot of planning work coming. But while we're doing that thinking, we very much agree with OPC that we should also be thinking bigger at the same time. We do encourage the Commission to request that parties develop two types of plans moving forward. Plans to achieve the specific EmPOWER goals that the Commission identifies, and higher level plans to achieve the maximum, assuming that we land somewhere between business as usual and maximum achievable. We need higher level plans to achieve the full greenhouse gas abatement potential identified for the maximum achievable scenario and the economic scenario. What would it take to hit those kinds of goals? We collectively are going to need to be able to answer that question. What would that take? What would it cost? The utilities and DHCD are best positioned to do the bulk of that thinking, developing those program concepts, estimating costs associated with that magnitude of savings. This analysis will be important not only for informing the Commission's work, but future policymaking at the General Assembly as well. We know we're going to face that pressure to go bigger, to do more. We know it will cost a lot, right? If we want to avoid being directed to ramp up programs and impose those costs on ratepayers, if we want to increase the likelihood that new directives will be paid for in other ways, we have to lead that conversation. And we do that by ensuring that we know how much it would cost to go a lot bigger, and we need to be able to communicate that story so that as folks are thinking about broader policy moves at the General Assembly, that they're doing that from an informed place of also understanding the costs and the importance of coming up with more equitable ways of funding those initiatives. That concludes my comments. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll start. I couldn't agree more that it's important to have the cost, and thank you for your ideas in terms of different plans, asking for costs for different plans. I think a lot of the questions that I had have probably been asked, and you noted that you noted that you agreed with a lot of what has been submitted. So I'll just have a couple questions. What process do you envision to facilitate getting funding from other sources? I mean, you talked about, well, have the best information possible in terms of how much this is going to cost, but are your ideas taxpayer funds because DHCD's budget goes up, or taxpayer funds for something different not yet envisioned? Just any ideas in terms of, what are the other funding sources, and how do you create that story and come up with the ideas in terms of how this problem gets solved if you're going to not only go to the ratepayers, but also taxpayers, which, oh, by the way, they're generally the same people. But
Yeah, they certainly they are the same people, but obviously we have regressive tools for bringing revenue from ratepayers that they're considerably more regressive than some of the mechanisms we have for bringing in revenue from taxpayers. What we anticipate is that we will have a state greenhouse gas reduction strategy will emerge this year, because Climate Solutions now ordered that it be developed. Hitting these goals, I mean, all of us are under no illusion. This is a tremendous amount of work. This is radical level change. We're not talking about incremental change. We're talking about radical change to transform the building stock in Maryland. None of us have seen exactly what's in that strategy yet, but it's likely to show that we need to achieve electrification and deep energy efficiency in a very widespread way across the building stock of Maryland. Orders of magnitude more than we've been getting done under EmPOWER. My assumption is that folks will look at EmPOWER and say, hey, this is a program that does those kinds of things, does them well, knows what it's doing. Can we leverage that program? Can we go bigger with that program? But there may also be an alternative approach. There could be a completely different program that just happens to do the same kinds of things that EmPOWER does, going into buildings and improving energy efficiency, electrification, et cetera, that could be funded and administered in a completely different way, parallel way. My assumption is that would come with, there'd be pros and cons to the degree to which that is an expansion of EmPOWER or something separate. Pros and cons for all the different parties involved in this room and elsewhere. But we assume that the strategy will say, here's the scale that we need to go to with programs to make that happen. Here's what that will cost, and it will require another policy action of the General Assembly to say, okay, we're going to do that. We direct that program be scaled up, or this new thing be created that will accomplish A, B, and C, and we're going to pay for it in these ways. And the things that we can do, there are some tools, the PIP tool, et cetera. There are things we can do within the kind of the next order of magnitude from EmPOWER right now, but there are things that we can't through ratepayers that will require the Assembly to deal with this question in policy making. And I believe that the next greenhouse gas reduction strategy will serve as the basis for some significant new policy step that will hopefully deal with the funding question as it deals with the question of how much bigger and how we'll achieve the savings.
thank you. That's actually very helpful. That is all. Those are all of my questions. So, Commissioner O'Donnell, turn to you.
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. So, you heard some of my questions from earlier today. You were here, right?
Yep.
Good. Okay. So, as a county government, I'm curious as to what your thoughts are on the idea that, as the county has recommended, that not only that we scale up the program significantly, but we still have this situation where a lot of customers are not participating. As a local government, what thoughts do you have on how we increase more customer participation?
Yeah, no, thank you, Commissioner. I think it's a great question, and it's something that we do think about a lot in the county. First, I'll just say that we do participate in the limited income work group and have been impressed. It does seem that DHCD, I think, is really wrestling with questions of how can we adjust some of our program strategies that DHCD operates to reach more customers and to more effectively serve customers, and we're very, very happy to see that.
So, I'm sorry, before you go forward, just to be clear, I'm not just talking about low income. I'm talking about across the board.
Okay. Well, first on the low income front, so the county, we currently actually operate within Montgomery County some additional programs that are specifically designed to perform outreach to limited income customers and to provide services to limited income customers, which includes a program called Montgomery Energy Connection, which is essentially an outreach program that we're able to connect with a lot of low income families in Montgomery County to help folks be aware of the various programs, to help them sign up on the spot to get to enroll in a lot of these programs. So there's a lot that we're doing there. Can you? I heard your question is very much a low-income focused question. Can you ask it again to make sure I'm able to answer you clearly?
Sure. We know that we don't have as many consumers participating as we need to reach our goals, and so I'm curious, as a county government, how do you propose we do that?
Well, I think across EmPOWER as the portfolio of EmPOWER, we hear a lot through networks with other local governments around the country about some of the things that they're doing with their own policy tools, and it's every week we hear about a new approach that another local government is taking to some of their own policy work around energy and climate issues. And I'm confident that the same thing is true in the utility space, right? In the space of program administrators around energy efficiency and greenhouse gas abatement programs. I just can't comment. I'm unaware of how focused we have been in Maryland around looking at best practices around the country, at what other folks are doing to improve participation rates with the kinds of programs that we've been administering in EmPOWER. But I would certainly hope that part of the planning process is there's a mechanism to ensure that all of the parties that are involved in planning are stealing best practice ideas from other places as well.
Well, thank you for that. So the best practices point actually leads nicely into my next question. And I don't have a crystal ball, but I'm thinking about in the future. 6 months from now, when the commission's COVID protections have been lifted, utility companies can pursue collection as they normally would under our Code of Maryland regulations. A number of customers are going to see whatever changes that have occurred to the bill, either through what we do here today, through the General Assembly adopts eventually, in time, the first time they learn about programs like EmPOWER will be through their bill. So we're talking about making a number of changes to the program, not just statutorily, but even from what the commission has done and what the parties have recommended here today. So we have to distill a lot of information to provide to consumers who, up until now, if they knew anything about EmPOWER, it was the old program. And now we have to teach them about a new program that might even be a little more costly. So are there any best practices that you could bring to us here as a representative from a county government as to how we take what was a different program, turn it into something new, recognize that it's a little more costly, and in the time that we have now where the economy is it's rough for a lot of people, how are we going to communicate it to a larger number of customers so that they can participate and help us reach our greenhouse gas goals?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. I'm not sure I'm necessarily the most equipped in the room to answer that question, but I can tell you that we within the county, there are of course any number of programs that serve different types of residential and commercial properties and property owners within the county, and a lot of very robust community-facing outreach mechanisms that are in place now. And I can say, for certain that, first on the question of EmPOWER generally, my personal assumption, and I have nothing to back this up, right? But my personal assumption is that it will not be a huge lift to replace impressions of what EmPOWER does with impressions of what EmPOWER now does, because I think that probably across the populace of Maryland, most folks don't know what EmPOWER is and don't think about what exactly it does pay for and doesn't. So I don't think the burden will be on the commission and the parties in the room to explain what is now different about EmPOWER. The burden will always be to explain what do we have to offer you and how can we make it as easy as possible for you to take us up on that offer and participate in that. But I'll say, from the perspective of the county, I think there are a number of different tools that the county does have, and I'm sure our peers in local governments throughout the state of Maryland have similar avenues to help the program do more outreach to more folks of all the in all the different targeted ways that we need to do that, and we'll be excited to help with that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And you keep giving me nice lead-ins to my next question. And I don't have too many more after this, so then you'll be helping me make new questions. So for my next one, can you help me to understand how the county defines its role in EmPOWER, and just in the overall, not just the implementation of it, but the informing of consumers, the educating of consumers, and even to some extent helping consumers participate in it. Does the county see itself as and I'll use the word partner. I don't know that that's the best way to do it, but does it see itself as a partner to EmPOWER, or is it it's another state program that happens to work for citizens of Montgomery County?
No, I mean we absolutely see ourselves as a partner, and hope that other folks do too. The county has adopted our own very ambitious climate goals, actually even more ambitious than the goals that the state has just adopted. So to us, EmPOWER is one of the most important tools that exist today to actually help us achieve our climate goals. There are certain things that, of course, local governments and county government has authority over, and a lot of things that we don't. So for the counties to achieve our countywide energy climate goals, a lot of other things have to happen that we do not have authority over. And the existence of EmPOWER is one of the most important other things that exists in Maryland right now. This is a tool for actually helping a lot of property owners improve the energy efficiency and ultimately reduce energy use and reduce greenhouse gas emissions associated with their properties. And all of that counts as we say, what all can we do here? So we see a role for ourselves, as a very important role for ourselves in helping to spread the word about EmPOWER and to make it easier for folks to sign up with all the EmPOWER programs, and frankly other programs that the utilities operate that do not fall under the umbrella of EmPOWER. We have a dedicated staff person who sits right next to me in the office who is doing community outreach events 2 to 3 times every week of the year, where explaining the what's on the table from EmPOWER is always part of that outreach that we do. So there are some additional existing roles there. We've proposed in the past, I think when we talked back in the spring at the conclusion of phase 1 of the future programming work group, the county actually offered that we think there are actually larger roles that local government could also play as an additional program administrator kind of a role, which we've seen out in California. The utilities and local governments have established relationships where utilities actually, there are regional groups of local governments that administer additional energy efficiency programs that are planned kind of in concert with the utilities and run very complementary ways that end up outreaching to different to customers in different ways than the existing utility programs tend to do. And they've proven to be very successful at engaging additional customers and increasing the overall participation of people in the region in the kinds of programs that the equivalent of EmPOWER is trying to reach. So we think there are bigger opportunities for partnership with Montgomery County and with other local government entities here in the state. But as it stands right now, we're doing what we can and have thought of so far to try to help increase enrollment in EmPOWER programs.
So I thank you. I appreciate that. I'm very familiar with a lot of what Montgomery County does. So that was the easy part of my question. So the last question, and perhaps the more difficult part, for what I'll call your counterpart members of other counties across the state, how would you characterize their opinion in terms of their participation with EmPOWER? Do they consider themselves also to be partners, or without naming any names, do they think of themselves as not as engaged, or has it been your observation that they've been as engaged as perhaps they could be, or I won't say should be because that would be your opinion, but they could be?
Yeah, and so obviously, counties in Maryland we're a heterogeneous bunch. There's there are very different degrees of staffing capacity around energy issues, climate issues, very different degrees of policy around these issues. We participate actively. We actually help to coordinate a network of other local governments in Maryland, both cities and counties, that care about energy and climate issues, where we use peer-to-peer exchange to help inform each other about both state level programs and policy issues, but especially we learn from each other about the local programs and policy approaches that we're taking. So I can tell you that there are at least several other local governments, other counties specifically in the state, where they're very much aware of EmPOWER, where they're very much aligned with trying to improve the energy efficiency and GHG abatement on a community-wide basis. Most of them have less total dedicated staff people than we have in Montgomery County. There are a couple who I can think of right now. I think Baltimore County, Prince George's County, where I have there are staff of those counties who participate in certain PSC work groups today, including work groups, future programming work group, or the limited income work group. I've seen folks engaged in the process. So I think there is potential there, but again, like all things, very much in the same way that we need to with customers that we hope will participate in these programs, we need to keep finding ways to make it as easy as possible for these other local governments to be useful partners to the program. So recognizing the very limited staff capacity that folks have, can we help to provide some ideas about how could you most efficiently help do some of the outreach that could be done to make sure that more folks are aware of what they can get through EmPOWER and are able to easily access that. And that's something that I think we could probably brainstorm on some more together.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just point out that as I said before, this is a statewide initiative, so we need as many hands on deck as we can get. So thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you. Commissioner Richard?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I also just want to kind of pick up where Commissioner Linton, left off on just the participation of local governments, counties, and first, I really appreciate the fact that Montgomery County is so actively engaged in pretty much everything we do here. These programs, particularly the EmPOWER program, is very impactful on our citizens, and it's important to how we, affect our state policies. So appreciate you being there, and kind of agree with what Commissioner Linton, to the extent that through MACO and other types of forums, you can let other counties know that at least there's one commissioner and probably other commissioner would really appreciate having their impact when we're taking up these types of issues and giving them, counsel on how they might be able to participate. So anyway, just thought that was an important point that Commissioner Linton made. Just quickly, I think you've covered most of the issues already with the questions. I did want to pick up where Commissioner Bubar, Chair Bubar, was talking about just how we would go forward and try to find other funding mechanisms. And you don't need to repeat your answer, but I think that really is important, how we can figure out ways to make that actionable, because we can't direct use of taxpayer money. But to the extent, I just wanted to also say that I thought that it was appreciated to see that in that idea in your comments, and for you to make that point today. I just want to probe a little bit on just the affordability issue for the actual surcharge. I hear what you're saying, that we want the utilities to shoot high, and that's the state objective and goal. But as far as the way our process works, we also need to get as close to affordability when we consider those programs, because in many cases we're just going to be in a position of just either accepting or rejecting some of these plans and not having a chance to really make any changes in them by the time we see them in September. So going to your point, you talk about a reasonable increase in the EmPOWER surcharge, and then also, it's page 11, and I'm looking at then page 12. You say that we should consider at least doubling the scale of EmPOWER from the business as usual, $400 million. I think that's the number. So are we looking? Help me out here, and maybe the utilities as well, when they're putting their programs together. how would you guide them in their budget setting?
I mean, obviously we do not have the capacity we haven't had the time in any way at minimum to try to run the kind of analysis that we've seen from OPC that I know the energy advocates have also done some additional thinking on, and that all of us appreciate Mr. Loper's team having done. So the comments that we provided, suggesting that at minimum we should try to double the scale of EmPOWER, and ideally go significantly bigger, and are essentially based on the best understanding we have of the analysis that Mr. Loper's team provided, and a look at what it looks like the likely costs will end up being associated with different levels. But it's all just extrapolation from some pretty high level numbers that where all the modeling has been done by someone else behind the scenes, and it's hard to see it. So we're very hopeful and somewhat confident, but we're hopeful that when we all look under the hood through seeing the details in the plans, that a roughly order of magnitude doubling the scale of EmPOWER will have a reasonable cost impact. And of course, given what we've heard about the potential to suggest that some of the electrification investments should be paid for through rates, exactly what the impact of that would be on the EmPOWER surcharge it's all very, very difficult to understand for us at this stage. So if I were you, to answer your kind of bigger question, I suppose if I were you, I would be very interested. It'd be easy. And granted, this is something that you could do that has impacts on other folks, most of whom are sitting behind me right now. I would ask for more scenarios in the plans that the utilities are developing. If we're worried that it will be very difficult to shift from whatever we ask the utilities to plan around, but we might be uncomfortable with it because it turns out it's aiming too low, or because it turns out the costs are too high, then I would ask folks to plan around multiple scenarios so that I could see in more detail, if we go this big, here's what the impact on ratepayers would likely be. If we go this big, here's what it would be, and I could make an informed decision. I think that's something that you all could do and would probably serve all of us very well, because none of us have a sense of that. The detail, we didn't approach that level of detail in the conversations within the work group process.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And then finally, you just brought it up again. We have heard some suggestion, and we don't have any detail yet about the utilities putting in base rates. Some of the programs that I don't know if it's electrification program, I think is specifically what I've heard today so far. So we don't have any detail, but we heard OPC. They made the point that they would ask us to direct utilities to put electrification programs in EmPOWER. You said that you were somewhat, well, I guess you didn't have the information at this point. Montgomery County doesn't have the information at this point to make a determination whether things should be in base rates or in the EmPOWER surcharge. Although you noted that either way, utility ratepayers pay. But do you have any thoughts along the lines of what OPC just their advice to us as far as directing utilities to put these programs, electrification programs, in the utility EmPOWER program?
Oh, for sure. So we absolutely believe that electrification should be included in EmPOWER. And I would go further. I would say that we would hope that all utility customers in Maryland have the option to utilize incentives through EmPOWER to install high-efficiency heat pumps, high-efficiency water heaters, regardless of what they're moving from, whether it's oil or gas or whether it's old inefficient electric resistance heating. Doesn't matter. Everybody should be able to move forward with electrification incentivized by EmPOWER. We also agree with the comments from OPC that it's probably time to wind down the incentives, the gas appliance incentives, and it's still valuable to very much be making energy efficiency improvements in properties that utilize gas. I think in many ways we talk sometimes the conversation about what is EmPOWER and what the goals are feels like we can be meaning different things, right? So you could think of EmPOWER as the thing that we run that we pay for through the EmPOWER surcharge. There's set funding with the name EmPOWER on it. That all goes in a pot. What we do with that pot is EmPOWER. And you could also think of EmPOWER as a broader portfolio of behind the meter greenhouse gas abatement measures, some of which are paid for through a surcharge and some of which are paid for in other ways. And that could include rate basing, and it could include other things that are even taxpayer funding. EmPOWER itself could be a larger program, and that tends to be the way that I think of it, because it does feel like EmPOWER has been so successful and is so unique and uniquely suited to advance energy efficiency and electrification behind the meter measures across Maryland's building stock. It makes a lot more sense to us that EmPOWER would be scaled up to help meet the moment and the greenhouse gas goals that we're setting as a state, and to figure out different ways of helping pay for aspects of that, than it does to kind of keep EmPOWER in a box where it's a smaller program. It's just what we do with the EmPOWER surcharge, and there's something else altogether that's trying to make improvements to building stock that are basically just another EmPOWER program run by somebody else. And there's all the coordination hassle that would happen there. It's complicated, more complicated for the utilities if we're doing bigger things, but I think it makes a lot of sense to scale up what we're doing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Any further comments? MEEA and MEA, are you in the audience? And would you be okay if we pushed you to after lunch? Because I don't want hangry people, which we probably already have. But we're way behind schedule. This was my worst nightmare, so I'm sorry. But and I know it's hard to find lunch in this area, so I'm going to suggest we come back at 2:15, which gives you almost 45 minutes for lunch. And then we'll pick up with MIA and then MEA, and then just continue to go through as fast as we can.
And
Thank you.
Madam Chair, when we come back, may I just make a brief clarifying statement regarding our feelings on electrification? It doesn't have to happen now. I don't want to hold people up.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. We're adjourned till 2:15. Thank you. We will begin our afternoon session. This is the EmPOWER 2024-2026 goal hearing. Thank you. We're going to do just a little bit of rearranging the schedule. So given kind of all the dialogue that we had this morning, and there was just a lot of great information shared, a lot of insights. Thank you very much. The next on the agenda was MEEA and MEA, and then we were going to go to the utilities and then DHCD. We've asked DHCD to come up now, so we'll have MEA, MEA, and DHCD up here at the same time. That might help us streamline the rest of the meeting, and then we'll go to the utilities. And so I guess we can start with MEA and then go to MEA and DHCD. But I would ask that if you have something to say that hasn't been said, maybe limit your comments to that, just so we can kind of get into questions. Because I think that a lot of what was in your filings we've probably already talked about before. So don't want to cut off any good dialogue, but also just want to make sure that we're going to be able to end this at a reasonable time for everybody. So. With that as the way we're going to proceed, I guess we'll start with Mia.
I think OPC had one comment.
Oh, that's right. Yes, you had asked. Yes, thank you for reminding me.
Thank you. Nicole Zeichner on behalf of the Maryland Office of People's Counsel. Again, I just want to clarify our previous statements on electrification and make sure that I conveyed our position correctly. We do believe that we do want EmPOWER programs to promote electrification measures. We are certain about that. We have not yet made a decision as to whether electrification should also be rate-based. And we do want the utilities plans built to achieve the max achievable scenario for electrification, and then we can assess the cost of that. So I just wanted to make sure I explained that correctly. And then I've also learned, if you'll allow, I've learned a few things since the break that might be relevant. The electrification study, we do not feel that it's necessary for setting these goals because it's such a high-level view and it's such a long-term plan that we don't think it will affect the goals that the Commission will be setting this year. The Commission can safely set goals for EmPOWER right now without having the results of the electrification study. And then finally, I've learned that we are supporting currently in the legislature some bills that seek to find other funding sources for energy efficiency. So there's certain legislation right now that has other funding sources for energy efficiency, and OPC is supporting those. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you for those clarifications. Does anybody have any comments based on those?
Just quickly, so do you have any concerns if these programs go into base rates about EM&V and just transparency issues? Because I know those are things that OPC you've brought up in the past.
Yes, yes, Commissioner Richard, we do. And that's why right now we think the focus really needs to be on funding electrification through EmPOWER. But we have not wholly discounted that idea. It's something that we'd have to consider further. We just haven't had sufficient opportunity to consider that, and we also haven't seen the proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mia.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Gravatt. It is spelled G-R-E, V like Victor, A-T-T. I work for a consulting firm called Energy Futures Group, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates, who include, among others, Sierra Club, Natural Resources Defense Council, Earth Justice, and a variety of other organizations. And good afternoon, Chair Bubar. This is the first time I've appeared before you. The other commissioners, Linton and Richard and Commissioner O'Donnell on the screen, have all met me before. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon.
Thank you.
There were so many questions that I wanted to answer to this morning. I felt a little like the first grader when someone's asked a question, say, call me. But I didn't do that. And I'll try to answer or respond to some where I think there may have been gaps in the responses. I'll do my best. I want to frame the conversation a little bit and say that in addition to looking at the very important question of what the focus of EmPOWER should be in terms of the magnitude of goals and what the prioritization within those different types of goals that could contribute to greenhouse gas abatement should be, I think that we're also here providing feedback and information to the Commission to think about what is the longer term strategy, the longer term vision for EmPOWER. You know, in some of the past years, there's been this sense that, well, EmPOWER is going to be here for the next 3 years or 6 years or 7 or 8 years. And that's really, have been goals that have been set with that in mind. But when we look at the ambition of the climate goals that the state has put into law, and recognize that, as MDE has, that EmPOWER is one very important tool that the state can use to help achieve those goals, I think we're looking at how do we start going in the direction of what EmPOWER can do while balancing costs and rate impacts and all of the other issues that are facing you. I want to say, EmPOWER is really good at some things, at some of the things that are going to be necessary to move down that path of decarbonization. EmPOWER is really good at engaging customers, at engaging trade allies, contractors, wholesalers, the folks who sell equipment and efficient options, providing education to that market and providing them encouragement and enticement to move in the direction of efficiency. And I think those are exactly the kinds of skills that are going to be required to move in the direction of greenhouse gas abatement, including electrification. So one of the things that I suggest, we'll see how well I do at keeping things sort of in an order. One of the things that I suggest is really important here is to establish a basis for EmPOWER to start doing what it's really good at in the realm of electrification and greenhouse gas abatement. To think about recreating that infrastructure and those tools and saying electrification really isn't going to be a big part of EmPOWER, that's got to happen somewhere else, I think would waste all of the learning that's happened over the last decade and more. That said, I think I am probably as concerned about rate impacts, especially on vulnerable households, as anybody in the room, and I have, for at least 5 years now, advocated for a low-income savings goal to provide more savings benefits to low-income households, and was gratified that the Commission acted on my recommendation to the first Future Programming Workgroup report to order the energy affordability study. Because the more I looked into the data, the more I was concerned that some low-income households were paying disproportionate amount compared to other low-income households in other utility territories, and the more I was concerned that the bill impact on low-income households in particular was too harsh. Now, I think we have more information than we did at that time. The study that Apprise did that we heard about earlier is so valuable, and my read on that is what it says is households are struggling to meet their bills. It doesn't matter how much you invest in EmPOWER, they are still struggling. Energy affordability is a huge issue facing the state, and honestly in all the other states I work in as well. And the rate structures that we have used in the past and the principles that we've applied in determining what rates are just and fair, how rates are designed so that they don't unduly discriminate against certain classes, it might be time to re-examine those questions. And so a couple of times I've heard today reference that Mia recommended a work group, and that's I appreciate that was recognized in the recommendations. More specifically, I think rather than a work group, I think there's an important legal question that needs to be resolved, and that the work group might not be the best place to answer that question. That's pretty foundational, I think, to whether low-income rates can move forward. Does the law allow us? I suspect that there are interpretations of the law that might, because if we look at the question of do rates unduly discriminate against certain classes, when we look at low-income households in terms of energy burden, where 10, 15, 20% of their household income goes to energy costs, I think you could make an argument that unduly discriminates against those households compared with households where 1 or 2% of their income goes to their energy costs. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just suggesting I think that that's a discussion that could be worth pursuing. So when we look at what the EmPOWER investment, what the appropriate investment is, being very mindful of the rate impacts, I think I encourage and request the Commission to actually open a proceeding to examine the legal questions and to determine whether it would be in the interest of the state to pursue low-income rates. And I want to mention, if I may, to the question that was asked earlier about PIPs and where they're currently implemented. I'm in a proceeding now in Colorado. It's strategic issues on energy efficiency and beneficial electrification and so forth for Public Service Colorado. And the company has, because they're required by law to have, an electric affordability program and a gas affordability program. And for customers, it's a dual fuel utility. And for customers who both get gas and electricity from public service, the program caps their combined energy bill at 6% of their income. So a program like that, and this is in place, being implemented now, there are updates, and there was a work group that includes the utility company, the Colorado Energy Office, Energy Outreach Colorado, who implements both the low-income energy efficiency programs for the utility and the fuel assistance programs. All these organizations are working together to figure out how to improve access to this bill program and make sure that the benefits go to as many people as possible. So there's a model out there that's worth looking at. There are also, you might ask the BGE or the PHI folks, I don't know if they know about this, but I just did a quick Google search for percent of income payment plans, and it turns out that PECO, which is an Exelon company, has a percent of income payment plan over in Pennsylvania. So that might be something that's worth learning more about. Ohio also has PIP programs in place, and I think there are other places that are looking at them. And I would say, encourage you and appreciate your interest in these issues regardless of what happens with EmPOWER, because affordability is an issue regardless of what happens with EmPOWER. But we've advocated for several years now for an increase in low-income goals, energy efficiency goals, because saving energy in households that have high bills is a really important thing. And especially when we're talking about saving 5 or 10 or 15 or 20% of their energy bills as a result of a comprehensive energy efficiency project of the kind that DHC does. The specific, we make a recommendation for a specific amount of tons of greenhouse gas abatement to be considered for the next 3-year program cycle. It's premised on, first, on compliance with Climate Solutions Now at the 2%, 2.25%, 2.5% increasing electric energy efficiency savings. It's premised on an assumption, which may or may not prove true, that the low-income savings goal bill that was passed last year and vetoed and is again in the House, that it will get passed this year and signed by the governor. May or may not happen, but that was an assumption underlying our recommendation. And then we included some greenhouse gas abatement from gas saving goals, assuming that at about the same level of savings that was included in the business as usual scenario, but from non-equipment measures, as we discussed earlier, insulation, air sealing, operational efficiency for commercial and industrial customers, efficient thermostat settings, low flow shower heads and things like that, that do not lock in the use of gas for the next 15 or 20 years. Because in our view, continued long-term use of gas and programs that really promote that in a way is going to be counter to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It's going to make it harder. Even if the gas equipment is a little more efficient, the greenhouse gas abatement from the difference between a regular gas furnace and an efficient gas furnace is much smaller than the difference between any gas furnace and an efficient heat pump. As we've discussed, it's very hard to understand what the costs of such programs might be. It's going to be more than what has been paid. That's clear. That's partly true. It will be true. It's partly true. I hesitate to even say CVR out loud because I have some history with CVR. And I'm sure there's some groaning going on back there that I can't hear. But that was paid for not through EmPOWER. So there was very significant savings that were reported, and that the costs never went to the bottom line. So if that ratio is adjusted, then costs will go up. Lighting has changed. There are a lot of reasons that costs are going to go up. Chair Bubar, you had said in your opening remarks that you were looking for a balanced approach to deal with these complex issues. And Montgomery County suggested that there's probably the spectrum between business as usual and maximum achievable. And I think it's right that there's some point on a spectrum that's the appropriate place to land. But I don't think it's, I don't think the low point is business as usual, because business as usual won't comply with Climate Solutions Now savings requirement. That was based on an assumption about budget. It's not in compliance with the law. So I don't think that it can be there. It has to be at compliance with the law. That would be my suggestion. And I think the high boundary is really the abatement that MDE has suggested it needs to see from the building sector in order to comply with the climate goals. That is a big number. So it's a huge range. And I agree that it would not be reasonable, even if low-income rates are implemented, to expect ratepayers to pay the full costs of getting to this MDE buildings reduction. It's so much money in rates. But I think it is reasonable to establish direction for EmPOWER that starts putting the wheels in place to get there. And acknowledging that the General Assembly is going to have work to do to figure out how to pay for more, enough to reach the goals, but that if we rely on EmPOWER to do the things it is so good at to get the market moving in the direction that it needs to, that gives more time for the General Assembly to figure out the other funding questions. If we decide it's too much, we can't put that into rates now, then I think we're kind of stuck and we're not really going where we need to go. So how much investment is, in electrification is something that you'll have to decide, but I think some investment and direction to pursue building a market for electrification through EmPOWER is critically important to meeting the climate goals. I want to say also, in terms of other funding sources, I know there's been some discussion about that, and nobody really knows the answer, and that's because nobody really knows the answer. But I do want to mention the Inflation Reduction Act direct rebates for income-eligible households and tax credits for everybody else. They're non-trivial amounts of money. They're not going to get us to the MDE goals, but they can really help. And to the extent that programs in EmPOWER can make it easier for customers to get the IRA rebates, for example, that can help build the market and help get things going. And that's exactly, I think, what the federal government intended by passing the Inflation Reduction Act, is let's stimulate markets, which, to Commissioner O'Donnell's point about the economy, I keep looking at the screen because I'm used to seeing him on that screen, sorry. But to your point about the local economy, I mean, part of the Inflation Reduction Act and even its name is to let's stimulate the economy by creating jobs, by getting people installing these equipment and these energy savings measures to help households. I do want to just say one thing, which is, well, okay, at least two more things. One is about the percentage boundaries, the 85%, 80%, whatever. I want to be very clear that that was written, in case it isn't clear. That's not a thou shalt hit 85% from behind the meter. It's no less than 85%. So I think it was said, if the utilities want to get 100% of their savings from behind the meter measures, they can, but they have to get at least 85%. And really the entire point of that, as has been said, is to make sure that even if they're creative and innovative measures that the utilities identify for front-of-the-meter initiatives, that they don't replace programs that can help customers manage their own energy costs at home or at their business. That's the whole point. And I think, Commissioner Richard, you said, well, why would we even have that in EmPOWER if it's going to be funded somewhere else? And right, the costs are going to be reviewed in a rate case or some other proceeding. The prudence of those costs and the utility's ability to recover the costs and earn a return on them is going to be determined in a rate case or some other proceeding. Why do we even need them in EmPOWER? And I think it is, again, I'm not a lawyer, but perhaps a lawyer would suggest that it's within the purview of the Commission to direct the utilities to pursue front-of-the-meter activities then that it would be in service of their obligation to provide least cost, reliable, clean energy to their customers, affordable. If the greenhouse gas abatement is there, it's another question whether it counts to EmPOWER or not. But I don't see why the Commission couldn't provide that kind of direction to the utilities and just consider EmPOWER a behind-the-meter program. I think that's a viable choice. The reason we supported OPC's recommendation on the 85%. It really came from, if I go back to those future programming work group meetings, which were now well over a year ago, I think, there was a proposal that it's all behind the meter and that the utilities should deal with front of the meter in their rate cases. And the utilities said, we want the opportunity to be flexible and innovative. And we said, okay, that makes sense as long as it's not too much. That's where the 85-15 came from. It was really a compromise with the utilities. Just a clarification I want to say, and when we were considering with the commission, when the commission was considering whether to fund the potential study initially, there was some discussion about the terms that are used. Business as usual, achievable, maximum achievable, economic. And in my view, those should all be, maximum achievable in parentheses, based on all the assumptions we made in the study. It doesn't really mean that it's the most that anybody could achieve. It's just when you say this is the boundary we're going to put on incentives and this is the assumption we're going to make. For example, in technical efficiency, they assumed that if a furnace lasts 20 years, that 1/20th of all the furnaces could be replaced in each year. And it's a 6-year study, so it assumes that 6/20ths of all the furnaces could be replaced, and that's the technical potential. But really, cost a lot of money, but you could replace all those furnaces in 6 years. Nobody's suggesting we should do that, but I just want to be clear about the terms, that they are very bounded by the assumptions that are made in the study. So my suggestion for goals, which are higher than what has been achieved, comply with the law, get electrification started, going to cost more money. I believe this is a balanced and reasonable approach because it still only gets about a quarter of the way to what MDE said we need for greenhouse gas abatement reductions in buildings to meet the climate goals by 2029 or 2030. So it's both a very large step and a very small step, but it would make a significant difference in getting things moving so that those goals are potentially possible, as opposed to there's no way it's going to happen, why should we even try? I'm not suggesting that any of you would say that. I'm just trying to illustrate the point, and I appreciate your indulgence on that. And to questions been asked, I do think there's enough information now to set a goal. The commission has never told the utilities in planning what the program should cost. There's been guidance saying we don't want to see a lot of rate impact. We don't want to see a lot more rate impact. But there's, to my knowledge, there's never been a budget established as a parameter before the plans were created. So I think that would be consistent with past practice and would most likely lead to the best information. And I also want to note that my suggestion that our plan is balanced is the greenhouse gas abatement savings are pretty close to what Mr. Voorhees put on the screen for Office of People's Counsel and staff's recommendations. We're kind of all clustered right in that same area, and I suspect that those differences, they're really, we're dealing with large numbers and gross approximations, and any differences could well be from just the analytical methods we use to come up with those estimates. Commissioner Linton, to your question about the relatively low participation rate for the low-income programs for DHCD or for all the programs, but specifically I'm going to go to the low-income programs. DHCD has never had a goal. They've never had direction from the commission on what they should strive to achieve, or from the legislature at this point. It's been talked about for a while, but there's never been direction. So I have no idea if they had but I suspect that if they'd had a specific goal that was higher than what they've been doing, these are smart, hardworking people. I think they would find a way to meet it, or if not meet it, get a lot closer than they have been getting. So you've talked about your experience with goals and how to get to them, and innovation that's required, and I think I would expect a lot of innovation from this crew. The last thing I want to say, if you'll indulge me, and then I'd be happy to answer any of your questions, is, and I want to say this with utter respect. I have two daughters. They work hard. They're in their late 20s. The older daughter, who doesn't work in energy, but I have to mention that she is working with underserved youth in Boston. Really proud of what she does. My younger daughter went to school for aerospace engineering, and she went to school to become an aerospace engineer because she wanted to reduce the climate impacts of flight, because it's big. And I remember sitting with her when, a couple years into the program, when she said, they already know how to do it. They could cut the emissions by a huge amount. Nobody wants to pay for it. And it was kind of heartbreaking for me, but not surprising. There was an article that I saw in Nature recently, came out some months ago, a survey of 10,000 people between the ages of 16 and 25 in 10 countries. And it said that they found that almost 60% said they felt very worried or extremely worried about climate change, and that they feel that government isn't doing anything about it or not doing enough. And with all my respect, you have an opportunity to do something to actually make a difference in climate change. And Commissioner Linton, you said, right, Maryland is not going to solve it, but Maryland can do a lot to show the world how to do it. That's so valuable. And I recognize the challenge that you are facing, and I wish you luck in your decision making, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sharing some of your personal stories. I guess we'll go to Commissioner O'Donnell. Do you have questions?
Just two things. One, Mr. Gravatt, I appreciate your story about your daughter, the aerospace engineer. I went to a New York event, Wall Street event, on investing in new energy sources, and a lady came up to me and said, I thought you said you were an environmentalist. I said, well, I like to think that I am. I care about the environment. She said, well, what's your problem with fossil energy? I said, I think we need to transition off of it, but I don't want to pay $5 for a gallon of gas. And I didn't think that was an unreasonable response, because there's a balance between economics and what's possible and policy decisions made in ivory towers. So I wanted to relate that story to you. You shared an anecdote. I wanted to share an anecdote as well. Two, with regard to giving DHCD a goal, you understand that we don't have the authority to order a sister agency in state government in the executive branch to adopt a goal, right?
Sir, I have to say I do not know what the authority is, but I wonder if the commission could provide a goal to DHCD and ask them to produce a plan that would achieve that goal.
We could suggest, we could ask nicely, but we can't order it. It's just not possible. It's non-jurisdictional for us to order another state agency to do that. We can order the utilities because we have ultimate authority over the utilities and other regulated entities. But a sister agency in the executive branch, we can't order to do something. We don't have that authority. The governor has that authority. We don't.
Understood.
Okay. I just want to make sure everybody understood that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just have one question, and then I'll turn to my colleagues. Can you just provide a little bit more information when you said the programs in EmPOWER should make it easier for customers to get access to the IIJA funds or federal funds? Could you just talk about how such an incentive would be structured?
Well, I think it's a lot of it's about administration of how the programs interact with customers and how information is provided. So, one of the things that when I used to manage programs that we would hear from customers sometimes would be, okay, well, this person's telling me to call this number for this program, and then this guy says I should call these people over here, and then my contractor says I could do this, and it's considered a common barrier in energy efficiency programs is lack of information, but it's also true that sometimes there's too much information and it's conflicting, and it just is very confusing. And especially when we're talking about the target population for the IRA rebates, which is low and moderate income households, we're talking about households that might be working 2 or 3 jobs, that trying to deal with kids in school, and all the stuff that everybody deals with, but more so. So trying to navigate which program you go to get this or to that, it's really challenging. Instead, if DHCD in implementing its programs can work with MEA, who's going to have responsibility for the IRA funds, as I understand, to develop a process where there's a single point of contact for the customer. One-stop shop, we call it. So DHCD's program can say, well, we can access weatherization dollars and EmPOWER dollars, and we can help you get this rebate from the IRA. In fact, because we worked with MEA on this process, these funds can flow directly either to DHCD or directly to the contractor who's installing a heat pump, say. So the customer has a really streamlined process. And I think that will both leverage those dollars so that fewer EmPOWER dollars are needed to make a project happen, because the rebates through IRA especially for households under 80% of area median, but even under 150%, they're non-trivial. It's real money, $8,000 for a heat pump if you're below 80% of area median income. I think it can just make it so much easier for the customers to actually get the benefit of these programs and save money for EmPOWER and get to these higher goals. And the way the bill, and honestly, I can't remember if I've fully read the low-income savings bill that's in the General Assembly right now. I certainly read the one last year. And there was a lot of discussion about leveraging other funding sources. OPC, Mr. Voorhees talked about their estimate that 75% would come from EmPOWER to meet the low-income goal and 25% from other sources, and that's weatherization. But the IRA funds, I think, are fair game for that. So savings that are leveraged using IRA funds should count towards the low-income EmPOWER goal.
Thank you. That's very helpful. That's all my questions. Commissioner Richard?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And you did a very good job really kind of going through all the questions I had in your opening statement. And I just want to say I always appreciate your file testimony and your participation in all of our EmPOWER events. I think you enhance and give us a lot of information, good information to think about. So thank you.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure.
Thank you. Commissioner Linton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, good afternoon again, Mr. Gravitz. Just have 2 questions. First, in response to a comment in your filing, in MEEA's filing, where you suggested that we should provide explicit direction to the utilities to implement electrification initiatives. That's out of the draft. So help me to understand what you mean by that. What are you suggesting that the commission do, and what type of response would you expect from the utility companies?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think there are a couple of ways that could be approached. So the point I'm trying to make is that at a certain goal level, the utilities may have a preference for not doing electrification. A company like BGE, has expressed that they have some hesitation about fully embracing getting customers off of gas and moving into electricity. And that's fair. It's, that's their position, and there are a lot of reasons for that. My concern is so at the goal level, for example, that I propose, I suspect the utilities would have to do some electrification to meet the targets. I don't think they could do it just from energy efficiency. At a lower goal level, greenhouse gas abatement equivalent of 2% energy savings, electric energy savings or something like that, they would have choices about where to get the savings from. And I think they should have choices, but I think that I think electrification is so important to meeting the climate goals that there should be some clear directive, some expectation that they are working to do it. I'm not sure if, there are a couple of different ways you could do it. Have the goal high enough that they have to provide a sub-goal that says, we expect you to, in meeting this, and this was actually a proposal we made early on in the work group. This is the overall greenhouse gas abatement. At least 25% of it should come from electrification, switching customers off of fossil fuels. But something that tells them that they actually have to be working to build this market. Because my concern is, and I might have referenced a case I'm working on in Colorado, I think I did, and it's a dual fuel utility, and their perspective going to the market is, we don't want to tell anybody what to do. They might want to choose gas, they might want to choose electricity. We want to give them a choice. And I appreciate that perspective. I think it's fair, but it doesn't support the climate goals of the state. Because the longer people stay and use a lot of gas, then the farther away we kind of get from meeting the climate objectives. So, and again, sorry, I think I'm rambling and repeating myself, but what I would hope to see in a goal is something that sends a clear message to the utilities. We want to see electrification grow. We don't expect you to do it all through EmPOWER, but we want to get the wheels moving so that the market grows, so that there is some real opportunity to develop it should the state decide to allocate other revenues to that initiative.
So then you would suggest then, and I'm just trying to expound on what you just said and from your comments, that we would direct the companies to provide some kind of plan, I guess, or something of that sort to us. So you would suggest that it's pre-approved. And I guess funding comes from not EmPOWER but rates or somewhere else. Or?
Well, understanding that there is likely to be a proposal from BGE for an electrification program that would be rate-based. Okay. Haven't seen it, haven't considered it. So, sort of in the where we are before BGE told the work group that they were planning to do that, I would say it should be funded through the EmPOWER surcharge, not at the level that's needed to meet the climate goals, but that is a significant enough level to get the wheels moving towards electrification. Now, so I'm not suggesting it should be pre-approved, but you could perhaps consider providing direction to the utilities. So if you say to the utilities, we want you to develop plans that are going to achieve a certain amount of greenhouse gas abatement, and file those on September 1st when you're required to. And in that plan, we want you to propose an electrification program. You could provide some guidance or not on how extensive it should be, but I think even saying electrification should be part of your plan would be a step that would, potentially matter.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I had a couple other questions, but they were really related to DHCD, so I'll save it. You started talking about it, but I know they're capable of answering it, so that's not a problem. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Lynn. All right. I don't think we have any further comments for MEEA, so now we'll go to Maryland Energy Administration.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Babatunde Idrisu. That's BABATUNDE with the Maryland Energy Administration. We don't have a presentation, so I'll just be reading off our comments. The Maryland Energy Administration acknowledges the efforts of all stakeholders in helping to achieve significant energy savings and coincident peak reductions since the EmPOWER Maryland Energy Efficiency Act was enacted in 2008. As the program transitions into a new goal structure, MEA has worked with stakeholders in the Future Programming Work Group and used information from the potential study to provide comments on goal setting for the next cycle. EmPOWER program, since inception, has provided significant benefits to Marylanders through avoided energy costs, deferred energy infrastructure costs, and positive environmental impact. Leveraging on these successes achieved in the program thus far, EmPOWER aims to optimize environmental benefits by moving to a gross life cycle greenhouse gas abatement goal in line with climate policies of the state, particularly the statutory requirements enacted with the passage of the Climate Solutions Now Act. MEA believes that the goals set for the program must make strides towards these key state GHG objectives, be achievable with manageable rate impacts on state residents. Additionally, MEA looks forward to working with stakeholders to remove barriers that may slow the attainment of building-related GHG objectives. The EmPOWER program will play a critical role in meeting those statutory requirements that exist in the Climate Solutions Now Act and can can assist in making great stride on GHG goals for buildings under the new goal structure. Ensuring that EmPOWER programs can effectively and efficiently encourage GHG reduction goals in the building sector by providing customers with the options to decarbonize will be critical for the program going forward. And we believe that the EmPOWER program should prioritize customer choice and deeper decarbonization through an incentive structure that encourages customers to move to less carbon-intensive fuel sources. For all the proposed scenarios in the potential study, unfortunately, a formal budget and rate impact review was not conducted, resulting in incomplete decision-making metrics necessary to understand the impact on household utility bills. The lack of accurate budget information and the potential impact of rates presents a significant challenge to determining appropriate goals for the EmPOWER program. And we already know that the program has close to $1 billion of unamortized costs, which the Commission wants to expense by 2029, and to be important to manage the cost while advancing carbon emission reductions within the EmPOWER portfolio. Given the information deficiencies present, MEA has no position on an appropriate goals based on the scenarios presented to the working group. When an eventual thorough budget and rate impact analysis is available, MEA will then be able to make a more informed decision on the present day cost trade-offs with the continuing and future impacts of climate change. As regards to goal structure, MEA proposed 80 to 20% split between behind the meter and front of the meter resources. And I think that has been discussed extensively already today. We believe that the EmPOWER program has provided environmental benefits to low-income Meridians through DHCD programs. And as we saw today with the Aspire presentation, unfortunately, we have only just 4 to 7% of eligible customers in each utility territory served by these programs. And as we transition to a new goal, it's crucial that we can provide these EmPOWER benefits to more low-income residents. And this could be through a number of measures that was highlighted in the study, including increased collaboration with, between DHTD and program administrators and other community stakeholders, including local government and counties, and increased outreach to underserved communities. We think that if there are any GHG abatement goals for DHTD, we believe that GHG abatement goals for DHTD are consistent with state objectives and would support DHTD goals that are attainable and could provide increased reach for DHTD programs. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually don't have any questions, so I'll turn to Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Maybe just kind of one question, and maybe you could just help me understand the role of MEA. It's my understanding, maybe tell me if I'm stating this correctly, that MEA has an advisory and a role in working with the program administrators as they develop their plans and in reviewing the plans, I guess, before they come to us. Have I stated that correctly, or maybe you could describe, because I know you do have a statutory role to play in the formulation of EmPOWER plans.
So EmPOWER is active in many of the work groups, including the Future Programming Work Group, the Limited Income Work Group, and some of the other work groups. So we do offer, based on information available to us, some kind of contributions to those work groups and try to achieve the roles that are consistent with state objectives and, and our climate goals.
Okay. So it's just through the work groups. Do you ever request information directly or engage independently in your role, in your state role with the program administrators in the development of these plans?
Most of our work is done through the work groups.
Through the work group, okay. When the plans get to the commission, you will then have had a chance or maybe you've already answered this question, but to be in a position to let us know whether they do represent state goals and priorities. And I noted you state that you are very sensitive to any sharp increases in customer surcharge. Is that something also you will review in advance of those the suite of programs being submitted to the commission?
So the commission's independent evaluator had done some preliminary cost estimates for some of the scenarios, and for instance, I believe they had about for the economic scenario they had about $2.5 billion, and these are rough estimates, and they also project that the maximum achievement scenario could be about maybe 60% or thereabout of that of that budget, and that's at this point is about 3 or 4 times the current budget of the EmPOWER program. So MEA's want as we try to achieve these our climate goals, MEA wants to really know how these targets could affect rates, and OPC had suggested that the utilities go back and provide some kind of estimates of what the budget could be. I think if that information can be available to the commission and to stakeholders, maybe we'll be better informed on how to go forward with goal setting.
Okay, well, I appreciate that answer. But it is my understanding MEA does play an important role in the formulation of these proposals, these proposed plans. So, I would encourage MEA to again be actively engaged because it's going to be important, I think, as we have a new administration, to really know that it reflects whatever the plans that come to the commission do reflect where the administration's goals and plans would like to take the state. So, thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Linton? Commissioner O'Donnell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Idrisu, I wanted to ask about MEA's energy efficiency programming. So you have various pots of money for energy efficiency that's available in the form of grants, right? And low interest loans. Is that correct? Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, we have I believe we have a low income energy efficiency program at MEA.
Do you have anything beyond low income?
Yes, we have programs for for different energy types and for counties and local governments as well.
How about residential homeowners?
I do not have all the information right now, but I believe we do. Yes, we do have programs for residential and commercial residents of the state.
So I thought so. So this fall I looked at, once I found out that there was nothing available for energy efficiency programs, you heard my discussion earlier maybe about windows and low-hanging fruit and sealing up buildings to make them more energy efficient. And there was nothing in the EmPOWER program other than they can tell you your windows are leaking. Well, I don't need a rocket scientist to come out and tell me that in my home. I can feel it. But this fall, I looked at MEA's programs for FY23, and what I found was they were still developing or planning for those programs to get those monies out the door. Can you give me an update on that?
Are you talking about programs that are going to be using the funds from IRA, or just in general a program?
I'm talking about your energy efficiency programs, and I'm not sure where all the funding streams come from. I'm talking about what's available to Maryland citizens to make their homes energy efficient.
So if the information you see on our website will be the most up-to-date information. So the programs team at MEA is still working towards developing programs for 2023 and the future years too, as well.
So this fall they weren't ready yet. You couldn't even apply, and now we're more than halfway through the fiscal year. We only got 5 months left in FY23. Are they ready?
For which programs?
For residential energy efficiency programs.
Well, the information you see on our website is the one I'm also privy to.
I can see I'm not going to get a
Excuse
decent
me,
answer.
Commissioner O'Donnell, would you
Yeah.
like?
Can you identify yourself, please?
Yes, hi, I'm Michelle Honig. I'm an Assistant Attorney General for the Maryland Energy Administration. So
Could you spell your name also? I'm sorry.
it's Michele, and the last name is Hon as in Nancy, Ick. So I just wanted to offer, if you would like a more complete response to information about residential programs, maybe it would be better for us to provide that in a few days.
That would be fair enough. I'd like to learn more about how MEA plays into energy efficiency in this state. They have pots of money. It wasn't available halfway through the fiscal year, and I'd like to kind of understand that better and see what's available for Marylanders that's not available under EmPOWER. I mean, the goal is not the program. The goal is energy efficiency, right? We would agree, I hope.
Yeah. Regarding the federal funds,
Find out what's going on with that, because I want to understand how it all fits together in the big flick.
yeah. Regarding the federal funds, I know that EmPOWER is MEA is still waiting for guidance from the feds, and I believe those guidance will include the rules and the eligibility criteria for programs that will be developed with in MEA in the agency.
Fair enough. If you and the Attorney General representative could follow up with the commission with some additional information on both CNI and residential energy efficiency programs, their availabilities, the amount of monies that are available, how the programs work.
Okay.
That would be greatly appreciated. What the exact status is as of today.
Okay.
I'm asking that. I can't order that.
We'll comply.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Any further questions for Maryland Energy Administration? Okay. Do you want to ask your question now?
Sure.
So, Commissioner Richard had a follow-up question for OPC.
I'm sorry, Ms. Eichner. Yes, I did have one question. It was on my list and I forgot. And this should be really simple and quick. Just on the last slide, I believe it was the last slide in the chart with the bar graphs. There was a dashed line that went across. Can you help me understand what is that line? Is that the 2.5% energy efficient savings required of utilities, or is that the line for the 60% greenhouse gas reduction goal by 2031?
Yes, Commissioner Richard, that is the GHG equivalent of the goals in the Climate Solutions Now Act.
Get closer to the microphone, please. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard, that is the GHG equivalent of the goals in the Climate Solutions Now Act for megawatt hour reductions for the utilities. So that is basically the translation or conversion of the current EmPOWER megawatt hour reduction goals to GHG abatement goals.
Okay, I appreciate that. It was an impactful slide, but then I realized I don't know if I really understand it. So that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for coming back up. Okay, now on to DHCD. I feel like we've been talking about you all day, so now we have a chance to actually really have you up here. So I don't know if you have any slides or presentation, but if you want to introduce yourself.
Sure. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Nicola Tran on behalf of DHCD, and with me today we have Scott Falvey. That's SCOTT, last name FALVEY. And our counsel, Amy Grasso, behind me, AMYGRASSO. We did not file any comments and we don't have a presentation, and I do want to preempt our session that at this time DHCD cannot make comments on policies or make any policy recommendations. However, we're more than happy to answer any of your questions regarding our programs, future of our programs, or how any of the recommended scenarios would interact with our programs.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Commissioner Linton, since we know he has questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. So I guess my first question is regarding the prize report. Did DHCD have any concerns with the data or analysis presented there? Were you comfortable with it? Was it accurate?
Yeah, we have no concerns about the data. We were have a lot of insight on how the data was comprised and work together, and I think it has a lot of useful recommendations and data that will be very useful for developing our program plan.
Okay. All right. So for the recommendations that a prize recommended regarding ways to increase the number of customers that would participate in DHCD and low-income programs specifically, you were comfortable with all of those as well?
Yes, and as I mentioned earlier, we are already performing all of those outreach strategies. They would have to be just scaled up significantly in order to reach more customers. And just to give you an idea, over the last 3 years, we increased customers that come to us directly from 90 applications a year to 240 to 990 in the last year. So that's what we have been able to do with half an outreach position, and we would obviously scale that up if we need to reach more people.
Okay.
And if I could just add to that, a lot of times when we're talking about the EmPOWER programs, we're talking about the DHCD EmPOWER programs. We're talking about single family. A lot of the focus is around single family, but there is a multifamily program too, and it functions differently. And to build on what Nicola was saying, and to your question, if we need to start getting to more tenants in these properties, we'll have to develop a outreach program or process different than what we're doing now, because we're actually reaching out to the property owners instead of the tenants that are there. It's a very different process of achieving that.
Okay. So we've heard several parties today suggest that we have to get more customers participating in the program in order to reach our goals. The MEEA has suggested that the Commission has not set a goal for DHCD. So I know I'm in Commissioner O'Donnell's chair today, but just for this moment, I'm going to suggest that I'm going to take the hypothetical that the Commission could set a goal. I'm not suggesting that we can or cannot at this point, but assuming that we could, based on the analysis that we've seen from a prize, and we know kind of where we are now. And again, I'm not going to hold you to this. I understand that you can't establish or recommend any policy goals at this point now, but where do you think we should set it?
I think you preempted my answers that we can to comment on any policy goals at this point. However, I will say that our team is prepared to present a plan to meet any goals that are set for us, and that we have, I think, have been demonstrating that we're able to execute on our goals, and with the staffing it requires, we would be able to accomplish what's required of us.
Okay. I'll point out, and I don't want anybody to think I've been attacking DHCD or anything. DHCD has certainly come a long way from where, over the course of 10 years especially, and especially when you consider there was a bit of a transition at the beginning where the low-income programs were managed by the utility companies first, as probably everybody in here already knows. So my next question kind of ties into that a little bit. If we know that DHCD is operating in the 4 to 7 or 8% range for assisting low-income customers, based on the prize report, they're definitely, at least from my perspective, and I'm not an economist or a mathematician, but when I take a look at the overall universe of consumers that are participating, some of them have to be working with utility companies and their low-income customers. So I guess my first question regarding some of DHCD's programs, you have some that are customized just for low-income customers. Do you have a way of well, let me just ask it differently. Do the utility companies have comparable low-income programs customized for low-income customers similar to the ones that you have?
No.
Okay. Is there a way for, I know that if they know a customer is low-income, they'll refer them to you. But obviously they're not referring all of them. Some of them have to be receiving services from the utility. So how are what's the interaction there so that we know that the programs, you've created unique ones for low-income customers, and the utilities don't have those. So are there some benefits that we're leaving on the table? Is something that low-income customers should get, that DHCD knows they should get, but the utilities don't have low-income programs? They're helping low-income customers, but those customers aren't getting those benefits.
I believe there may still be some gaps, and that's what the limited income work group is working on assessing to make sure we can close those gaps in our next program cycles. I do want to note that the limited income customers do have access to all utility programs. They participate more in those, obviously, that have no cost share or cost share requirements. And we are also in extensive collaboration with the utilities to ensure that those customers that can benefit from our program are directed our way instead of paying for similar services through the utilities. And just to give you an example for that, what that would look like is, for example, BG&E in their QHEC onboarding, which QHEC is actually a free program that a lot of limited income customers participate in. They give customers a prompt, by the way, have you also looked into the DHCD program that could provide you similar offerings or more for free? So those are just some of the examples how we're trying to close those gaps.
And to add on to that too, over the years, so DHCD's programs have historically been whole home programs. The idea was we go in and we retrofit the whole home to get the greatest savings that we can while we're there. But the problem that we always find with whole home programs is, especially with low income, is the homes are some homes are in significant disrepair, which prevents the program from doing as much as it can. So over time we evolved and we created the base program and now a energy kit program, so that any customer that we touch, we're providing as much opportunity as we can, as much benefit as we can. At the very least, if we have an applicant, they're getting an energy kit. Where we can't do a whole home retrofit, we're doing as much as we can on the base load side without having a negative impact on the building itself. So we've evolved over time to do as much as we can with every customer that we get.
And then on the back end too, after we're done providing the services that we can for free, if there are any items or measures left to do in the customer's home, we refer them back to the utility program. So for example, if we find a second refrigerator in the garage, we refer them to the appliance recycling program at the utility.
Okay. All right, I'll stop there, Madam Chair. I know we have a lot more to go through, so thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell?
No, Mr. Tran answered my questions this morning.
Thank you. Commissioner Pritchard?
I don't really have any questions at this time. I believe as I stated earlier, we're going to get some guidance from the legislature and the new administration. So I'm interested to hear where we're, what the direction is going to be on setting goals. And no, I'll just stop there. Thank you.
One thing that I will add that I think is a big question that's been floating around the room and has been for a while. We've talked about the goal bills that are going through. So, DHCD, who's going to be potentially responsible for doing that, we have to file a fiscal response to the legislation. So the response that DHCD provided, just to give an idea of what we're looking at for funding, over 5 fiscal years, which is essentially 3 calendar years, because the calendar year is kind of cut in between with the fiscal year. So in the fiscal response, the 5-year total funding that we would need to achieve the goal presented by the legislation is $717 million over the 5 fiscal years.
And that is for the legislation that's being deliberated now,
Correct.
not the one.
Correct, and that's based on funds that DHCD currently administers and foresees administering in the future. It doesn't include obviously any unknown funds. It doesn't include any of the federal funds other than weatherization assistance, because DHCD is not a direct recipient of any of those funds.
Thank you for sharing that. I don't have any questions. My questions were asked by Commissioner Linton. Okay. Next on the agenda is somebody here from Fermata Energy? No? Okay. Well, then we will call SMECO and PE, Potomac Edison, up. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
You ready?
Good afternoon. Yes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, my name is Jeffrey Trout. I'm counsel to Potomac Edison, and today I'm here for both Potomac Edison and the Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. Mr. Shaw of the cooperative is here. Mr. Miller and Mr. Rundy, who are long-standing leaders in Potomac Edison's energy efficiency programs, are also here. We filed joint comments. Neither entity has a PowerPoint. It's my understanding that Mr. Shaw has brief comments and that Mr. Miller has brief comments, and then we will endeavor to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Mr. Shaw?
Yes. Jeff Shaw from Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. That is JEFFSHAW. Typically, when I sit before the commission, I go through a series of questions that have been asked throughout the day. I think I'm going to skip my usual comments. If you have those questions and I don't answer them here, you'll find me. When SMECO develops our programs, traditionally we are 100% behind the meter when we're looking at doing things. With that comes an expense. We have the highest surcharge in the state. That's no surprise to anybody. We don't have the largest membership to spread the cost around. We're primarily residential. We have a different housing stock, a lot of different reasons. But for that, it leads us to have a high surcharge. And a lot has been discussed about the surcharge. So I'm going to provide you some numbers today just to kind of give you an order of magnitude of what we're talking about. In our comments, we talked about business as usual. Not a lot of fans here today for business as usual. But when we look at that, and this, we calculated this using your most recent order for surcharge calculations. For us in 2024, business as usual, our surcharge for us and our average member uses about 1,200 kWh per month, would be $15.90.
$15.90.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. And then continuing that out through that program cycle of 2026, that would put us about $20.39. We took a look at the max achievable, which a lot of people are talking about today, and we back calculated some numbers and looking at what that would take for us. In 2024, that value for us would be $23.78. So you're going from $15.90 to $23.78. And then in 2026, we're talking $41.47 for our average member of 1,200 kWh per month. It's been said a lot. We don't know where that value is. I can't give you an exact value, but I could tell you if I had to go before my membership of a monthly bill impact of $41.47, I would have some serious explaining to do. And again, there's a lot of different reasons behind that.
Excuse me, Mr. Shaw, just
Yes.
a very quick question. Was that data and information shared with the work group?
It was not. The filings were made Friday, I think. We had some delays in filings, but when we finally got some numbers, this is what we've come to. This does not include any work for electrification or any of the most recent discussion you just had here with DHCD and the need to increase budgets as a result of that. This is basically strictly energy efficiency work.
Under the BAU scenario.
BAU,
Or
and then I
number.
gave you the numbers for max achievable as well. So yes, that is energy efficiency work. We don't know how to treat Electrification cost is around a surcharge or rate basing or whatever comes of that, but that just kind of gives you an order of magnitude. These are not exact numbers. There have been some estimations provided in there, but I think for the group behind me and in front of me and on TV today, I just wanted to get those numbers out. I'll go ahead and stop there. You can ask me all the questions you would like about that, and then Mr. Miller will go on.
Would you be willing to share those numbers with the commission?
Sure, yes.
In the background.
No problem whatsoever filing that, yes.
I guess we'll start with questions. I'll go with Commissioner O'Donnell if you want to start.
Madam Chair, I would just say this. If the average person in Southern Maryland has to pay $500 a year energy efficiency surcharge, you may have a minor civil insurrection on your hands down here. So, like I said, the greatest laid plans of mice and men sometimes are hatched in ivory towers. And we ought to be mindful of that. And you hear me talk all the time about the impact on ratepayers. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Richard, do you have questions?
Yeah, actually, I don't at this time, but thank you for your presentation.
Commissioner Linton?
No, I guess that the numbers that we heard today weren't. I understand they weren't provided to the work group, so we haven't had an opportunity to hear what others might have said about them. But you said you'd be willing to file them.
Yes, sir.
Including that includes the calculation, rationale behind it, everything.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I had.
And I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
Okay. We'll go to Potomac Edison.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. My name is Ed Miller, speaking for Potomac Edison. I'd like to make a few comments today to just, regarding some of the discussion that has transpired. My first comment is regarding what to base the goal on. And there's ultimately been a lot of discussion, a lot of support and positions around using the maximum achievable potential. We heard Mr. Shaw speak to some of the cost concerns of that. I think throughout the day there's been a lot of mention of cost concerns. I also want to highlight, though, that adopting the maximum achievable scenario also ignores all the uncertainty in the market potential study. And I do appreciate there's been some discussions earlier regarding some of the measures and removing them and adjusting the potential study and whatnot. And I know there's also some comments that other parties have made regarding other issues with the market potential study that leads to the maximum potential possibly being inflated, and one of those is associated with the measure life. But I also want to highlight there's also uncertainty with electrification programs. And there's a sense that the current business as usual scenario, or the business as usual scenario, is not doing a lot. And really, if we take a step back, I think we all have recognized how the current EmPOWER goals have been very aggressive and are very difficult to achieve. And I know in past recent history there's been discussions, both in hearings and in working groups, regarding making up for the loss of lighting. I think it's even been commented in prior hearings, there is no silver bullet to make up for the loss of lighting. So I'm just highlighting that there are challenges and how the current EmPOWER goals have been very aggressive up to this point. Regarding electrification programs, I'll be clear, the company supports electrification programs, and we are looking forward to having electrification programs. So I don't want to say that there's any hesitancy in that regard. I would like to highlight, though, that electrification programs are new in the industry, and there's a great deal of uncertainty, not only with the cost, but also with customer adoption of a new fuel type. Customer opinions and preferences regarding their fuel source, as well as other barriers to adoption of electrification, is different from energy efficiency programs, and will be something that we all learn over time. I know there's a lot of people in my family that like to argue about cooking fuels and what's better to cook with, gas or electric. And I have had grandmothers who would beat me over the head if I tried to take her gas stove away from her. So I just want to highlight again, there's a lot of uncertainty with electrification. We're going to learn a lot over time, and there's uncertainty with the cost and with barriers to participation as well as customer adoption. Again, it's a different ballgame. Opinions and preferences around energy efficiency versus opinions and preferences around fuel source of heating and water heating and cooking and other electrification measures is a different ballgame, to keep it simple. My third point is regarding the goal structure. We're hearing a lot of comments around establishing goals for different resource types. This much behind the meter, this much front of meter, this much EmPOWER funded. And I just want to highlight that the goal structure really called for there to be a single overarching goal with parameters on how to achieve it. In the future programming working group, we agreed that the focus of the goal structure should be on the EmPOWER funded behind the meter to provide the maximum benefit to our customers. After all, EmPOWER has been providing benefit to our customers for now close to 15 years. So we've always focused our EmPOWER plans on behind the meter resources. So I'm highlighting the goal structure, calling for a single overarching goal with the parameters to achieve it. What is required from behind the meter, but then also, if you notice, the other resources were all maximums. Those were meant as giving the options, giving flexibility to the utilities, again, recognizing all the uncertainty with transition to a GHG-focused program, as well as the addition of electrification programs, that by allowing other resource types to count towards the goal helps the utilities and puts the utilities in the position and provides us with the flexibility to meet our single overarching goal. And that was really what the intent was and what we agreed to when we agreed to the goal structure. The last thing I want to say is that staff's proposal that the utilities have a 20% non-EmPOWER funded goal is completely unsupported for Potomac Edison, based on the fact that we have achieved less than 1% of our total planned savings per year for the last 5 years towards our EmPOWER goals. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm available for any questions that you have.
Madam Chair, I apologize. I wanted to add just one thing to what Mr. Miller said. There's been a lot of discussion about should we include costs in the surcharge or should we recover them through base rates, and some discussion about using different mechanisms for different types of programs, to Mr. Miller's point about what to do with the in front of the meter programs. And I know you know this, but I think it needs to be said clearly and bluntly on the record today. Whether customers pay for a program through the surcharge or they pay for the program in base rates, it's the electric utility customers that are paying those costs. And I'll take it one step further and say that if the customers are paying for a program in base rates, and the way they're paying for it is because the costs have been built into rate base, then the utility will be earning a return of and on those costs, which is exactly what you have directed us to phase out of the EmPOWER program. So the idea that we're going to shift some of the costs to base rates as being some sort of panacea is, to my mind, illusory.
Thank you very much for that. I'll start, and I just have one comment from Mr. Miller. When you say the company supports electrification, can you just elaborate on what you mean when you say that?
What I mean is, through the future programming working group, hearing positions of all the parties in the comments regarding electrification of heating and water heating to provide GHG savings, and to do that through programs that we would offer to our customers.
Are those programs that you currently have, or that you're talking going into the future?
We do not currently have those. That was looking to the future with the upcoming plan cycle.
Okay. I don't think I have any further questions. Commissioner Richard, I'll go to you.
Just on that same question about electrification. So I'm still trying to get my arms around what we're talking about for utility programs. On one hand, the state does want to move increasingly toward being more electrified. I guess I don't know how to say it otherwise. So there's going to be a responsibility of the distribution utilities to ensure that the system, the grid, can support that. But then there's also the element of trying to help our citizens, the ratepayers, prepare for electrification. That seems to be in a different bucket of how that would fit in EmPOWER. Is that the way the utilities are looking at it, or maybe you can help me understand what we're talking about as far as what we should be concerned about at the commission when we're talking about electrification policies.
I think that's an excellent question, and some of the electrification type programs that we have been looking at and investigating, and again, it's new in the industry, so we're not seeing a lot of information that's out there. But for instance, I'm aware of some of the California utilities that are doing electrification. They're providing significant incentives for customers when they purchase heat pumps or heat pump water heaters if they're transitioning from a delivered fuel source versus the incentive that's offered if it's a current electric heated customer. So there's programs that I'll characterize as rebate offerings, again promoting customers with the delivered fuel sources for both heating and water heating to transition to heat pump technology. Those are rebate offerings. To achieve a lot of electrification, I personally believe that it's going to take significant cost and possibly what I'll characterize as installation of the equipment in order for customers to transition their heating or their water heating source. And that recognizes that many customers, many homes are older. There could be service panel upgrades that are needed. There could be additional electric circuitry required in the residence in order to support the electric device, even a heat pump device, as compared to the existing heating and water heating source. So really, the electrification programs that I think that I'm seeing develop in the industry are those types of programs. So it's rebates for purchases of where there's the transition, as well as additional, I'll say, cost associated with electric upgrades, and then possibly providing significant portions of the cost, if not the entire cost, for a customer to upgrade their equipment.
And as this policy develops in our state, how are the utilities preparing for increased load, the expectation of electric vehicles, homes that may increasingly be using the heat pumps, the electric heat pumps, and all matters of electrification? How does that fit into the state's electrification policy? Is that just already happening, or is this part of a concerted electrification plan?
I'm not directly involved in, I'll say, the planning activities associated with the distribution system. However, I am aware that that is something that the utilities are looking at, and in some cases have been making upgrades in order to accommodate. Things like EV charging is a perfect example. Even the adoption of renewables, solar installations and whatnot. The grid is changing. I'm confident the utility planners are looking at that and planning for that and taking that into account as based on the information that they have available.
Okay, great, thank you.
Commissioner, I can attest to the fact that Chief Engineer Bukowski is leading a very active work group that is looking, among other things, at precisely that set of issues.
Good, good, yeah, and that's why I'm just right in the context of what we're talking about today in EmPOWER, where we should be focused with, specifically with EmPOWER as we look to the state moving forward with its electrification strategies. And then the other question I guess I wanted to ask is, you heard the recommendations that we've received so far today that we need to provide guidance to the utilities and that we should, specifically ask for the maximum achievable. Then we'll get those plans. Then we can set budgets. Is that a do you have any response to that? Again, I kind of stated my concern earlier because oftentimes we get to that, late September, October timeframe, and then we're kind of left with just either rejecting and then, asking utilities to come back. And I don't know if that's the best way to move forward if we're, if we're trying to be expeditious and being responsive to state policies, or if there's something better we could ask of utilities or provide guidance to utilities so that, again, maybe those programs, the suite of programs that you're going to be proposing are better, they're ready for, I guess, our consideration and hopefully adoption.
I have a lot of concerns with the notion of developing a plan to target a overly aggressive goal that I think everyone today has acknowledged is going to be significantly costly without there being, based on that, because there's a lot of resources and cost and time that will go into that only to get to the outcome that we already know, which is it's very expensive and not, and then there's no line of sight to the funding of that, again, recognizing the significant cost. So in my mind, I do not believe that that's a reasonable approach. I think, as stated in our comments, the business as usual scenario is a very logical starting point. It's based on the current EmPOWER goals, which we have all acknowledged as being very aggressive, and there is still going to be a cost increase even associated with that because of just the transition of the programs, the evolution of the programs, changing codes and standards, and everything else that is putting downward pressure on the savings.
Great. Well, thank you for that. That's helpful because, again, I'm mindful that when we get these programs, we are supposed to, by statute, evaluate them, based on ratepayer impact, cost effectiveness, and I think there are several other factors. And so, I'm concerned that if we just get unicorns, that we can't really adopt, a program proposals that we really can't adopt that don't clear those screens. That again, we're just going to be unfortunately in a position where we're just delaying things. Whereas if we could provide some guidance now, hopefully we get actionable proposals come September or October. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Donnell?
No, ma'am. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Linton?
Thank you. Just a couple questions for actually both companies. So I'm sure you've heard some of my discussion during the course of the day with most recently with DHCD regarding the Apprise report. Did either of the companies have any concerns about the data and the way it was presented or any of the conclusions that it reached?
From SMECO's perspective, no concerns. Very well thoughtful and laid out. Don't question any of the data whatsoever. It was well put together.
Okay. All right.
Same for PE.
Okay. So then we can acknowledge then that we know there's a percentage of low-income customers that are not receiving services from DHCD based upon the results in the report. And we can also infer from it that some of those customers are receiving services from both of your companies through the programs that you have currently. Some time ago, before I was here as serving in this position, not in this seat, but in this position, the commission with the utility companies moved you away from working with with low-income customers, but you still are. You still have them coming to you. So, are there solutions or programs that you are considering? Do you have some concepts in mind that you're looking at to make sure that the additional benefits that those low-income customers may need, additional attention they may need, that they're receiving? Or are we in a situation where we know low-income customers are coming to utility companies still, and quite frankly, at least in this, just in my opinion, probably more than DHCD's getting. They're probably coming to you. Are you doing anything different with them?
From SMECO's perspective, I was in this seat in 2012 when the programs were taken from us and transitioned over to DHCD, so I remember those conversations well. We do offer a lot. I mean, currently we can reach out to those members, whether it be through behavioral reports, whether it's through we don't offer the QHEC, but kind of our QHEC through our home energy improvement programs. We can reach out to them that way. We can reach out to them through kits. We can reach out to them through our schools program. So there are a myriad of ways we do touch them. Can we always improve? Yes. Do I know what we're going to do next program cycle to continually improve? I don't know that at this moment, but it is often discussed and will be part of the plans.
Okay.
I can echo Mr. Shaw's comments, and additionally, I would like to note that as part of our current cycle of programs, we have put a process in place where we are meeting with DHCD on a quarterly basis, and we are reviewing our programs and their programs and striving for discussing the opportunities on exactly what you're asking, continuous improvement and getting better. You know, it's our intent that, you know, if a low-income customer can be served and receive all the benefits that DHCD can offer, the comprehensive services, the weatherization services, that they receive that. You know, we you know that, and we provide referrals to DHCD's programs for that reason. And conversely, you know, we're always looking to see how our programs best interact with theirs. We're leveraging marketing and cross-marketing where possible, and again, trying to help the identification and the provision of services to our income-eligible customers.
Okay.
Sure. Scott Falvey with DHCD. So, I think not quite as long as Mr. Shaw. I kind of stepped in a little bit after that, but I've been here about 10 years, and we've been through a phase where, you know, DHCD took over the low-income programs, and then I would say DHCD floundered as well, and it was questionable how long, you know, whether DHCD would continue doing the programs, and DHCD was designated, you know, the sole implementer for low-income programs, and then I think it was maybe 2 cycles ago the commission started asking the utilities to do more for low-income people, probably because DHCD wasn't getting to as many people as it should.
Right.
And then in one of the more recent orders, I can't remember which one it was, stating that there will be a low-income greenhouse gas reduction goal for DHCD, and that DHCD would be responsible for the low-income program. So I guess part of the question that I have, and you know, it may be for the utilities too, is what role should the utilities be playing in going and trying to serve low-income customers? If DHCD will be responsible for a low-income goal, should the utilities be actively pursuing low-income customers? The idea with a whole home program is that there's nothing else that the recipient should be able to receive through the program. And the flip side of that is there's a lot of customers in the low-income side that can't afford to use or access the utilities programs. and that's why these low incomes are created, because the customers, the utilities customers, just don't have the income to go out and buy a new refrigerator, or to do the home performance with the Energy Star program, because they don't have the money available to do that. So the programs that are generally created for low income are whole home to try to be as encompassing as they are. So that, I think that's something for the commission to think about, is how much do we ask the utilities to step in and fill the gap? And I believe the utilities can certainly play a role there. In the past, they've done their kits or maybe the bulbs at the food banks, and those are really great steps. There's access that the utilities have to some of the customers that DCD just doesn't have access to. So I think the utilities can definitely play a role. I think there's value there, but I think the commission needs to consider to what level that should be, to what level the utilities should be responsible for doing that.
Well, thank you. I guess my thought on that, and obviously I'm making that decision today, but we heard earlier today from the Office of People's Counsel that we needed to get, well, the People's Counsel suggests it was everybody, but clearly it's going to be a lot of consumers more than what we have currently. And we're kind of at 4 to 7% now, according to the prize report. So I guess the only way to say it is that there's enough for everybody. And so I think I don't know what the goals will be. The commission will have to decide on that. I'm sure the General Assembly will have, so there's bills pending there that may impact that discussion and ultimately decision as well. But I think there's a lot of work to be done, and there's enough for everybody.
Sure, and to echo the statements that the utilities have made, the relationship between the utilities and DHCD has been great over the last few years, and there's a lot of communication, and we do plan these things pretty closely together, and so we look forward to being able to develop the next program cycle plans in coordination with the utilities.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you to both companies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we can transition to the joint utilities, DPL, PEPCO, Baltimore Gas and Electric.
Yeah, we were just talking to them.
Okay, thank you. We can turn it over to you, and you can go in whatever order you want to.
Okay, good afternoon, Commissioners. Taylor Beckham here on behalf of PEPCO Holdings and the Exelon Utilities.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Brent Balea on behalf of the Exelon Utilities.
Today we have Morgan O'Donnell with us, our Vice President of Regulatory Policy and Affairs.
Strategy. Or whatever.
And she'll kick us off with a few comments.
Sure. Thank you. Very happy to have the opportunity to be in front of you and Commissioner O'Donnell from home. Hope you will be feeling better soon. The Exelon Utilities are a proven and committed partner in enabling the state and county policy goals. We've remained committed to behind-the-meter efforts at the core of the EmPOWER programs. As the EmPOWER program transitions from energy efficiency to greenhouse gas abatement, we need flexibility in the goal, structure, and cost recovery to deliver customer benefits while maintaining affordable, stable rates. We have saved over $10 billion for customers, and it's an award-winning program. So it's very clear that we are dedicated to the EmPOWER program in the state it's in today, and we plan to do that moving forward, but the flexibility will be key. There have been some misrepresentations today of the Exelon Utilities goal. Our proposed change to the structure would maintain 80% of the greenhouse gas reductions behind the meter or community measures. Our change is focused on flexibility for cost recovery and the correlating impact of affordability for customers. Our proposed goal structure, clearly stated, is at least 80% of all greenhouse goal reductions should come from behind the meter or community resources, that 80% can be funded through the EmPOWER surcharge or base rates. At least half of the 80% I just referenced should come through EmPOWER funded energy efficiency programs. 20% should come from beneficial electrification, behind the meter, efficiency, community measures, or front of the meter measures. Based on the comments we've heard today from the Commission, the Exelon utilities would support changing the structure of specifying the 80% of all greenhouse gas reductions should come from behind the meter programs, funded through EmPOWER surcharge or base rates. There's clearly been a theme today, and that is unknowns, expensive. We don't know how quickly customers will ramp up. And so it's very important that flexibility is in the cost recovery so we can manage that affordability impact. In addition, it's very important that we have flexibility, especially in terms of a ramp up of the first 3 years of the program. Adopting the Exelon proposal to allow flexibility for cost recovery of programs is an important update to the goal structure. Many things have occurred since this work group began. But just as today, those programs would count towards the EmPOWER goal, and that would continue to be subject to the EMV requirements and the BCA tests, regardless of funding source. We do not want to change the core tenets of the EmPOWER program. But as we transition to greenhouse gas abatement, if we decrease the flexibility of the cost recovery the utilities have in meeting those goals, will likely both increase the surcharge rates and the volatility of those impacts to customers. And I think the theme is that the core focus now of the EmPOWER program is greenhouse gas abatement. And I think we've spent a lot of time today focused on what the cut-up of that is. And I think what we really need to think about is, can EmPOWER Maryland be the program in which we measure those greenhouse gas emissions and abate them? But we can certainly use other tools and mechanisms such as base rates, beneficial electrification in different ways. And so I think that's where we need to have the flexibility as we go through this journey of unknowns. Commissioner Richard, you noted it. It's like setting the goal before you know how much it's going to cost. And so that's why I think we need to be flexible, we need to be agile, and certainly we may need to regroup as we go through it and as we learn more through the process. The last thing I'll say about cost recovery is most parties have acknowledged that it's going to be very expensive. We don't know how expensive. However, some of the parties' goals are very ambitious, and because they're so ambitious, it's indicative of that flexibility of cost recovery that's needed. Based on, I think, a high-level estimate, we believe that OPC's proposed goal levels could result in increasing the cost of EmPOWER programs for Exelon utilities 2 to 4 times relative to our proposed goal levels. That's an estimate, obviously, but that's a significant difference between what we're proposing and what OPC is proposing, hence the need for flexibility. But again, I'll reiterate that we are a committed partner with the state, the Commission, our customers. It's important for us. As we move forward in this transition, we need to recognize the affordability impacts, as I noted earlier. The revised goal structure by Exelon is focused on that flexibility. And we thank you so much for the opportunity to talk today and for your attention, and we understand that this is a large decision, and we are available for questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start with Commissioner Richard. Sorry.
Wow, you've heard my questions today and the concerns and things I'm trying to kind of get my arms around as we, at this stage, try to provide guidance of where we're going next. And as you said, there's a lot of unknowns. We don't quite know yet where the legislature wants us to go. I think we're just now hearing where the administration would like to go. I don't think all of this really is going to be in our hands at this point, or at least we don't know what's in our hands. So I think that's one unknown that I think we're trying to all grapple with. There, as I stated, and I may just say I don't have more questions, but stop tap dancing here. But yeah, as I said, I'm not really certain what the beneficial electrification programs are going to look like. When I think of EmPOWER, I believe it is behind the meter. It is a customer focused event, and as I stated in in the last round, I think there are going to be programs that the utilities need to take on to prepare the state, to make ready, if you will, the state for electrification. Then there are things that we need to do to help our citizens, particularly low income, prepare for electrification. So those are the kind of the questions I have at this point. I don't know what you're going to be proposing. I don't know if you have any more to tell us today for the record about where the company is going. We do have some insights as to where you want to go with EmPOWER. Is that the extent of the electrification program? Or are there other things that you want to do that you're prepared to talk about today? Because again, whether we pay for this in base rates or whether we pay for it in the power surcharge, it's going to be a cost, and some of these costs could be eye-popping, and we need to make sure that as we're making these decisions, and then Annapolis is thinking about what they want us to do, that we all go in with our eyes wide open as to what we're doing, and as I said earlier, hopefully we're going to do this in a parallel fashion with how we take care of low-income impacts. So I think I had a question in there.
Well, let me take a stab at it. I think what's important is that we do have, I know that BG&E has mentioned that they're putting together their beneficial electrification plan for the multi-rate plan that they'll be filing. We are ourselves assessing at this point. I can't give you any details about what that would be, but I think part of the flexibility and optionality of putting the beneficial electrification or a portion of it in a multi-year rate plan is that because EmPOWER has now moved to an expensing model, it disconnects and misaligns the benefit of those types of programs, beneficial electrifications, and the time in which the customers would experience those benefits with the cost recovery. So if somebody were to experience a benefit over 15 years, but it was expensed in 1 year, that not only misaligns the costs and benefits, but it also misaligns the ability to spread those costs over a longer period of time for customers. So I can't give you a precise answer to the beneficial electrification, but we are assessing it, and we, again, just would like the flexibility, just like I think the Commission would like the flexibility to have options and tools to use those.
Okay. Yeah, and
that is Lori.
That is correct.
If you want to add something.
Yeah, Lori Doohan from Baltimore Gas and Electric, Laurie, last name Duhan. And as OPC noted, a multi-year plan or any base rate case, you don't know all the facets before you know them. So we brought up the information that we were filing this in the multi-year plan at an appropriate time when we were confident that we would go forward. And we have a presentation also noted tomorrow for many people that are in this room, and this hearing came up after that, so I apologize if you feel there's a time disconnect. It was the timing of all of that. We're looking to have a really robust electrification program in our plan. The overall cost is going to be about $300 million for 24, 25, 26. It ramps up. You can't start it all in 24. When you talk about alternate funding, we are hoping to get and work with MEA close to $40 million in.
Excuse me, Ms. Doohan?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure you said we are.
BGE. Okay.
BGE,
I'm speaking exclusively for BGE when I use the term we.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
make sure everyone's aware of that. As indicated, PHI is evaluating where they might go with that. So BGE is hoping to get $40 million in IRA funding. So when you talk about alternate sources of funding, we're looking to do that. It also includes a little bit of workforce development because the backbone is going to be looking at residential heating and and water heating. So air source heating and water heating is the primary focus. We do have small C&I as well. Again, the bulk of it's going to be residential. And you're asking, what are we looking to include in that? So we have some money for workforce development, as we indicated during the prior hearings on the future programming work group. Workforce development, we didn't believe is something that we just put out there for everyone to grab. But we had studies done, and there is a need for HVAC, and that's the backbone, again, of our program technicians and installers. So we're looking to spend $3 million there, and we're hoping to get additional $3 million grant matching money. So again, looking for alternate sources that are available to keep the costs down. All of that still brings us in the 260 range over 3 years for our customers. And when you get the multi-year plan, if the numbers are a little bit different, this is round numbers as we are today. We're looking to put up a lot of money. We also know that particularly if something breaks, you have to replace it as soon as possible. So adding electric to your home if you don't have panel upgrades. So we're looking for rebates for things like Make Ready, much more substantial than the 500 type dollars that we offer today, potentially up to. So again, we haven't filed our plans yet, so I'm always a little uncomfortable putting a number out there. But planning up to maybe $5,000 to help someone upgrade their panels. So should their water heater break, they can put in an electric water heater. Should their heating source go, they can add an electric heating. Air source heat pump, maybe up to $7,500. Again, you have to look at the technologies and the costs at the time. So it's going to be really costly, equivalent to what we do in EmPOWER now. So our biggest concern is we really believe in these programs. We're talking about 2.5 million tons of abatement, and we believe in these programs. And but to do that, if we were to, and the modeling is less than perfect, but I think it's solid. In year 3, because of the ramp up, we basically looked at about $140 million to the residential surcharge. We layered that on top of our 23 surcharge. So that doesn't include any changes to EmPOWER going forward. If everything were the same, we would be looking at a $9 to $10 increase per month for our customers in the surcharge. Then you would layer on top the kinds of things that Mr. Shaw, not to that magnitude over our customers, but replacing lighting. If there's more funds going to DHCD, that would be layered on top of it. It's not in the model. So just for electrification alone, if we expensed it through the current EmPOWER modeling, it would be $100, $120 a month to our average customer whose use is in the 850.
This is annually or?
Yeah, annually. So it's about $9 to $10 a month. So $100, $120 a year annually for a customer whose average use is about 850 kilowatt hours. I don't recall the exact number. So because of that, and I think we're all, in spite of all the conversation and all maybe some of the little bit of disconnect here, I think we all really have very similar goals. We want to help the state meet the Climate Solutions Now Act. We want to do it cost effectively. We want to do it affordably. We want to make sure that we don't burden our customers any more than they need to be burdened. And allowing these programs to go through base rates allows us to spread it out over time. Again, it's sort of the accounting matching principle. If you have a 15-year, I think on average our measures are about 12 and a half years, 10 to 15 years. And you buy a house, very few people, especially their first house, can afford to buy that outright. We know when you have a mortgage, it costs more to pay it out over 30 years than over cash, but it makes it affordable. Same thing with cars. So I think you have to think of it that way. What makes it affordable so that we can help the state meet their goals, we can help our customers embrace and invest in electrification. Again, we don't want to break our customers' bank. We want to be able to make sure that they can afford the programs that we're going to offer.
Okay, well, and I appreciate that, and this is kind of a high-level meeting today, but I think this kind of gives us some insights as to where the company, where the joint utilities are, what they're thinking. Hopefully, we heard a lot from some of the other parties today that they're all learning some of the things for the first time as well. They're looking for information, so this will I think this level of detail and getting into more granularity, I think it's not only important for us, but other policymakers to hear and understand, so that, again, we know what the impacts are, and we can figure out ways to mitigate some of these impacts on customers, electric customers around the state, that we can have that conversation about the regressivity of putting everything on the electric bill, and how we're going to, again, make sure that we're equitably and most efficiently taking on these costs. They are essential and important state objectives, but again, electric services and gas, energy services are essential, and so we need to make sure that Marylanders do have access to these essential services.
Clearly.
So I really have nothing else to ask, but thank you for your presentation.
And I want to
today.
add one thing, if it wasn't clear, it had been stated, I believe, but I want to make clear that we view EmPOWER for the reporting opportunity. There's no black box here that we would report information, even though the costs would be in base rates. We would use the same M&V programming, or I don't know if programming is the right word, but mechanisms is probably a better word, as we do today. So it's not like it's in base rates and don't worry about it kind of thing, and that may have been something people were concerned
I
about.
do appreciate your saying that, because it is a concern, the transparency, ensuring that when people get their electric bill, they know what they're paying for, what's all it entails. Making sure that we're picking out suites of programs that are in fact cost effective. We need to make sure that Mr. Loper and our EM&V team are able to make those assessments, so we're not enacting programs or authorizing programs that don't work. So anyway, I appreciate your saying that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman.
Thank you. So I actually have some follow-up questions. Thank you for that information. That was really helpful. So is there any disagreement with having a goal? What the distinction you're trying to help us understand is you want the flexibility on cost recovery, but you're not actually having or are you having an issue with having a goal set
No, I
focused on behind the meter, and then anything else that is on top of that can be accounted for and verified through the EmPOWER mechanism?
Yeah, I think that we proposed a goal in our comments, and we just want the goals to be achievable and measurable, and have the flexibility. So no, we're not opposed to a goal, just to be clear. But we obviously put our goal in front of the commission in our working group report, and that's one we think is achievable at this point.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Commissioner O'Donnell?
He's given up on me.
Either it was you or me, I'm not sure. But
He's
we're both
back.
here.
No, I appreciate the words of encouragement. Ms. O'Donnell, thank you for that. My mom used to tell me when I was a little boy, you'll probably be better before you get married, son. So I think I probably will, since I've been married 41 years. But EmPOWER is an enigma in my mind, in that I was there when it started, and it started out as kind of a vague conservation concept that we could use to displace generation capacity needs, do the conservation thing. It was just a general kind of thing, but it morphed into something very different, and it became very important, tremendously important. You see that in the numbers over the years. And we measured that by reductions in sales, percent of sales of electricity. Now we're talking about increasing electricity sales by using EmPOWER. And so if you think about it, it's turned 90 degrees. There's a good reason for that, because we realized we really should be measuring greenhouse gas emissions reductions, and the only way to do that was to electrify, and the only way to make EmPOWER continue to work was change our metrics from electricity sales reduction to greenhouse gas emissions reduction. All makes sense, I kind of guess, if you think about it, but it's hard to get your head around it if you've been with these programs for a long time. So I just say that generally because it's been a long slog here for me today, hanging in there. I
Speak
did
for all
wanna
of us,
ask the
Commissioner
utilities-
O'Donnell.
I'm sorry.
Make it a long day. You speak for all of us, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I did want to ask the utilities a question, though. You heard our discussion about behind the meter, front of the meter. You mentioned it in your remarks. And I think I convinced myself during today's discussion that we're only talking about CVR, conservation voltage reduction, or kind of traditional system breaker upgrades that you always do anyway, kind of normal stuff. So what kind of innovation is possible in front of the meter? What you're the preeminent Exelon utilities, and our other utilities are some of the preeminent investor-owned and co-op utilities in the country. Tell me what innovations you can do besides CVR and some breaker upgrades or something.
Well, I can start and then I can turn to the smart people behind me. But I think obviously there's some innovations that we don't know about or don't exist at this point. So there's more to come, I think, in that realm. But I think there's things we can do with transformers and other things. And I can certainly turn to either if you want to give more detail about what's optional. But I do want to be clear that we think that that's a small portion of how we'll achieve this, and the majority is behind the meter. So I don't know if that's been conveyed appropriately. So just want to make sure that we're not banking on front of the meter to save us, but we do think that we should have that flexibility just in case we can use what we have today, and then also what we may have in the future that we don't know about. But I feel like I'm dividing between the C's, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's hard to know what the future technologies are going to be. One thing I think we've committed to is that our commitment is primarily behind the meter, so don't ever take that away. We originally looked at having community resources, and the original consensus goal was to have community front of the meter resources as part of that bigger number, and it appears to have moved out of that section. So if you were to think, and again, might we want to encourage, I don't know, but a community solar project or some community renewable project, that type of project could be in front of the meter, but very valuable. So those, again, we're not there. I'm not offering that as a program, but those are the kinds of programs that I would like to say that the utilities should have the flexibility to do, that they would certainly fall into a greenhouse gas abatement opportunity. They're certainly in front of the meter. They're certainly not routine utility programs.
So I think I just heard another twist on EmPOWER, which I kind of chronicled a high level kind of evolution of this program, but now connecting CSEGs to EmPOWER. I don't know.
Well, the answer could be no, but that's the kind of flexibility. Certainly the utilities can't implement anything without commission approval, but that might be, and again, that's not something we have in the plans as of this moment, but that might be a kind of program to introduce. It would be a kind of program that the commission would then evaluate and determine if it's an appropriate greenhouse gas abatement program.
Yeah, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I mean, it's certainly important. I just don't know if it belongs in EmPOWER. Like so many other things, I'm not sure if it belongs in EmPOWER. We have a robust CSEGs program pilot. It's a 25-year pilot. It'll last a long time. Probably be made permanent here shortly. But I don't know. We just morph all this stuff together and becomes one. We kind of put it in the blender and jumble it up, and voila, we got a souffle.
Commissioner O'Donnell, there is someone who wanted to add something.
Yeah, this is Nate Gillespie from PHI, Gillespie, Gillespie. Both Morgan and Laurie did say what I was going to say, but I do want to reiterate that OPC in particular is trying to lock that percentage in based on some inaccuracies that it's CVR only. Now, that's what's being perceived now. Locking that in is what we're fighting for not doing because we don't know what's coming. If you lock in those numbers now, as we're building our plan, we can't consider other options that may be very valuable to the community.
That's great, Mr. Gillespie, but I haven't heard anything today but CVR and breakers and transformers, which is all stuff you already do and already did before EmPOWER. I hear no innovation, none, zero. So, and we can say 20% is just such a small portion, not going to make us or break us. 20% to me is a significant amount.
Also, notice the goal is a maximum of 20%. So we can come in with a program that is 5%, 0%, 20%. It's a maximum, it's not a minimum. So when we're looking to design our program, that goal says a maximum of 20%. The intent of that was to limit the utilities' focus on some of the programs that some parties were uncomfortable with.
Yeah, maybe it's just my understanding of what 20% behind the meter, or 20% in front of the meter, 80% behind the meter, and that crunches together to become 100%. So I don't know. The explanations for all this are all over the place, and I don't hear a whole lot of innovative side of the equation. It's like, hey, just authorize this for us, and we'll take care of it later. Trust us. So,
I'm sorry, Commissioner O'Donnell, just to reiterate, at least 80% would be behind the meter. So we're supportive of that, at least. So
I get it. I get that, but still, you got two numbers. One on this side of the line is 20%. One on this side of the line is 80%, and they squish together to make 100%. Why shouldn't I think that's 100% of the goal? So maybe not. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just a matter of semantics on how it's being presented. But I'd like to hear some innovation from the utilities. If they really want this, they say they want flexibility. Well, show me why. Show me why you want flexibility. For what purpose? Show me.
I think one of the other things that should be noted that we did not have the luxury of time with the potential study. So the potential study was not able to consider what front of the meter options were out there. So that we don't have that on the record, and that's what we need to establish.
All right, fair enough. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Linton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So several of my questions have been asked already, and I've kind of asked the same ones over and over again in different ways. But I did have a different question for the Exelon companies.
Thank you.
It's been a long day. You're not Constellation anymore. So
no more.
You've suggested that the way to move forward with recovering the costs of these programs is through base rates. And currently, as you know, we're recovering the cost for EmPOWER through volumetric charges that are on customers' bills. And one of the incentives for that many years ago when it was started was that it would encourage customers to take advantage of the program. You know, they could sign up and lower the amount of electricity they're using, and so that would lower the cost that they paid for EmPOWER. Now, we already know that we have some challenges in providing the service to customers and we need to increase the number that we're providing assistance to. If we place the charges in rates so that we've effectively removed that incentive. You know, if I turn my lights down and do other stuff in the house, get a home energy audit and all these other things, I can save on the charge. You can't do that if it's in rates. So how does that help us get to that other point where we need to bring more customers in to participate?
I'll defer to the experts in the program in terms of how we get more customers, but I think obviously, while it may, I think what we're saying is that if we have it in the surcharge through an expense, it's going to create volatility, which through volumetric or not, and I think that's our concern about the affordability in terms of whether if it's in base rates and we can spread it over a longer period of time to match the benefits with the life of the program or the assets that are being placed. I think that is where we're trying to create that balance. I'll let the others opine on sort of drawing more customers to the programs.
Right, and BG's multi-year plan, so just that limited focus, is electrification. It is not the other parts of EmPOWER Maryland that are currently moving to the expense model. So the current multi-year plan, I believe that's correct. And in terms of reaching customers, one thing I think that while there's certainly a long way to go, I think you have to realize that in other ways. We're not only talking about someone who has a home audit, and I'm focusing mainly on residential, and I think Commissioner Linton, that's your focus as well, or someone who buys an efficient piece of equipment. Our light bulb program is available to anyone who goes into a store, and we don't know, right? We don't have a customer account for everybody that goes in and buys light bulbs. We have given away, I believe, 50,000 light bulbs, through our, I'll call it food bank, but there's probably a better way to state that program. We have measures in places like dollar stores. So we don't know every single person that purchases or every account that does benefit, but it is greater than the people, and probably a limited income opportunity than the people who have a furnace or water heater or whatever through our programs. We also have our behavioral programs that reach out to every single customer, and at BGE, I can't speak for PHI, we do have limited income focused behavior programs, so the messaging is approached a little bit differently. So to the extent that they're getting the messaging and behaving differently, and those are that across whether it's limited income customers or not, those kinds of programs we can't track, but we know we're touching more customers through these measures than the ones that we have an account number for. And then, marketing, we try and reach out as best as we can. Marketing is so much harder than it was at the beginning of EmPOWER when you turned on the TV, right, and you saw an EmPOWER ad, and now I think I'm the only person generationally that watches, television anymore. My kids are like, I don't have television. What are you doing? So I think it's more challenging, and I think that's huge that you have to figure out. But I know that our marketing experts have an amazing amount of data in terms of where to place your ads, whether it's through Facebook or YouTube or print media or online news media. There's, a wealth of information, and we have to really, as we're changing particularly the program, we have to make it understandable to customers that it's not necessarily only efficient equipment, but it's efficient equipment that is going to help us reduce your carbon footprint. I don't know if that answered your question, but there were a lot of words there.
Yeah, it's. I think the challenge is that there's we know we need to do more to bring more consumers into the program, especially as we expand it. And we're going to be increasing the costs. I mean, there's issues with transparency. So I don't have an answer at this point. So
You're just supposed to have questions.
I'm running out of them. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Any further questions?
It's been a long day, but let me just go ahead and ask it. Maybe it's one of my pet rocks here, but one of the innovations we've seen around the country is in other utilities, other states, is performance-based rate making, PIMS. This seems to me like a prime area to consider taking this out of a cost of service, and let's look at a PIM model. This is a mandatory state policy. The funds that are coming in are required by state policy. Do you see any reason why this program wouldn't work for utilities if a carefully crafted PIM was created so that the risks weren't necessarily all on the ratepayers about whether the companies would succeed or not, but would provide, cost recovery. Any dollar you put in, you would get back, but it would require, a measure of, success and performance for the company to earn greater incentives and rewards. Would that work, or is that would that be a problem for the company?
I don't think we've said it's a problem. In fact, I think it's not in the future of EmPOWER, but in another working group. I can't keep track of all the working groups. What was it? The cost recovery. We did say that we were open to PIMS in the EmPOWER program, or performance incentive metrics. So we've been clear on the record that we were supportive. But to your point, we need to make sure that we design it in a way that's not only fair to customers, but fair to the utility as well. So
yeah, as you put it, this has been a very successful program for the state, but it is getting bigger, and we have new, new goals, since we started in 2008, this whole concept of PBRs has flourished around the country. I think this would be another great area for Maryland to be a leader, and this, having a leading program like EmPOWER, also, overlaid with, a leading PBR methodology, I think is something I would like to see us consider. What would be the next step in trying to have a PIMS model available for our consideration for the next program cycle?
I'll defer to the team as to how that would work, but I also just want to mention that I think performance-based rates and PIMS are also important in multi-rate plans as well. So I don't want to just nail it into the EmPOWER bucket. I think we can apply that across our construct. So if electrification was in a multi-rate plan or electric base rates, you could certainly have a PIM associated with that as well, or a performance metric.
Yeah, and we just happen to have a multi-year plan coming our way. That would be, a great opportunity for us to consider this methodology. So
I will defer to the team in terms of how they would effectuate that process, either through a working group.
I was going to say, because everybody loves a work group, I think, I'm not sure how you would do it outside of a work group and have proposals made and look at the impact, the balance, the fairness. Again, you don't want it all on the shoulders. You want to make sure it's balanced. It's not one-sided, all risk or all, to the utility and stuff like that. But I think it would be a work group that is expressly focused on one thing, not many things.
okay, and that was supposed to happen when we created the MYP, multi-year rate plan. So we're moving full steam ahead on multi-year rate plans, but we're not doing anything really substantive or meaningful at this point on the PBR side.
Right,
so I hope we can address that because yes, we've had this work group going, we've had task force, I don't know what else, but I just don't see anything yet. And now we're going into a very new era here with our green with our EmPOWER program. And again, I can only speak for myself. I don't know what other commissioners or new commissioners, how they'll feel about PBRs, but I would certainly like to offer that to the commission for consideration, because it seems like a great way for Maryland to be a leader in this area and to come up with ways to balance the benefits to ratepayers and hopefully provide meaningful incentives to utilities to come up with innovation and good plans. So anyway, unless you have anything else to say, I'll shut up.
Thank you.
I don't. Message received. Any further questions? Okay, thank you, Joint Utilities. I understand Washington Gas may be in the audience. Is there anybody who's still here? Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. This is Josh McClelland from Washington Gas. Josh McClelland, McClelland. No comments today, but I am available for questions if the Commission has any.
Thank you. I will turn to my colleagues to see if anybody has any questions.
It's been a long day.
I think you're in luck. I think we're all questioning about it.
I figured as much.
I don't have any questions either, so thank you.
Okay,
Thank you for being here. Oh, I thought he said no. Commissioner O'Donnell? No, yeah.
Very good, thank you.
Okay. Any final comments from anybody? This has been a long day. Thank you. I found this to be incredibly informative. I think really what I had hoped did happen, just in terms of getting a lot of good information on the record, getting a lot of questions answered. We have a lot of work ahead. Very challenging, as we've talked about today, but really appreciate everybody being honest and providing all this good information and having kind of a spirit of cooperation. So really appreciate that. Any final words?
Well, thank you. Good job.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Hopefully you're feeling better and back soon. We are adjourned. Thank you.